Futures struggling to find any kind of support here so far this morning in the free market ahead of more scheduled talks between Biden and White House officials and the Republicans this morning as far as the debt ceiling debate and negotiations that are set to continue after basically no progress of note anyways was made on Tuesday. We'll keep an eye out. We'll keep an ear out for any kind of headlines that come across indicating maybe some positive momentum in those talks. Coming up this afternoon, however, we are going to get the minutes from the latest Fed meeting as well. So that's to look forward to. Janet Yellen set to speak this morning shortly after 10 o'clock, maybe make some comments on the overall economy. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Overall, though, economically speaking, really no significant data points to have a look at this morning. Ton of earnings, once again, mainly in the retail group. Kohl's to the upside after they beat with their latest report. We'll talk about that coming up. The entire sector, though, has been relatively weak to the overall market after mostly earnings from the group have been to the downside. I saw Macy's to the upside this morning. A little bit of AI positivity this morning. We'll talk about that. Some earnings out of China as well. Some of the ADRs showing a little bit of positivity early on. It's Wednesday, May 24th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Look at how things are shaping up so far this morning here. 0.42 for the NASDAQ. Tech under a little bit of pressure once again, as we saw early gains yesterday faded pretty hard into the close. Tesla was one of those. We'll talk some Tesla coming up there. The Dow 0.29, about the same there for the S&P. 1.4 crude oil 2 days in a row back higher. 1.8, 1.9 there for Bitcoin, Ethereum downside. To kick things off, it is a wait and see kind of approach. I mean, I feel like a broken record, but same old, same old. Sharif here as always as we get going on a Wednesday. Really no progress the team made yesterday as far as the two sides coming to an agreement. So they're apparently scheduled to get together again today. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, TikTok. So we'll find out what happens. June 1st, slated to be the deadline by Janet Yellen. I've also got my eye on the Fed minutes, but I feel like I already know what they think because I've already been on TV the last week and a bit. Giving us exactly what they think, so probably not too much to expect there. And then NVIDIA, oh baby, after the bell, Brendo. Can't wait for that earnings.
Yeah, the big earnings play of the day. Meanwhile, make sure you're here this afternoon, 2:45. Brian Shannon going to come by. We're going to give this away. We're going to talk to Brian about, get his thoughts on the overall market as we sit here and wait for essentially something to happen as far as maybe a resolution to this overall problem. 2:45. So again, Fed minutes, 2 p.m. Then we'll get to Brian Shannon again, 2:45. He'll talk about anchored VWAP. Meanwhile, Neil is enjoying his vacation this week. Max is back in the building. Sean here as well. Guys, going to be interesting day here as we keep an eye out and an ear out, I guess, for any kind of progress to be made.
Yes, Brendan, and welcome again to the show. It's 8:34, and it's going to be a good day. One more. Oh, we still have these guys as bears. What do you think? I mean, I'm putting the sticky note out right now. It's going to be pretty bearish. So, you know, I'm ready to go on another bearish day. It's nice to see Palo Alto to the upside, looking to take out 52-week highs of 203. I want to thank everybody for the super chats in the last couple of days. A lot of questions about CrowdStrike and PanW, and glad we sort of nailed that one for you. To the long, up 5%. Hopefully it can hold there today. Market's starting to tank pretty good. In a tank, I mean, down 0.5% right now. Not looking like the greatest of starts, but, you know, we've seen this market go up and go down a little bit. What's up, Hamster, man? The only bromance I have is with you, Hamster. So let's keep going on that one. But, yeah, no, we're really excited. As per always, excited to have Max here. And Max will be returning, hopefully, to the midday show if he wants to after this week. And then it'll be Sharif and Max on that. Neil and I back again. But we are very happy to obviously have Arun. And the knowledge that's been happening there on the midday show has been fantastic. The trading's been great this week, the last couple of days. And I feel like we can continue it here today. I mean, no reason why this won't be an opportunity once again, man. I got Google on the mind, Apple, XPEV we saw with a pretty decent miss. Tesla pushing back today, down another down 8%, and Palo Alto to the upside. So Anything I didn't cover there, or what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I pretty much got it all. Amazon with an upgrade, so Amazon up, everything else down. I feel like if you're bearish or if you're bullish still today for whatever reason, I mean, a lot of these large caps are giving you some pretty big dip opportunities.
Right. Give us one of them. What do you like? I see you looking at Meta over there.
I got Meta like 244 area. I got Tesla in like that 180 kind of zone. Yeah, I mean, maybe AMD. I feel like AMD's a fade. I don't know if you saw NVIDIA this morning. Absolutely crushed, almost down to $300. So
what?
NVIDIA giving you that huge dip before its earnings report.
That's too bad. I mean, I was selling. We've talked about selling some NVIDIA into that report, and again, that's going to be tonight, so it should be a really fun day, man. What about NVIDIA 300? Right, like maybe we get that as a bouncing spot here for no reason. It's down today. Here's I have Intuit up there. It's down 5%. But here's NVIDIA. Yeah, I didn't even actually, Max. You know what? I didn't even really realize this. I knew we were down, but yeah, when you look at a $300 name, 1% is quite a lot, so we'll have to watch out for that $300 marker. And there it is right there, 4 or 5 days of downside action off of 320, 1, 2, 3, 4, then plus today. We'll see if we can break that 200. Realistically, we've talked about this, 280 I think is a stronghold area, so if that can get down to 280 tonight, I think that's going to be it. Well, we don't want to call any buys. I don't know what's going to happen, but 280 I'd feel like would be where I'd be safe getting more money in. We've sold some sub or greater than 300, so that's pretty good. I'll double check the price for you guys after, but I like that 280 area. Yeah, NVIDIA, wow, okay, good call, Max, down to $300. We'll look at that today. All right, so let's go back over to the desk. You mentioned some retail. Kohl's up 11 or 12%. There we saw Lowe's, Home Depot, Target, Walmart all come through. Now it's time for some of the smaller players. I always like to trade Macy's, so we'll figure out where that comes through. But yeah, so far so good here, Brendo. It should be a good day. It's 8:37.
Yeah, I saw actually Macy's up here in the pre-market on that KSS number. As you mentioned, Sean, here's Palo Alto, Pan W with a nice report right across the board, beating expectations, forecast as well to the upside for Pan W. We'll get into that a little bit more as we head through the morning here. Kohl's, surprise profit, but they talk mostly about cost cutting and how they're going to benefit from that going into not only this quarter, but the remainder of the year. So nice look for KSS. The other one here, Abercrombie, ANF in the retail group as well. I was thinking when I was reading through this note, I can't even remember the last time I was at a mall, but Abercrombie and Fitch store. I mean,
yeah, blast from the past.
Like it's been a long time. All I remember is that crazy cologne they would spray in the air that would like just drag you in from even if you were just walking by the outside. But overall, yeah, as we said, retail earnings to this point have been disappointing to say the least. But here's a couple today higher.
It's a margin story for a lot of these guys, whether they can rein in cost. We saw that elevated with transportation. That's been alleviated somewhat. Supply chains have improved. So a lot of the cost structure for these guys has improved over the last 6 months, Brent.
American Eagle Outfitters was the other one, AEO. Not a stock we look at, but here's AEO, 5%. Also on a beat. So yeah, we had home improvement for the most part, Lowe's and Home Depot, disappointing right across the board. And then you get into some of these mid-cap type retailers or mall type of stores that are not too bad, guys.
Kohl's, AEO, Macy's. I mean, I like Simon Property Group. I think can come through with a nice dividend as well. But KSS here today for Kohl's. So yeah, big move to the upside. We do have it on the watch list today. Watches.tradertv.live up to $22. These guys had some activist movement involved with them at a little while ago, but Kohl's has been pretty beat up. I mean, a lot of these retail names, as you can see, I'm just trying to get off that surge trader right there. There it is, right there. Yeah, nice bounce back. Rate coming into this 24 area. I think it's a short if we ever get up to there. I don't think we're going to get to that level, but 24 looks pretty good here for Kohl's. I don't love the retail landscape right now, although if it's going to be a soft landing, I mean, I think that there's been some talk about obviously recessionary names and Kohl's being in the retail. I don't know. We don't have Kohl's here in Canada, but a little bit of a different, I guess it's like a discount sort of shop there. Do they have groceries at Kohl's? I don't know. Either way, nice downside move. I was just going to look here. I mean, I feel like this is a little bit of a short squeeze. What is Cole's short interest?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
there it is.
20%.
Yeah, 20%. So that's why you sort of get that big middle finger right here. Boom, right up from 19 up to 21, $22. So yeah, I feel like you could squeeze today. So I would look out for that, man. 23 right into here. We could get that kind of a movement. It's only 700,000 shares right now. Up to 24. I think this is a pay for short name. If you don't have to pay for it, great. But if you do, I think it might be opportunity today to short Coles into this 23-24 area. Could bump up on a better than expected report and a high short float. So I would say that Coles right here is pretty prime for that move. Boom, right up to the upside, hovering around here. The long is probably good on a 22 take, but again, I think 24 is an area that if you get up to there, which is only 10 more percent. I mean, we've seen retail names go sort of crazy, especially off the open with some unexpected movement. So watch out for 23-ish, but I kind of like it on a 22 break. Just completing this sort of U up. That's the 50 period right here at 22.20. I could see this name getting going today, and I don't mind it in the retail space. Hey, while we're here, let's check out the top. Actually, I'm going to tease this a little bit. We'll check out the top profits when we get back. We have a lot to talk about here, but we'll check out the top traders from yesterday. I don't mind Coles there at some of those levels, Max.
Yeah, I got Coles on the watch list today. This 21 to, where is it? Yeah, 21.30 down to 21 kind of area, potential for a dip buy if we're holding, if we're doing volume. I don't want to trade this if we're not doing any volume because, the spread's all messed up and liquidity is terrible. So if we're doing volume off the open, we're holding this 21.30 to 21 area. I like the idea that we could get a 22 break today, and then you're just selling anywhere over 22. I don't think that we're getting to 24 today. That would be a big move, but if you do, you do. I think 23 is possible, but 22.50, 22 break, selling into that off a dip off 21 makes some sense for me. So we'll see what this one's doing off the open. And yeah, as Sean said, 20% short interest. So there's people who probably want to cover, but if you look at the daily chart, I mean, we are beat up. So where are these people short from? Probably in the 30s, probably in the 40s. So they're not too concerned about a little 10% move up off the bottom here, you would think. But we'll see what happens with Coles today.
All right, just seeing some downside movement here for Citigroup. C down 1.24 right now pre-market. There was a spike to the downside. They announced they're going to, first of all, resume their share buyback program during this current quarter. But more importantly, it would appear at this point, they also announced they're going to pursue an IPO or spin off their Mexican retail unit, which is Banamex, in Mexico. And you found out some interesting details as to why.
Yeah, so the Mexican president was none too pleased that they were looking to sell this. So he put a lot of stipulations on the table of what he needed to see in the sale. First and foremost, he wanted protection for workers, taxes, and there was a whole slate of art that Citi had acquired when it acquired Banamex, and he didn't want that leaving Mexico. So that had to stay here. That couldn't be part of the sale. Anyway, the sale tag price was slated to be about $7 billion. I want to see what the IPO is going to come out at, Brenda.
I assume that will be on the Mexican exchange. We'll see. It doesn't actually indicate that, but we'll see. Speaking of Citigroup as well, that the upgrade for Amazon was from Citigroup today. There was also Mizuho with a positive note on Amazon today as well. So Amazon notably strong here compared to some of the other big tech names.
Out there because yeah, we are pretty bearish over here. I'm just putting out the sticky note now. Google, Apple, like those shorts, but Amazon, yeah, I don't know much about that Citigroup story. Max and I kind of looked at each other like, huh? So we'll leave that for a minute. But yeah, looking at Amazon here on the charts, AMZN, just looking at the signal charts. Yeah, I mean, 117 is nice. I mean, I'm kind of thinking about fading everything today, to be honest with you. There's a message here and a shout out to Broad Street Wolf, member for 30 months, man. A big shout out to you. What do we think about the SQQ? Yeah, I mean, we will talk about the market. I've been, I don't know if we even had a long yesterday, to be honest with you, but we were short everything yesterday, and I'm thinking the same thing again here today. As we do have Fed minutes coming, we'll hear about the talk. If they talk about 25 or 50 points is even on the table, and that was a discussion at the last meeting, then that's going to be a little bit of a problem. We've already heard some Fed speak talk about that. I think it was Bullard yesterday or something saying 50 points, or maybe 2 days ago, was still in the cards for later this year, potentially 50 more points, when a lot of us were thinking of a pause, right? So we'll see if that comes through. And Amazon, again, you know, if Kohl's is going to be strong, maybe this retail sort of dump isn't going to happen as far as Amazon. We saw Home Depot, Walmart, Target all sort of bounce off of their reports as well. And here we go, man. You're holding out pretty good in what could have been, you know, another leg down into this 110 area. It's saying no thank you and actually bouncing off 115. So yeah, good, bad wick. I say good trade, bad wick. Right there. Maybe I'll have to get that out. I don't know if we can see from yesterday too good, but there's the hold at 115. So if you're going to come out today with some better news, a little bit of upgrade action, I think we can hold that 115 if Amazon does drop into there. Let's take a look. This is VWAP is at 116 right now. And of course, yesterday we were all underneath VWAP. Most stocks were underneath. So today, the fact that you're bumping up above it, we will have to have a look at an Amazon long. So I'm down here near that 115 for Amazon. And again, this is kind of a new story. I actually didn't realize that this was up 1% today. So I'm glad that we're talking about it. If there's going to be a long, we're going to look at Amazon down here at 115. The name keeps on working. AWS is strong, although that miss was AWS related, right? When we saw their earnings report come through. So everything was rocking. Everything was good on the web. Everything was rocking and everything was good on the number. And then they dropped the AWS news and we came all the way back. Like, what kind of a gift was that, Max? This was only 2 weeks ago. We were down to 102 on Amazon. Now you're up to 115. That's 12% in like 2.5 weeks here for Amazon alone. So this is why we always talk about fading these names. But hey, if it wants to work, it's going to work. So I'd say we don't look at this as a short until 119, 120. And I feel like it's a long off 115 right here. So yeah, Amazon right in the pocket. It's going to be a good trade. May add this to the sticky note. I like it here, Max.
Yeah, I'm thinking like these 115.75 kind of bottoms from yesterday. It was kind of holding up there before the market really started to tank in the afternoon. So if Amazon's going to be super strong, it's not going to give you a dip off the open. So I might be looking at this 115.60, 115.75 kind of area. Obviously, if the market's just going to dump all day, Amazon is going to dump too. So that 115 potential for longs, but this area like 115.60 to 115.80 has been kind of support and resistance recently, so potential for a dip there off the open. I like Amazon. It has been quite strong recently, little pullback of 2 days, and now we're resuming back to the upside. So I could see the idea for a long if the market wants to just chop around today. Amazon could find a way to go up off the open.
I'm just reading about GigaCloud here. I was trying to find something that said AI because it feels like it should, but GCT continuing to go a little low float name. Interesting note here, 3 days in a row now as we head into Wednesday for PacWest on asset sales. So started on Monday with some of their loans being passed along, more of that on Tuesday, and then they come out today with this real estate lending unit that they're also going to offload. So up again, 3 days in a row here. Nice move for PacWest.
Yeah, Civic Financial Services, that's their property lending arm. They're offloading that to Rock 360 for an undisclosed amount. The funny thing is, though, Rock 360 is only picking up Civic's origination assets, but not its previously extended loans or loan servicing operations. I don't know what that means. But if you do, it looks like a tidbit of information you may want to know if you're going to get into this name.
Just be aware of the overall market here, guys. Trying to make day lows. Speaker McCarthy just saying he has not spoken to Biden since Monday. So that's not helpful as far as these negotiations are concerned. Here's PACW, 2.5%. Still trying to hold on to some gains after it sold off pretty hard yesterday, but the initial move on the gap higher was held for the most part. Back to 750 though for PACW, more asset sales coming through.
I mean, I still feel like we nailed it yesterday on this $9. I mean, we talked about this $9 mark and getting back into that level would be something that we'd like to fade. And I mean, we get to like 850, 860 yesterday, and that seems to have been the right play, right? So I still say, I mean, this is not something that we trade heavily on the show, which we probably should. I mean, there is a lot of opportunity here in Pac West. If you just look at yesterday, the fade started early. Like everybody was looking at $9. So there's the bump up. We talked about that earlier, and then it just didn't get close enough for me to fade it. But I guess that you know, to sit there and say we want to short it, and then this kind of a day happens, we should have been short somewhere here. So, you know, these little pop-ups here, 830, 840, that was definitely, like this area right here is such like an awesome spot to be trading this because, oh my, I don't want to be on that again. There it is right here. Because you get that bump up and then that gives you right there that 850, and especially at 10 o'clock, it gives you a target to worry about, right? So then when you come back in here and it's 830, 820, like that's maybe it's not a short there because we didn't have a top, but it's definitely a short here, like 830 again, giving you, so you risk 20 cents, and then if you hold it to the bottom, sure, it's 730. Oh God, Randy's doing some computing over there. That's going to be a problem. 740 to the downside. I was like, oh my God, is Randy hosting the midday show? But he's over there. So that's a missed opportunity. So let's see if we can have the same kind of an opportunity here today. Unfortunately, I'll look long or short. It's just yesterday, like these were good long areas in the pre-market. So today, we'll see. Yesterday we bounced off $7, 730. I feel like if you come down and make a couple of these, you know, little ups and downs there, then we can look for a support area. So let's look to get long Pac West. I feel like the worst is behind it, but you know, we don't know. JP Morgan sort of said that they're not coming to save the day anymore to any of these stocks, so that created some action. And then recently, you know, we did get some all clear signals as far as some of their deposits settling down, and then we got them selling some of those loans again, those construction loans. So, you know, maybe there's some interest around this name. I still think it's a fade at 9 and probably a long near this 7, but let's wait for it to base out. We'd love to see something like this early and then go for the long, or like we just discussed right there, something like this on the short side of things. So let's keep PACW up over there. Watch it. It's an $8 name. We'll have to pay for shorts, of course, but I feel like that's a good opportunity, especially if it bases out max and gives us one way or the other.
Yeah, I feel like if you get that hold above $7 in like the 720, 730 range off the open, that could be something pretty bullish. Like we got all these bottoms here at like 735-ish or even 750. If we can hold 750 off the open, we're probably going to fly on PACW. But of course, those 850 tops you got to watch out for. Maybe that breakout is good. The 650 breakout was good, so maybe the 850 breakout is good. That takes you to $9, $10. I agree that it's a fade off of 9, off of anything above 9, probably a fade on PACW. But this name can definitely get going, and we haven't seen like the crazy volume that it was doing previously. So one of these days, that volume's going to come back, and it's going to make a move one way or the other, and there will be lots of opportunity there. Maybe that's today if we can hold this 750, 730. Maybe not. We will see on PACW. If we do get to 7, I will probably be long.
First segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. SurgeTrader.com/TTV. You can use that promo code bottom of the screen, TTV, get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader as always. Let's get some analyst moves for you here this morning as well. Upgrades and downgrades. Palo Alto, top of the list. On the left-hand side, oh, we forgot about, we were talking about retailers, Urban Outfitters, I forgot as well. URBN on here with a nice report coming through. Barclays with a positive note. I did see that early on this morning. Another Chinese name there, bottom of the list, VIP Shops. Shopify, Dick's Toast, and Agilent Technologies, all downside.
Palo Alto. So Palo Alto, a big one there, and it's actually really, really well done here by Ian Rispetto. Thank you so much for asking me about that yesterday. Congratulations to everybody who also went long on PanW. We got a couple super chats there yesterday and where we discussed this. I like the name. I've been long this name for a long time, and I have no plans on selling this, especially after this report, as they beat and guide forward. So now you get some upgrades coming through. I really like this name. You are dropping down, though. I just tweeted out the sticky note. You can find it right there on Twitter now. Bears vs. Bulls will probably retweet that for me if you can. But there it is. It's a nice move up, man. And we called this move. But it's hard to make a call into earnings. So, you know, the fact that we hit it, it just made sense to me. I think that cybersecurity, this is why I went long, and I don't feel like selling it because, you know, it's all the rage, right? I mean, you have Zscaler, you have Crowd, you have a couple other names that are going to come through. And I just think it's the right space at the right time, especially with all this AI talk. I mean, someone's got to protect the infrastructure, right? And so you got to watch out for that. Palo Alto, nice break there of 193. It's not like it's up huge. The 52-week high for this name, and I'm going to pull up my chart on eSignal for this because, again, it's split adjusted. You're going to see right there, there's the high made 203.40. So, you know, let me see, maybe it's, again, just trying to avoid that. Just give you a little look against that banner there. But there it is right here. 203.50 was made right there back in, you know, late April, but then the low was also made in early January. So what a huge move up there it was. And now you're still hovering around the 50 period. All you are is up here for it right now. So you're going to look for a 204, 205 break. It's really 203.60. I wrote down 203. I think if we get up there, that's fantastic. I don't know if it has, you know, another $5 into it with the market being down 0.6 right now. But, you know, I like this play. And I think if you can get a dip buy into 196, I mean, if we can get to 193, then I think that's a no-brainer. I mean, maybe we could put one of those bids down here, which we like to call a stink bid, maybe 194 or something like that. But yeah, Palo Alto, I think it's all clear now, man. That was a great report, guided forward as well, saying everything that we like to hear. Definitely valued probably at the right level. It should be at 52-week highs with these kind of numbers. So it's right here, right now. Whether or not you have a play in your book where you fade all 52-week highs, I could see that happening. I mean, NVIDIA's pulling back from 340. Apple's pulling back from their 180. And I could see that happening as well. But this is a good report. And, you know, I'm not taking profits. I think we should see that 203, especially in the next couple of days. But wouldn't surprise me if today is a little bit of a sell day with market sentiment. So that's my opinion on PanW. I like the long. I wrote down 196 on the sticky note, but that's more to watch. Like, I'm not going to sit there. Remember Alibaba? Like, we sat there at 90 on a bad report. It was at like 93. The next thing we knew, I couldn't even blink and we were at 87. So, you know, pretty violent name. Could get there down to 193 today. That would be a long that I'd sit in front of. 196 is something that I think we could build off of. So let's wait to see about Palo Alto. But congratulations to Ian and everybody else that's been long this name, and we've liked it for a while here.
Yeah, PanW, I like the idea of a 200 breakout on that if the market can bounce today, or that 196.50 area I noticed Shopify was on the downgrade list today, so kind of wonder sometimes if people are just looking for some liquidity to get into the name when they downgrade it. But we really have air on this name from like that 60 level all the way down to 55, 54.50, and then below that is like $50. So there's not a lot in here to find for support. But the fact that Amazon's up today and Kohl's reported well on retail, I feel like Shopify could be along on this downgrade. I mean, it's giving you some money fills down here into this like 50, I mean, it dipped to like 56.50-ish off the, or in the pre-market. If we get into like a 55 level on Shopify today, I feel like that could be a banger long. I feel like this dip gets bought. Oops. Yeah, we get back into like that 60 kind of range on Shopify with these retail names being strong.
All right, let's. A lot of people mentioning this Giga Cloud. For anyone maybe just joining a little bit late here, it was earnings. So they reported surprise results, profitability, or reaching profitability in the company's history for the first time. So GCT. Little tiny one, if you look into some of the fundamentals here. $200 million market cap, so tiny. 15 million on the free float for GCT on a move here.
Yeah, this is a former runner, Brendo. We saw this one running mid-March as well as late April. So it's not new to us. 11.25 is the top. So far, Max and I were watching this from 7 onwards in the pre-market, him and I having discussions out. These small cappers, they're fantastic in the pre-market. It seems to be a little less bamboozlement. Finding a bit of a cap at 11.25 right now, I take it off a dip, maybe into a key level.
All right, market back to day lows here, essentially, for both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. We're having some technical difficulty, so Sharif's going to have a look at The futures here for us.
Yeah, future's not looking good right now, Brendo. The debt ceiling talks really weighing in on these markets as we break down below that key 4150 level. You got to say 4100 probably what's going to stand in our way. There's a lot of action at 41.25, and then you got to see 4100 for an actual bottom. To the top side, though, we had a lot of interactions with that 4175 area yesterday, and that goes back to May 18th as well. So to the top side, I'd be looking there.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know this morning as we head towards the open. If you haven't done so yet, you can scan the QR code. You can go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address. Super easy. And then you get that for free every single day. Comes right to your inbox. Big tech, top of the list today in the sense that, I mean, there's not a heck of a lot going on as far as individual news stories, a few minor stories that we can touch on here. But in the sense that if the overall market is going to hold up, we're going to need some of these to lead the way back to the upside. They've been weak over the past couple of days. If you zoom out on Google, for example, Monday, really nice move that we discussed all the way back to 125. This was yesterday then, just a slow and steady grind to the downside, basically closed on day lows there, and we're extending that move. Now down 1% for Google here in the pre-market. Again, minor note, they came out and said they're going to, this is just an extension of what they were talking about last week, so they are going to go ahead with testing some ads on AI search results. So anyone using Bard, you might notice some advertising popping up on results now.
Yeah. The big tech plays that I'll have my eye on today are Amazon catching an upgrade. It's the only green name in my big tech watch list, up 0.66%. I'll also keep my eye on Netflix. They came out with the password sharing for the United States. I know they were just kicking the can down the road, and this could be priced in, but I'll have my eye on it nonetheless. And Tesla, for a reason you may not expect, Elon Musk and Governor DeSantis slated to have a conversation today on Twitter. Who knows, maybe Tesla stock moves.
Just seeing a note here on C3 AI, speaking of all things AI. So C3 AI's generative AI now publicly available on Google Cloud Marketplace. So a little bit of a pop there for C3 AI through 27 as well.
Max and I were just talking about you're giving us GCT, Amazon, and AI. These are all Max specials right here, right now. But I don't want to forget, or I don't want to neglect a super chat that we just got in here. What's up to Never Leverland? I like that. Maybe too much leverage right here. You remember Crisscross? Although I think if you're gonna say, I think Crisscross was with K's instead of that. You know Crisscross, the band?
No.
Gonna make you jump, jump. The Mac Daddy make you jump, jump.
I know the song.
Daddy Mac will make you jump. The thing is, Neil and I used to wear, for sure I did it. I mean, Neil and I are friends from grade 7 and 8. So we go back, honestly, 30-something years. Holy shit, damn.
Wow.
Damn, Neil. 30 years. But with Crisscross, you used to wear, your hat to the back, and then also the overalls. You would either have to wear them the wrong way, or you had that one strap.
Oh,
you don't
yeah,
even know what
yeah,
jean
yeah.
overalls are, probably, but.
Oh, I know what jean overalls.
All right. But you never owned them, that's for sure.
I think I did.
That's what I mean, the one strap off.
the
You
one
got to have
strap.
the one strap.
Like the 90s
So right
look?
now I'm strapped in a different way, but new rap right here. The Gold Cross will make you jump, jump. And we just talked about the Mac Daddy will make you jump, jump, but Never Leverland is talking about the Mac D will make you jump, jump. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for the content right there. Stocks getting wrecked, jump, jump. Yeah, so a great song. We definitely like that. Thanks for keeping it light, man. We like all of that right now. But yeah, so Brendan, reading my mind here like the morning paper. I mean, I think that Google, honestly, with this movement to the downside, this is a pretty negative trend here. The 50 period is switching to the downside. You can see we sort of had that move a couple days ago in the afternoon where we just started to see the red side of this name. And I was talking about one of the biggest, I think it's the biggest bubble now is AI, only because of what it's done to all these stocks and created such great shareholder value in these names. But guess what, man? Now it's coming home a little bit, and it's going to start with Google, unfortunately. In one of my biggest holdings, I've been selling some of this. Obviously, if I knew this would happen, I would have got out of a lot more. But I still like the short on Google. I think it's going to be a downside move. What I wrote down here on the famous sticky note, we'll see if it can work today, is just a short of 123. I mean, we wrote down 123.50. So that's sort of The reason why we gave that level is because yesterday here at 124, it was pretty exciting. You could have gone long there, and then obviously we had the short into the close of the day. We had some great trades at the end of the day, and we finished at the highest spot. But then also right into here is where we conducted a bit of trades, right? 123.50, 123.80 down here. So I feel like there was a little bit of a resistance zone there before eventually dropping down. So what Google's done to us in the beginning of the day, this could happen again. Now, I don't think it's going to happen today as the NASDAQ's down 0.6. But again, little bit of back and forth early. If we can get something, now we might have to change, man, because when we wrote this note, we were at 122. Wasn't surprised to get to 123. I still feel like this is a big fade, and we want to fade Google for sure. And then are we going to talk about Apple? No, maybe at some point. But Apple's... Holy, man, Max, now we're at 170 already, man. So the same story in Apple. We've been talking about, so apparently Apple didn't trade yesterday from 10:20 to 4 o'clock, but I'm telling you that it did. And we're just looking to trade 172. So unfortunately, I may have to switch and load up that chart one more time. But here it is right here on the minute chart. Here's 172 again. We got up to there at the close, then we faded. We traded a lot around 172.20. Man, Apple's a short, but you know, it's only 9:05, so shout out to Mississauga, by the way, 9:05, and everybody there in Peel region, which apparently they're dismantling now. Brampton is taking too much money from Mississauga and vice versa, so they're getting rid of Peel region. This has nothing to do with anybody here, but as I go and rant on there, I like the Apple, yes you do, I like the Apple short here today, and I like the Google short. I like every major cap tech name short. I don't care if it's Amazon, Netflix, all of that. There's going to be shorts here today. We do like the Amazon long. I think if we're going to preference one, we like that. But if anything pops up today, I'm going to be looking for some shorts, and it's going to start with Google and start with Apple, and hopefully those don't end nasty. But I like the Apple short here today, and I think it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, that like Apple level of 170 on their earnings day, when 171 was basically like the breakout price on Apple. We've given that up now. Now we're back into 170. So, I mean, next levels are starting to go a bit down, a bit further down, like 165 you're looking at basically on Apple if this is going to continue down. Meta, another one that's, stronger today. So if you want the long on big cap tech, come on, load up here. We got this 244 kind of support area on Meta, 243.50. So maybe this is one of the ones that's long that you go long if there's a bounce, but I don't know. I'm not going to be trying to fight for the long on an Apple or a Meta off the open. That's for sure. This market just continues down. I feel like any pops can be shorted until these guys get this debt deal done.
All right, let's talk Xpeng here. We mentioned it late in the day if you were with us yesterday as far as earnings are concerned. Not good as far as the forecast. Specifically, production was down. They're saying deliveries are going to be down. This is the one, if you remember, going into the end of last year and the beginning of this year, that was kind of leading as far as, Li Auto and Xpeng were kind of 1 and 2 as far as deliveries were concerned. So a bit of a about face here for XPEV.
Yeah, very disappointing. I'll tell you the truth. Total deliveries in the quarter reached 18,230. That's down 18% from Q1 2022. Wrong direction, XPEV. Margins are also down 7% year over year. This is comparing to Li, which is forecasting 50 to 80,000 vehicles per quarter this year. Big miss by XPEV, in my opinion.
Yeah, not good. Down about 5-6% here initially for Xpeng, guys. Is there a trade?
Fail.
Oh my God.
Tesla's just destroying everybody. Let's just be perfectly honest with what's happening right now. Some of these Chinese names just can't get going. And, whether or not it be Li Auto, XPEV, sure, their deliveries are okay. XPEV down, though, 39% year over year from last year's numbers. It's still delivering, 20-something thousand cars? So it's not horrible. Let me just double check that. If you go over to our watchlist.tradertv.live, we have it all written in here right now. I'll pop it out in a minute. But 21 to 22,000, that's the range of deliveries right there, reflecting a year over year decline of 36 to 39%. So down 8% here on XPEV. It is pay for shorts. You did mention that, Max. So we're going to have to go in there and buy some shorts to fade it. I think a pop is what we want to do. But again, There's the move right now. Pay attention to what is the 52-week low of XPEV. I thought it was 6. Let's just double check this on eSignal. Yeah, 618 right down there. So, we're still ways away from 618, but this little level right there, that bouncing of 775, that looks like that's going to come into play today. So I'd take a short through 775, and honestly, watch out for 7. It's not highly shorted enough, I don't think, to get that going. You and I talked about this. What was it? Wasn't it 6% or something? It was Coles, that's 20. So let's just check out XPEV real quick here. Oops, XPEV. Really love this tool. This is my favorite. And this is such a simple thing here on Trade Ideas because it gives you the news. It also gives you some competitors as well. So like right here, already talking about some of these other names, Urban Outfitters, Abercrombie, and XPeng, some pre-market stuff. I really like this little single stock window there. So a shout out to Trade Ideas. You can also have on $11 for, is it a week or 2 weeks, Brendan? You get the test drive. 2 weeks for $11.11, like shout out to 7-Eleven. We should get them as a sponsor as well. But there it is right there, 6.74% downside right now. So a big shout out to Trade Ideas, who we are affiliated with, is our only affiliation, and we really love their product. So I know you've been using it for a while. But there we go, XPeng. I mean, just a pretty disastrous move on the daily chart there. We hit 10, we're below the 50 period, and it looks like it wants to test this 775 area. So I'd say you hit that short. But again, these Chinese ADRs can be pretty tough. If the Chinese government gets here and starts buying this up, then we're all in trouble. So they have unlimited pockets, remember? So we have to watch out for that. I still remember when they bought and saved NEO at $2. That was amazing. And now right here down, this is not state-sponsored XPEV as far as I know. It's XPeng is the name, but we'll have to watch out for that 775. I still like a short at 9. So any pop-ups to 9, I think we got to be there. And then what I put down on the sticky note was, don't get caught holding this because of that exact reason. If you're going to go short at 9, you don't need this to blow back up through. And if you're not going to use 920 like I mentioned, you definitely have to get out if it breaks. Well, I mentioned 920. Maybe it should be 930. I didn't realize it was such a tight range yesterday. So 930, I think if you're wrong off a $9 short, that short has to be worth more than 30 cents. So that's why we take that. Like if it comes up here, I still think you could bump and fade. So I think you get 3-1, 4-1 on a $9 short. So let's take that. I don't know if you're going to get it because you're down here to 830, but I could see a pop early. It is a New York name, so let's just quickly look at the imbalance locator to see if there is anything on XPEV right now. No, I don't see it on here at all. I see NEO with a sell. That should be heading to the downside today too. Let's see what NEO's down, probably 4. Oh, wow, 5.5. Okay, almost 6% downside for NIO as well. So all these names at $8, man, that's going to be confusing today, but definitely sell side in there, unfortunately, is Palantir. Its best days are going to be behind them temporarily again on Palantir. I can see a lot of these names that were bumped up in the last couple of days starting to get hit down, which reminds me, let's go over to Donkey Kong quickly. Okay, 24, so that's actually holding out okay. I still see some downside. I would love a coffee, man. I still see some downside moves here happening on Donkey Kong. I'm changing up the workout routine a little bit there, Max. I know you see am I actually working out? I mean, I've been the same weight for a very long time. So as you get older, we got to change that lifestyle. Being motivated here, we got Arun, we got Sharif there, Brendan also doing some impressive things, as is Neil. So I got to join the club, and we've been doing it. But now waking up and getting on that bike in the morning instead of the afternoon, because recently there's been so much back and forth family stuff that it's like I get home and it's like, okay, leaving in a half hour, right? So we're getting in there. We're going to get some energy here in the morning, and that's going. But we were hopping on it today, and I feel like we just need that extra little boost for today. But you a gym guy or not really?
Yeah, I like to do it in the morning as well before I come in. Now, like this week, can't really. I mean, I don't want to wake up at 5:30 this week, so not doing it this week. But usually, I try to get to the gym by like 6:30, and then I can be in here by just after. Is
that a daily thing
8?
For you, or
like
3 times a week ish?
I try to make it daily, but
good for
it
you,
ends
man.
up being 2 or 3 times a week for whatever reason.
Thought that counts.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I mean, not really when it talks of working out, but I think 3 times a week is pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, let's go because 9:14, that's my bad for delaying all this. Let's go over. Oh, we do have, I do want to talk about it because I did tweet something out about lifestyles of traders. You guys can find that on my Twitter handle. Go find that at TraderTV Sean. But Max, kill him with XPEV.
Yeah, XPEV, I mean, this is supposed to be a growth company, and you're telling me that you're down 30 whatever % on your deliveries this year. Like, this is going to zero. XPEV I want to catch any kind of pop to the short side on XPEB. Looking for that like 750 kind of area on this one. We'll see what happens. We've seen this short squeeze before on, I think it was on Bad News the last time it short squeezed. It was up at like $13 or something. So not going to be like holding the bag on this one at all, but any opportunity that I can get short on XPEB with a defined risk. So like, short 850, give it to like 865 or whatever, short 875 to $9 and then 9 to 920 or whatever. I'm going to be taking that, hoping for that turnaround and much further downside. And if you wanted to look at like NEO or whatever, NEO's also down today on sympathy. So if you want like a sympathy name that might trade slightly cleaner, then you could take a NEO as well, which is down 5% actually. So that's a decent downside move for NEO as well.
All right, let's talk, speaking of, let's talk some Tesla here. Nothing significant as far as headlines to pass along this morning. We talked about this late in the day yesterday. Elon came out and said they're close to picking the next location for their next gigafactory. This was kind of interesting. I was reading through the story this morning on the way in here. Figure AI raising $70 million this week for humanoid robots. If you remember, I think it was it the end of last year or the beginning of this year? No, it was the beginning of this year. Elon debuted Tesla's robot and said in 3 to 5 years they're going to be selling those things for $20,000 a pop.
Yeah, and Elon was at the CEO Council Summit in London yesterday where he made several pronouncements, as Elon typically does. He made it very clear that he wants to take on Google and Microsoft in the AI space. So I want to see what's going to come out from you. I don't think it's market moving today, but something to keep my eye on.
Overall, setting up similar to what we saw from Google here, guys. We had that strong move to start yesterday and then basically ended the session at day lows, and we're gapping down even lower this morning.
I was just saying there under my breath there, I didn't even look at Tesla today. That's funny. Some people, what's up to Hamster, talking about he drives by the gym every day. That's great. And then also, who was it there? What's up to Larry Wanted? The more beer you drink, the more exercise your arms get. Unless you're going to a football game. That's and true. You have on that little hat that has the beers there with the straws, and then goes right in there. The line directly to the mouth there, so that's a great one. But shout out to everybody there. And yeah, where's Neil? Neil's chilling, not doing too much working out. I hope not. They're in Paris right now, and working with Day Trade the World. If you're here 5 years, you can. And this, Max, you can host for 5 years. Then this can happen to you as well, and you get. We do sponsored trips, so we give. There's locations all around the world that Day Trade the World owns properties, and all the employees get to go there. So Neil, I went to Paris about 3 years ago, pre-COVID, and it was absolutely lovely, and that's one of my favorite places. And I think everybody should go there. I know you've been there as well, Max. So that's where Neil is for the first time. I think this is his first time in Europe. Period. I think he was saying. Really? So I believe so. I mean, I think he's been to. I think he was saying he's been to. I don't even know if he's been to. I was going to say the UK, maybe? I don't know.
Does he have family there in the UK?
That's where I'm thinking he's been to the UK. But we'll get it when he comes back right there, but enjoying the time. And I want to thank Max, of course, for filling in. You had some great trades yesterday there in Tesla, and it was definitely off the open there. Got really excited. I can't remember what the news was yesterday for Tesla, but it was positive. Both of us were looking long early. And then now today, I don't know, Sharif hinted at Ron DeSantis and a Twitter space chat happening later. That's not enough that has nothing to do with Tesla. No. So that's not, yesterday it was the deliveries. That's what it was, just remembering this right now. It was the deliveries from the China plant hitting North America and hitting here in Canada. So that was a positive catalyst, but not much of one, man. I mean, they're cars have landed. I mean, okay, that's great. But you can see right here, if we're going to draw a line, it's been a pretty negative move to the downside right here. So if you're going to respect something, now I've screwed this up by doing 2 lines. If you're going to respect something, you are making a pretty negative move to the downside. And it looks like right now we want to break that 182, 182.50. So I would say still stay negative on Tesla here today. It's down much more than the market. You have a nice little 185 top. Yesterday afternoon, pretty sick with it. There was really some good longs, but it looks like the short was much, much better. Now, yesterday we were above VWAP the whole day. Obviously, our view up's not completely accurate because I don't start the charts up at the right times to get a good read. But right now you are below, and we started them up at 7, so we definitely have enough prints now. And you can see view ups here at 183, 183.50 to the high side. I'd look at a 185 fade for Tesla. But if there's going to be anything negative today, I mean, this is leading the market quite clearly here. So I would say let's stay short Tesla, but the market's bleeding, and I'm not sure where we're going to stop. I mean, now you're down 0.6. We talked about a more macro look yesterday at this name, and I don't know if you guys remember, but yesterday we were up here at 13,900, and this is I said we're going down here to 13.6. So that's where we are right now, 13.6, right into this area. And then believe me again or not, but I think we're going down here into 13.3. I know Max told me how far down do we have, and I said 10 more percent, which gives us to 12.5. That's pretty bearish. I understand that. And I do have a lot of these accounts, a lot of these stocks in my long term. So I don't know if we want a 10% move down. We definitely do not, actually. I know we don't. But I could see us landing somewhere around this 13.3 area before we get any kind of bump. So whether or not that happens today, I mean, we could shave off 300 points. We were just at 13.9. Now you're at 13.6. Shave off another 3 and you're down here to 13.4, 13.3. So I could see a move happening like this today. And Tesla's not the name you want to be in if you're trying to catch some long. So I think that, it's definitely smiley face back up. But if we bounce off 200 again, that's going to be a problem. And right now it looks like that 192 top isn't helping anybody either. So, that came into play there in April. We just hit it again. Now we're bouncing off. I did think Tesla had a chance to get to $200, but this is a fade here today, and it looks like that 192 is as close as we're going to get to it. So, sure, we called 200 when we were down here at 170, 175. Looks like we only got to 192, so now we're going to have to wait to see if it does hold this 160 area. Unfortunately, I'm pretty red on Tesla here today.
Yeah, I got this like 180.50 kind of area on Tesla if the market is chopping around off the open and not just going straight down. So if we go another $2 on Tesla, maybe 180.50 is the spot. We had these tops here. We have these bottoms from 2 days ago where I was going long. Maybe just round down to the even dollar there of 180 and look for some kind of like fail breakdown at 180 to get long. I think we can get back into like 183.50, but yeah, I mean, this move is pretty decisive here. Blow off top above 190 and then all the way back down and retracing the whole move. So can't be too aggressive getting long Tesla today. We'll see what happens in $2. All
right, let's go on to Kohl's here as we head through some more earnings on the retail side of things. I mean, really all you need to know is cost cutting, and then a surprise profit for KSS. But they also pointed to the fact that high inflation is still a problem as far as overall spending is concerned on the retail side.
Yeah, you summarized it right perfectly there. Their margins improved year over year. They were able to get rid of more inventory, which means they're selling a lot. The turnover rate is higher. As my dad, retailer, would like to say, turnover rate is super important in retail. Here's a chart on it. 22.50 we just touched up. We were kind of consolidating sideways below 22. Let's see if we hold these levels.
Just seeing his note on Meta was a few minutes ago, but they're going to cut around 490 full-time jobs in Ireland, which is about 20% of the workforce in Ireland. Again, for Meta there, guys.
Thanks, Randy, for the reload there. Still, it's milk, right? I looked. We don't have the almond milk in there yet. Damn almond milk. Okay, so we talked about this KSS with this big, I kind of call these little candles like a big middle finger, although it looks like it's like your pinky finger, because if this is your hand, it's kind of the end of it, right? Or it's your thumb, which I hope you don't have a thumb. Well, hope you don't have either finger that's this big than your other ones. But there it is. It's a nice move to the upside right there. You just talked about it. Making money. We'll see about that on this side of things. But again, inventory control, you just talked about the turnover. It's looking like it's, I don't even want to, honestly, our numbers are there. Watch us on tradertv.live. The number that I'm looking at is this right there, the short flow to 20%. When retail gets going, it is hard to stop this because, again, they're so highly levered. You see the PE doesn't exist. So you're going to have to watch out for Kohl's here coming through to the upside. I'm just looking at this. That's a big one right to the 50 period. So if it holds this 22, 30, 22 area, I do think that we could get to 23. Like 24 is not out of the question today. I think it's a short when we get there. there, but I wouldn't be surprised if Kohl's just blows it up to the upside right now and just keeps on going. I could see people getting squeezed out of this name. Target, Home Depot, Walmart, all were the other way off of their report. They came in negative, then they blasted the rest of the day. So if they're going to come in hot, I could see a carry forward up to the upside here on Kohl's. We've seen activists in here before. Obviously, they're not in the grocery game. And I just think that right now, with retail being where it's at, the consumer not being overly strong right now, we've seen some retail numbers. Some have come in hot, some have come in weaker. But Kohl's right now, if you're playing an earnings report, which I don't generally do, this name is a monster here. And I think it's appropriate to wait for like 23.50, maybe even 24 here today. I mean, look what it's done just in the last hour. I mean, when we came in today, 7 o'clock, it was at 20.50. Now you're at 22.50. $2, that's 10% up in just a couple hours. So I think KSS can make the move, and it wouldn't surprise me if it does continue its upside push. Let's just look at the imbalance locator real quick here. Is KSS on here? There's Amazon with a sell. Already took that 115. So we talked about Amazon being one of the only names that's up today. Well, guess what? Squanchy, squanch right there. I have no idea what that means. I saw squanchy in the chat there. But Rick and Morty. But nice move to the downside there. Palantir. Any other NASDAQ names? This is how I mistype Google all the time. So I don't know what's up with that. OpenAI, and it's only looking like Amazon, but I don't see KSS on here, which is a good thing. It's just going to float itself probably to the upside. So watch out for Palantir pushback, already at that $12 mark. We'll look at that as well. But for right now, it's KSS. And anything you want to talk about? What's up, Shanks?
I don't know, like that KSS. Maybe you get a dip to 22. I was thinking 22 break off the open. I wanted to dip into this like 21, 25 kind of area. So I think if it gets there now, it's probably a short back down. So we'll see what happens on KSS. If we like hold 22 really strong off the open, there's still no volume on this name, only 1.2 million shares. We'll see if it starts doing some volume off the open, but I'm not buying it at these levels, that's for sure.
All right, rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show and a lot of people out there on the floor as well. See what's moving in the moment, guys. Check them out. You can use QR code on screen, bottom right corner right now. TraderTV20 gets you 20% off. Shout out to Trade Ideas. As we mentioned, coming up the first week or 2 weeks, I guess it is, of June. Test drive just around the corner as well. Michael Noss back on Friday. He'll tell you more about that. So stay tuned for that. Palo Alto, bottom of the list there this morning, PanW. I mean, these numbers are pretty impressive. I was just going through them once again. Q3 billings, $2.3 billion. That was up from $1.8. They increased their revenue forecast, increased their EPS forecast right across the board. Looks pretty good for Palo Alto.
24% year-over-year revenue increase. Hello. We've seen, cost constraints in cloud. But this cloud, specifically cybersecurity, doesn't seem to be suffering the same fate. We saw good results from CrowdStrike as well. So interesting sector to keep your eye on. Good names.
One thing of note, overall the market obviously kind of chopping around here. Might need some help for Palo Alto to continue.
You know, Brendan, I actually wish the market was chopping around. It's actually just chopping its wood down to the, it's like it was a tree that was growing and now it's starting to get chopped to the downside. But I think you're right about Palo Alto. I could see it being a pretty choppy day, Brendo, because it was a great report. They do guide lower end of the forecast, raised up their forecast of revenue, a beat of 1.94 to 1.97 billion, beating estimates of 195, revenue higher, as Sharif mentioned. So I like PanW down here. We talked about a 196. That's where the 200 period is right now. But I could definitely see us taking that. And I'm changing my tune on it. I liked a 203 break, but if the market's going to be like this and Palo Alto's could fade out, that 203 break's probably a day 2 or day 3 thing. So let's see. We're going to watch out on that 203 break, probably not take it. But if we ever fall down to any levels that we saw yesterday, I think it's a buy. If you're going to try to buy good companies that are reporting well, Palo Alto is one of those names. And again, cybersecurity, I like CrowdStrike, I like Zscaler. Shout out to Reliable Rudy, who's looking at these names. Shout out to Ian Rispetto. We talked about this yesterday on Palo Alto. You guys have asked me for a couple days what I thought about earnings. I said I liked it off this 50 period. It's been a nice move back up to the upside, and you're banging its head against 203. So I still think we could take it today, but It's going to be tough. And with the spread right now, going to open up to probably $1 and change off the open. I would say watch out for Palo Alto today. Could be a downside move, but I would pick it up at 193 for sure. That's yesterday's level as we're getting close to opening right now. It's 129.20 right now. I'm going to give a big shout out to Katrine in the back there. Hey, Katrine, how's it going? Fist bump. There we go. Oh, wow, I got an early morning Ola there. That's always good. So, Katrine, yesterday I think was in black, today in white. So I think that maybe might spark the market. I don't know. Is white? It's too bad it's like green or red. You know, like some days if Miss V was wearing like a red top, it was like, oh my God, something's going down here. But white, pretty neutral. So,
or I wore a Bears jersey once. And,
Chicago Bears?
The Doosan Bears from Korea.
Okay.
And the market just
if it
went
was
straight
Chicago
down.
Bears, you might not be allowed to be sitting beside me. So, okay, we'll get your thoughts on Pan W in a second, but it's only 4 seconds still open. So let's get over to Kat. 4, 3, 2, proudly, and 1. Ring it anyways, Kat. Thank you so much. You were winding it up. Thanks there, Pride. I know that came. That was fast. We didn't realize the market was, that was a pretty good one there. We didn't even get to your opinion on Palo Alto, but I think you like a little bit of a dip buy if there's any opportunities there.
Yeah, dip buy already done, it seems. Palo Alto just going straight to the north side, so will I take this 200 break? I don't know. That seems kind of sketchy in this market. Not really bouncing quite yet. Amazon's still sitting on that 115 area.
Apple?
What's Apple up to?
Apple's popping right now. That's not what we thought would happen. So we're not into Apple right now, but it's all the way back to almost flat right now. To me, that's a little bit of a worry spot. We're gonna go short right now just to see what's up. We're just seeing what's up right now with Apple. So you know, again, the market downside and not down too much right here. Maybe we'll zoom in so we can get a better look at what exactly is happening right now. But that was a push off of the 50 period to the downside. Now we've sort of regained a little bit of control. So let's just wait to see. Maybe this is just telling me that, hey, Sean, man, Apple wants to be strong today, which is fine. We like Apple, but it's on the sticky note as a short. It's been a pretty good short the last couple of days. But yesterday off the open, again, pretty choppy until we gave us this top. So let's wait to see if it gives us anything else again right now. Look, it's in that, well, it was in the money, but we're going to hold out to this. Short 171.24 early here on Apple. We said we'd want to wait, so let's try to do a little bit better job of waiting.
Yeah, Amazon holds at 115. I'm looking at that Palo Alto 200 break to take if we get that. But the market's not bouncing and Amazon is. So I didn't want to just jump in at 115 with the market going straight down, basically. So did not take that level, but that 115 holds really nicely all the way 80 cents back up. So Amazon remains strong these days. Yeah, market still going down, making new lows on both NASDAQ and ES. So individual strength here on Amazon. Maybe we get a dip back down into 115, but not looking like that's going to come. That Palo Alto did kind of curve off that 200, so waiting for that breakout to get long and looking for like $2 on the breakout here on Palo Alto.
Okay, so we've got two shorts, and it's exactly what we wrote down on the sticky note. So let's hope that we can get a victory here. We got Google and Apple both to the short side, both starting to fade out a little bit. Here's Google, again, down still that 1.3. We know that both these names that we have, and it's especially Google, can absolutely rip. So if we're going to do a little bit of work, there's the VWAP right now, 121.50 coming into play there on a possible top side, 121.50, 122 coming into play there. That would be the short that we want. We actually wrote on here 123.50 on a pop. You know, that's going to be far away, but we're going to watch out for Google right now. As we're short, it's not really moving. We talked about the market kind of dancing around. That 122 is going to be an out for me if anything happens here for Google. But here it is, a little bit of a pullback. We're not, you know, we're still flat on both these positions, but the market is trying to break down a little bit here. So let's just wait to see, or sorry, not the market. Well, the market is breaking down, but it's bouncing, if anything, off of this 13.620 a couple times, wick down to there. So yeah, let's watch out. Like I said, these names could really get going. It's Google that's making a flush and then being bought back up. But right here, it's Apple. This was the name that, hey, I mean, look, all honesty, we started, both of these are starter positions. but Apple's making a move, man, making like a really serious move. We wrote down here 172 fade. So yeah, let's take a little bit more now, because now we're getting more comfortable with the amount of shares at some of these levels as we start to pop back up. So here comes Apple right into this 172 area from yesterday. I feel like we're going to be wrong around here, 172.50. So let's try to watch out for that. But Apple strong this morning. Google not doing anything, so that's going to be a good one. We'll look to get into more short, but for right now, it's Apple to the downside. Remember, Warren Buffett owns almost 1 billion shares of this, so at some point today, he was down like $2 billion. So let's wait to see what happens. It looks like someone's definitely buying this name up. So now we're 30 cents out, and yeah, let's watch out for that. PAN-W maybe on a move is what we should have been trading.
Yeah,
201, 202 again?
I am long here at 200 exactly, so got a money fill there on PAN-W, looking for that 202 break, looking for 203. No profit takers anymore. We got like half of this trade out, looking for the other half at like 203.50. What was my level here? Yeah, 203.40 is the next level for me on Palo Alto. So we'll see if we can get something at like 202.50. And then after that, we are just waiting. Here we go. Pumping up Palo Alto, up almost 7%. This is a money breakout. Love to see these, never out of the money. And how did I get filled at $200? That makes no sense. But loving this trade, almost $3 in the money now. Palo Alto, super strong, great earnings. Love to see this. Amazon never dipped back down. So we're back up above 116 on Amazon. That's looking super strong. Wish I just bought the dip there on Amazon. And the market kind of, yeah, rallying here for us. So.
You know what the bottom was in PAN-W there? You let me know what that was?
Was that 196 exactly?
Let me just check the sticky note. PAN-W long 196. Let's rewind this to 830. PAN-W long 196. Hey, let's rewind this to 928. PAN-W long 196, but great trade, Max, on that one with the banger there. All right, we let the market go up, and that's exactly what it did. And we sat there and tried to short some levels that we talked about. Google up to 122 if it got there. We wanted to get short into that name again. I don't, I'm surprised at this move up today. So we can get out of this maybe if it takes 122.25, something like that. But let's try to stay in Google a little bit here. We're short Google, we're short Apple as well. Apple all the way up there to 172. We grabbed a little bit more on this. You can see what our average position is, 170, 175. So it's not, 65. It's not like we're absolutely getting destroyed here. We're down 30 cents on both of these names, both Google and Apple right now, down on the day for me on both of these names. So let's wait to see where they go. We did like a long on Amazon was the only one that we talked about there. And you already talked about that busting upside a little bit.
Absolutely flying on
right
Amazon.
Now. Absolutely flying to the upside. I'm just going to try to stay in some of these shorts, but the market again, man, like it is starting to go a little bit here on a 5-minute chart for the NASDAQ. You can see we're starting to break above VWAP and starting to watch out for this level here, 13,680, I guess, has been a level of concern earlier this morning. So we'll see if we can trade off of that. But for right now, we're going to hold these shorts and we're going to hold them a little close to our chest here because, yeah, this market is going upside and I was not expecting this for sure. Still red on the day. Let's see if there's a fade in here somewhere. We're doing fine. Apple's right back basically flat now for us. Let's see if it dips back into the 50s here. I'll take a piece out at 30 right there on the VWAP.
Yeah, that Kohl's made the move to 23 and now turning around. So KSS maybe going to give a dip buy opportunity here back into that 22. It did hold 22 off the open. Wow. I was busy with the PAN-W, which is now $3.25 in the money. What time is it? 7 minutes into the open. We're already $4 in the money on this one. What a banger on PAN-W. Congrats to all the longs. Everybody in the chat is long in the swing account, so congrats to them.
That's fantastic.
Don't need to take profit yet on this one, just going straight to the upside. Does KSS dip back into the 50 period like 22 here? Probably not, and I feel like it's made the move now. Like that 23 was the target on any long for me on KSS, so I think I'm going to step away from this one. If we do get to like 24, 24.50, I'd be looking for a short there. XPEV didn't do anything off the open, no pop at all on XPEV, so New York, right? All right, yeah, no pop at all. So I wanted 850, I wanted 875, I wanted $9. XPEV just going straight down. Now SSR minus 11%.
Oh, wow.
So that $8 dip buy might have been a decent move there on XPEV. As I should probably take some more profit on this Pan W here.
Your position board is working, but it's showing you short right now, so I think that's going to be wrong.
Oh, that's where I took profit last time.
Right, okay, so I'm still short Apple. We're going to get this fixed ASAP. So once we get that, I know, that's why I said ASAP. Proud working solo over there. So we're going to get that board going in there. Now it probably will indicate once I get into something. So let's keep on looking there. So that's that XPEV. Let's take a look at what Tesla's doing. Possibly bouncing. I was going to say possibly bouncing off of 180. Oh, I got to edit this wick, so that sucks for right now. But there's, sucky. I got to get that right now. 190. That was at 911. I can't look at the chart if I have this wick. 182, 95. I don't know. I'm just going to make something up there. So there it is right now. Let's zoom back in. Tesla again bouncing off of 181 up to 183, giving us some shortable opportunities there at 183. I mean, the highest was 183.50 today. Okay, there we go. So now we got to fill. Now we're back in. Okay, so now Google's starting to go to the downside a little bit. So we like that. Let's put a bid out there and take something on it. There it is for Google. Nice downside push on that name. Let's see if we can bank it now on Apple. Also trying to make some moves. We'll take another fill on Google on that downside. Hopefully we can get it again. And there it is right now for that fill. So let's go Apple now. If Apple can break, it's Google right now. We're waiting at 20. Sorry, I thought we got that fill, but we didn't. Google just pushing right back into VWAP. So definitely worth getting something out. But hey, if we're going to fade, it's a fade off VWAP. And we like that kind of a fade. So far, so good with everything. Let's just see if we can't continue this move to the downside right now. I mean, Google's giving it to us. Your Pan W is great. So now are you out or?
Not yet.
No, okay. So
now I am out. So
okay,
now
perfect.
I'm totally flat. Position board should be working now for both of
okay.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now I'm looking for a trade. That Pan W just got out at 204.79.
That is
last out. What a banger! I should have taken like 3 times the size on that one.
Oh my God.
I was kind of concerned about the downside risk. I mean, you're gonna lose $1 if you're wrong on that one. So didn't want to go crazy. Amazon doesn't give me the dip I want. This GCT small cap, potentially like a 10 hold on GCT. Where was the high here? 12. Didn't get to $12. So 10 is approximately VWAP. If we do a fail break, get down into like this 980 and go right back above 10. Maybe that's the next trade for me, but not going to rush into anything as.
I mean,
we get a bounce on NASDAQ.
Yeah.
But then if you pull up ES,
yeah,
that just is going straight down still. So
we'll find out. Maybe there's some banking issues there. What? Yeah, okay, yeah, no problem, Sharif, no problem, Sharif. Yeah, Sharif's like, I'm looking. Yeah, no, that's all good, man. We're just finding this out now about this move. So, yeah, good call on that one, Max. Great trade on Pan W. We talked about the earnings plays, and I just, we talked about that 196, 197 area. It's one thing to talk about, it's another thing to take it. So a big shout out to Max right there for that, because that's what it's all about, man. Making trades and sticking your neck out like that. So good job there, Max, on that. Let's find something else. Okay, so we talked about NVIDIA reporting later on today. I always like to look at AMD, so we can have a quick look over there as well. The market's starting to go, I mean, I'm getting a little, honestly, I'm fine with everything, but I am getting a little bit nervous. The market is starting to go back up to the upside. We're going to take out VWAP right here soon as well. And I mean, I just a little nervous about these top side moves. Apple's holding out high right now. I'm pretty happy with our Google position. It's not really moving. We took out only 10% though. So I would like to get a little bit more of a move to the downside here. But look, Apple's about to come out. If Apple goes above this 172.20 area right into here, then we're going to get out. And we're getting very, very close to getting punched out of Apple. So we may have to take the L on this one, as Apple is just exciting to the upside right here today. So, you know, we got to sort of let it calm down. We thought the market would be red. It looks like Apple's going to be an L early, which is fine. It's not. We don't want to take L's, but you know, if that happens, that happens. So we'll just watch out for that. My target out is 172.25. So if we get broken down there, that's fine. We basically took Google the same way, but this is actually fading. So let's hold on to Google and hope Hope is not a trading strategy, but hope we don't get stopped out of this Apple because I don't know why it's going to the upside. So that's a nice move right there. Meta, Roblox, let's go in a different name. Let's go to Roblox. I was going to do AMD, but I'm seeing Roblox here. Just quickly trying to pop back through VWAP to the upside, bouncing off $40. So again, this is a good little move for VWAP off that $39 mark up to 40. So let's wait to see what happens now with Roblox as it's above, and this name could get going as well, especially if this market gets excited here, which it's already been doing. So that's a position. Oh, you took the AMD. Perfect. I was going to talk about it. Why don't you discuss your position then?
Yeah, I like the idea of getting short AMD between 107 and 107.50. I kind of missed the 107.50 area, so got a starter position on right now, looking for 107.50 to potentially break to the upside and then fail. If it continues, I'll get out. But yeah, I think, NVIDIA gave up everything. AMD still not quite down as far as I think it could get. So short AMD off this 107 to 107.50 kind of supply zone that I would deem it. And looking for 106, maybe 105.50. I don't know if we can get down there. But ES is going down, and NASDAQ just wicked VWAP and is starting to go down if I pull it up here. Wicked the 50, wicked VWAP. So, yeah, NASDAQ turning around. Potentially we get this move to continue to the downside, and I've got a name that I like short. So chilling on this one for now. Amazon just makes that move all the way to 117, barely pulling back at all right now, so I don't know what to do with that. And that Pan W high of day is now 206.79, so terrible out on my part getting out at 204. Prad says it's going to 213. I think he could be right on that one, but
he's not. He's not.
Maybe tomorrow.
No, I'm just joking. I mean, I hope he is. I hope he's right. I hope that goes to 213, man, because we've loved Pan W, and that's a good call, man. I mean, we talked about its 52-week high being that 203, and then that next level up was around that 215, so good call on that one. Let's just see if it hits, man. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Trading's all about hitting. So hopefully you can get that on that level, and then we'll see what happens right there. Apple, oh, no, we got stopped out on Apple. Oh, I was just starting to take some profit, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I don't mind this. Oh, darn it. All right, so I didn't even realize we just got stopped out on Apple. We'll have to get short. Oh, no. Oh, I didn't. That just happened there. See, we were taking some profit, then all of a sudden it spiked up a little bit there for Apple, and now the market's fading a little bit. So yeah, man, oh, that's frustrating. Didn't realize that just happened there for us on Apple. We'll try to get more short because what is printing right here is printing, and that is going to be this name again for us is Google. We talked about wanting to get that short, so we're short Google, and it is printing a little bit down there. It just broke through 120 and flushed like that. Let's put another bid down there. I didn't even see that happening as we were just obsessed with getting stopped out there on Apple. But there it is, man. Another reload on Apple. Let's go, man. We write rhymes and we write checks right now. I heard that song. That was a Puff Daddy song there coming through. So here it is, downside push, man. Yes, okay, good. We have a little bit. We're taking a little bit of profit on this. We're short here at 7s. Let's see if it does push. Let's see if Google goes to the downside. All right, here we go. Now we're started. Now the party's getting going. Okay. Now the party's getting going. You've got AMD, man. Hey, Max, you had a great day yesterday, a great day today. Unfortunately, you're sitting in Neil's seat, but you're doing a fantastic job. So let's just keep on going, man. There it is. Nice move for Max. Great short on AMD. We're reloaded on Apple, and you guys know that we're on this Google trade. So today, like Ice Cube says, is yet again another good day.
Oh yeah, this AMD short is starting to work, so I added to it below 107, looking for first tiny little out at 106.60, and then we'll see if we can get down into the 20s, these pre-market kind of areas before it broke down. Market really starting to tank now, so maybe I should just cancel that bid right there and hold on to this as NASDAQ starting to get to the low and ES still making new lows. I don't know if we have news on the market at the moment, but Bank of England governor, I don't know. Maybe we have some kind of news on the market for it to go down
GOP
like this.
negotiators, no progress on talks.
Yeah, no progress. That's not good. So
if we can go to Sharif, you just let us know when you have a story, because honestly, I'm seeing the same thing. That Representative Graves right now talking about absolutely no deal coming through. So me and Max obviously sitting here trading, but we have an update from Sharif. What's up?
Yeah, nothing more than what you just described, Sean. GOP Representative Graves says specifically there isn't any progress on discussions. That's being repeated by many different outlets.
Okay, so that's fine. I mean, I honestly, we talked about this whole debt ceiling thing over and over and over again. So, you know, we hope for the best and fear the worst. So that's basically what my sort of theory was there on that. A couple good outs, obviously. Look at Google now. Wow, man, like I mean, we could check, I don't know if you're wearing an Apple Watch, but sometimes I like to check your heart rate out there because it's bugging me now as we go back and forth. Great trade by you there on Pan W, and I know you still have that AMD. Google bouncing back up to the top side again. I feel like this is another shorting opportunity, so let's just do that now. Apple also bouncing back up. So this is the problem with the market and these stories, right? Because like someone's thinking one thing and then, you know, I don't know. So let's just be careful with it. There is the reload on Google. We also, did we get a reload on Apple? No, we did not. So let's wait for Apple. We've been wrong on Apple. So, you know, we're definitely not thinking that this is going to be either, you know, a huge move today for Apple. I wouldn't mind getting that back into 170. We were down there already today. So if this is going to be a red day, Apple has the pedigree to get back down there. So yeah, I know what's up to 3 drives, Apple market cap. And that's part of what I'm trying to talk about here is just how Apple is very, very well positioned for bull runs, but also the other way around as well. If we do get some negative impact here on the market, I mean, Apple should fade out, man. They have China worries. I know they're one of the strongest names out there, Apple, but honestly, like, you know, there are some negative people on Apple and some of their outlooks as well. So there it is. Look at that reload, man.
Awesome.
Like, I don't know, man. We've been talked about being, you know, a decent scalper, and that's it right there. I mean, right back to 120, 160. A lot of you may not have reloaded that, but we did, and there it is, coming into fruition right there. A nice reload on our friend, Sharif, Apple. Apple's a big friend of mine. We've made a lot of money trading Apple in our life, but you know, for right now, we're going to sit here and watch this market hopefully tumble down as we have a reload in Google and a reload in Apple. No, we did not reload Apple, just a reload in Google here. So let's see if this goes and continues to go to the downside. Uber as maybe a look. I don't know, Max. I feel like I just want to pass it over to you. You've got some great ideas yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. This AMD is kind of bouncing here, so I'm about to get stopped out on it. I did add on the way back down when it broke this 107.50, but you know, I don't want AMD to be relatively strong in my face, so I'm going to get out if we break this recent high here, reevaluate it, but I think we can definitely still get that downward momentum. Really struggling with this 107.50. This was this all these wicks, but this pre-market area here, it was a level yesterday, so I'm looking at 107.50 to hold here and AMD to get back into view up and then back into these levels down here. Market, yes, still looking really weak. NASDAQ doing a little bit of a bounce, but you know, we're still down 0.6. So yeah, I am still short, and here we go, starting to make a move to the downside, looking for it to take out 107.25, does that just now, and then continue back through that 107 level into these levels. 106.60 still going to be that first target, and then yeah, 106.20 and 105.80-ish.
Oh, shout out to Daryl in the chat there. You right, my man. Apple is at a decent level right now. And by decent level, Amazon. And what I meant by Amazon was Tesla. Tesla at 180.
Is it at 180?
I'm here, guys. I'm here all day. 180, man. It's a complete flush and a shit show right now. As the market, let's go, man. We are really spinning right now. Apple down to 170, 170. Google trying to take 121 again right now. So we are trying to get down to the downside here. Let's bid some more on Google, but watch out for Tesla down to 180. Thanks, Daryl. Thanks, everybody in our chat, man. This is why we have the best. I know the stupid way. The best community here in the world, Trader TV Live. We love you guys. 175. It looks like it wants to break lower. Yeah, let's go, man. Tesla, watch out for 180. Some decent size there. Here we go, man. It's a breaker 19 right now on this market. As there it goes to the downside, man. And taking names is Tesla breaking through 180 and downside. And look what's up with this. Let's go right now, man. The bangers are in the building again, Maximilian. We've got these trades on board here, and it's a good one, man. Down with Google, sticky note. Down with Apple, sticky note. And there it is as we go to the downside, if you can't tell. The market still, though, has a lot of room to go, man. I'm sitting on these shorts and pretty happy to hold them.
Yeah, AMD finally starting to work. Obviously, Tesla did not hold that 180 like I suspected it might. What's the low here? 179.50. So actually, this could, I mean, Tesla holds in 50-cent ranges. So unless we take out the bottom here, Tesla could still hold that 180, but looking pretty brutal on Tesla. The sell-off is real. I did get one profit taker on AMD, but that's only 10%. Looking for more, looking for the 60s, and then way further down here, I think AMD has room to go. If I take a look at a 30-minute on my other platform, 103.50, the low 2 days ago on AMD, and the market is looking nasty. So I feel that AMD has quite a bit of room to go. I think we can get back down to 105 today. So feeling pretty good about this one. That PanW pulls back from 207.40, the high on PanW. So ridiculous move on that one. I guess I should have held a piece for the dream, but 205 felt like the dream to me. Like that was a crazy move, $5 right off the open. So still happy with that one. That GCT also never held.
Wow, PanW.
Where is it? GCT never held that $10, so does a little quadunk action going back down. The daily chart on this one, there was basically a gap from like 875 all the way up to $12. There's really nothing in there, so I was expecting the turnaround off of $12 if there was going to be one. Probably should have gotten long when Sharif yelled this name in my face. $8.50 in the pre-market goes all the way up to 12, and I was telling Sharif, it gave you every opportunity here. These wicks are kind of nasty, but here at $9 when it broke, and then it would never print below like $8.99. So gave you every opportunity to get long at $9, and then rips all the way to $11.50 pre-market. So nice name here. Maybe we get a bounce and it starts halting. If we get this like consolidation between 9 and 9.50, and then makes very clean tops and gives you a breakout level, maybe you can break back up to $11 later on this afternoon if the algo is feeling nice to the long side, but huge move already on this GCT. And I think what's the all-time high on this one? Not too long ago, we were at $62. I imagine we must have been covering that back in August of last year, going crazy. I guess those were like HKD days. And
yeah. I remember that name, GCT.
Yeah. What do we do with this AMD? Got to find a new stop for this, as I don't want to let it go all the way back to the top again.
Is that what it's doing? Is it back to 108?
No. It's just like back over 107. Still looking good. Just got to find a different spot because I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to lose on the rest of these shares, but I'll figure that one out.
Okay. We got you on that one, Mr. Max here in the building. So, all right, let's just continue what we're doing, guys. I mean, Apple, again, same kind of trade. Everything's bouncing a little bit here. So again, that 13.36, we got to watch out for that. It is bouncing off that level right there a couple times. 13.630, sorry, not 3.6, 13.630. So a couple bounces right there. We didn't really take the opportunity to reshort, but I think right here for Apple, let's just do that. We'll take some 05s now, so we're back in this name. Hopefully we were able to get something on this back in for Apple. There's a quick little short. We are watching out for that level one more time, 172.30 this time. We'll just give it. We've been understanding that it's been strong. In a weak market, Apple's been strong, but we already saw, and I don't know what's up with it. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you guys. Apple down there at 170 earlier, it had this huge move up. So what we're trying to do is the same thing we were doing yesterday. If we find a top, I mean, this was Apple yesterday, right? So here was the top in Apple that we were shorting yesterday, 174.50s basically. So what we're trying to do today is try to figure out if there is a level here again like that today. And we don't need to do much to figure this out. We're very, very close right now to figuring out if we're wrong or not. So we'll take another position here around this is, to me, this is the kind of risk to reward that you want in a name. And it's right here, right now. We will punch out if it does take 172.30, but we're going to take a little bit more here in the teens, and then we'll just watch to see what it does. So I like this trade. It's giving us a top. We'll see if it can make it or not on that one. Google, again, some good fills down here near that 120, 121. But again, same kind of thing. Same kind of feels back for the top side. So we're in Apple. Let's let Apple settle down before we reload our Google position. So we just got another fill here on Apple, basically at the high of the day. Let's let this settle down. We're short at 09. We'll put something on the bid here around O's. If we're lucky enough to get that, I don't know at this point. But again, short 9s, looking to get out 30. So 20 cents worth of risk. We definitely have some downside pressure in this name if it can break through 172 again. So let's see if it holds these tops. This is, again, a trade that I like. Let's just see if it works. The Google reload short probably would have been better. We've already done it up here at 60. And to be quite honest with you, let's just put it up there. We're a little ways away. We'll get stopped out of our Apple before we have to deal with this Google short. So right now, let's just see if it wants to work. That's what I'm working with. Let's go back to Tesla just to have a look, because there are some people talking about that. Yeah, so the short at 180 is still right here. It only goes down as low as 179.50. I think we could get a lot lower on Tesla, obviously, today, which is already down 3%. So I would say a 181.50 right where VWAP is. That's something to get get flowing on. So we'll wait for 181.50 for me. But for I'm already dug in, Max, here into Apple. So this name is going to be basically a day kind of maker for me, especially if it goes to the upside. We'll have to get out and then regroup all these profits from the morning.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for some levels to come in here. XPEV did a tiny little bounce to like 20s, so nothing really there. What else is on my watch list today? What's Disney doing? Disney, I figured like that 90 level could be resistance on Disney today.
Disney's been a problem lately.
89.80 is the resistance today. Makes the move back into 88.80.
We're cashing on Apple.
Gives you $1 there. Market trying to make a new low, so keeps trying to wick high and then pushing back down. So yeah, people definitely scared about this debt deal still, which you gotta figure that it gets done, but apparently not. I don't know. No progress was the last update that I see here. That was 15 minutes ago, though.
Come to my screen for Apple. We just put this on at 172.15, dude. It's 171.80 right now. Downside pressure for Apple. So let's spin it, man. It's Mad Max, and it's whoever I am, and we are going to the downside right now, and we're exploding. So as me and Neil say, bloom right now. Hopefully, the market's not doing anything. I hope we go to the downside, but hey, without any further ado, the segment is happening now. Is that correct? And it's with Sharif.
Right on, Sean. Happening now, brought to you by FX View. Are you tired of high spreads and excessive commission fees eating away at your earnings? Look no further than FX View, the cost-leading broker run by traders for traders. Enjoy tight spreads of 0 pips that remain low even during peak market hours, and a low commission of only $1 per 100K with zero cost funding. So why wait? Sign up now to experience a tailored trading experience like no other using the QR code below. Check there in the bottom right corner. Let's see how markets are doing, Randy. Woo! Everything taking it on the chin. The ES down 3/4 of a point. The NQ 2/3 of a point. The Dow 0.6 to the south side. Even Toronto taking it on the chin, 1.14 to the downside. But that doesn't mean things aren't moving. Tesla, one of the big ones that is moving at the moment, selling off late in the day yesterday. Elon Musk was at the CEO Council Summit in London making pronouncements, and that's where he announced he will be having a one-on-one today with Governor DeSantis, who will be announcing his candidacy for the 2024 presidential election. Apple as well, Randy, moving here. The monster tech name is strong to start the day. Don't see a specific news catalyst, but Apple absolutely rocketing to the high side. So you see Sean on the south side of this one as it tries to stay green. And last but not least, XPEV, big miss by this Chinese EV names as its deliveries were down on the quarter year over year. This is the chart on XPEV, down and to the right. Look at this, down 11.5%. Now let's compare this to Lee, guys. Have a look at the chart on Lee. Completely the opposite, and this is what I was talking about this morning.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You did mention to me about Li Auto and how that could be a decent play for sure. So shout out to the big man at the big desk. What's up, Sharif? Okay, so, man, I just said to Max, like, I feel like we have such good trades, but I'm actually not making that much money. I mean, it's a green day. We're up and we're happy with it for sure. We're up 20% of what we made yesterday. It's 10 o'clock. We, generally, and we don't look at numbers like that, but I really feel like a lot of these calls have been fine. Like, look at this Apple high right there. FX view. Oh, I like that at the bottom there. Scan that QR code. Good job on that one, Katrine and everybody else, Brendo. Okay, so that's a nice move there for Apple back down. We were able to cash some out. Cash me outside. You know where that's from? Yeah. Okay, good.
Is her name Bad Baby? Or
Yeah, you know it's Bad Baby. You know what her name is. So right there, I don't actually know what her name is. I
she
do
has
know
an album out or something, right?
she's a mess as far as I know. I mean, my wife was telling me that she was from Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you know all about that, apparently. And you also probably know about the OnlyFans page. 107. No, the reason why. Whoa, yeah, so much. Yeah, easy, Brad. You know enough about that. No, what I was talking about, that's how she became famous. I thought that there was something about her opening up that page and then making like $1 million a day for.
On OnlyFans?
Honestly, if I Google it here, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble.
Yeah, you might get in trouble.
But I'm pretty sure there was something about that. So, hey, look, that's how I know her, and that's why I said to my wife, "Who is this?" Right there, because I don't know. You guys tell me if that's true or not. Vet that. All right, so here it comes to the downside, of course, as we keep talking about.
Yeah, we're flushing.
Yeah, we are trying to flush. So we have Apple downside. We have 50 cents in the money on Apple. We have 40 cents in the money now on Google, as we just get a nice fill there as well. We don't get that reload there, though. We are waiting for 60s, so we should probably check that out on some sort of a reload here for everything. But you were scared about your AMD trade, and what did I tell you?
Yeah, we're not scared anymore, guys. Market absolutely flushing. Finally got another fill. We're almost $1 in the money here on AMD and looking lower. So what levels can I find on my 30-minute? We talked about it before, but like 103.50 maybe. I don't know if we really flush. Yeah, NVIDIA also going back for that. What is it, 300 level?
Yep.
So it did do the bounce there at 300, which we did call that. This wick is not real. This high was like 340 or something, but 325 off the open gives you $3. So that's not a bad 1% move on an NVIDIA, but now headed back for that 300. That 300 break now, that could be interesting. Now, I might be talking myself into a trade here. If NVIDIA screams into 300, might be taking the breakdown there, depending on what this market is doing. ES now down into that 41.20 level, and NQ flirting with 13.6. Did not think I would be saying those numbers again, but here we are, market dying. I guess, like, there is real fear that we're not going to get this deal done. I didn't think that was a thing, but yeah, where do I take profit next on this?
It's a thing.
AMD. I think I'm going to take one more piece out right here, 42, if it'll just give that to me. What else did we have going on? XPEV, looking for that $8 break, so can't take breakdowns really on XPEV due to the SSR mechanic, so I don't think the $8 breakdown would be very good. Kind of holding here really nicely, double bottom on XPEV. If we do end up getting that like short squeeze kind of breakout all the way up to 830, 840, 850, then I'll be looking short, but yeah, it's kind of made the move. I do think we could get down into like 750 today, but not really that much volume, only 10 million shares. I think XPEV is like 800 million share float if I look that up, if we have that. Yeah, according to Trade Ideas, 700 mil float, so strange that this has only done 10 million of volume given it's an $8 name and these earnings were, in my opinion, so bad, but I've been very wrong about earnings reports before. That's why I'm sitting here and not at the analyst desk. You
don't want to be an analyst, dude.
I do not want to be an analyst at all. Yeah, let's look at that NVIDIA is heading to the downside, everything going down, but NVIDIA about to do a little breakdown here of this consolidation low. It has been in a bit of an uptrend on these lows, higher lows, so if we take out this one at 350, 360, then that would be a breakdown on NVIDIA, and then we will be looking lower into that 300 level. We got a long way to fall here. Potentially 298.50 was the prior high before we took out that 300 for good. Yeah, we'll see on this one. Maybe taking the breakdown. If we get a little consolidation, then we can break 300 after some people start taking some bets on this one. I think that could be a good trade. And Meta is holding up. So Meta, we talked about this one being strong, and it is strong. It held that 244, never got into the 244, so I couldn't take a trade on this. I wanted to see like the actual level, maybe even a level break, 243.80-ish, and then it's a squeeze up, but no, it just holds 244.40, 244.50, takes you all the way to 248, and now we are holding this 246 level, which I think is where we were holding yesterday. If I look over here, no, we were holding higher than that yesterday. So yeah, Meta holding below yesterday's kind of low levels of 247. I think, if we do get a bounce in the market, this is probably the candidate to make that squeeze back into that like 250 level on Meta. And did Tesla get back or stay above that? No. So Tesla gave it up. Tesla headed to the downside. I don't know where you're looking next. Probably 175 on Tesla based on how it moves. And there comes some momentum to the downside. What's the low here? 178.90. So yeah, looking pretty gross on the market right now. And that Palo Alto just holding above 203 at the moment.
We have a big earnings report today, of course, with NVIDIA. And then just to give you an update, Sharif is at his desk, and it's Miss Yellen in the building right now. Not in our building, because I thought it was 10:05. I thought it was. But anyways, it's 10:10 right now. And we're just going to pay attention to any remarks from Janet Yellen, of course, to come through and see what she's all talking about as, obviously, Treasury Secretary. So, there's going to be some sort of a talk there from Miss Yellen, I presume. Apple, again, just out some more ad view up there. Not much to really talk too much about there, but we are talking about it anyways. Apple out a little bit as we're getting a little nervous as we do head into Fed speak. So we'll wait to see if there's any, or it's not Fed, but important economic speak there. So position board is gone. Yeah, what? Oh. How long is that code up there for? We're going to get that down. Shout out to FX View as we'll get rid of that. Thank you for pointing that out. I just noticed that myself right now. So we're going to switch that off and put the position board on. So yeah, let's take a look at PAC-W. We're still in all these shorts. We're still in, the position board. There it is. Thanks, Brad. There it is. So we're still in the same shorts. Nothing new added or at all. But there goes PAC-W to the downside right now. Brad doing double duties. We're having a problem. Like, how could it ruin? Raise time? Are you even on payroll? Okay, so but yeah, he deserves a raise. I mean, look.
Charge those consulting fees.
Brad knows that I've been all about this guy for a long time. So hopefully, we definitely see his usefulness there. Shout out to Brad. Great trader, great IT guy, great switcher, and great all-around individual.
Great streamer,
too. Brad right there. You can put on that camera if you have it there, Randy. The people haven't seen Brad in a while. There he is. What's up, Brad? There he is. What's up? All right, so let's go. There's Brad. Everyone loves him, and we love him as well. So
all dressed up for golf today. Hopefully I can get Brad on my team. He's
I know that shirt.
Undefeated this year.
I know that shirt.
Undefeated.
I mean, Brad, someone that's always winning, that is Brad. Okay, so, we're winning right now too, man. Let's hit the sirens alert. We have a new position right here. It's Ford. Shout out to Momo. Shout out to everybody out there. Look, I'm short Ford, Randy, so I don't know if we want to be shouting this out too much, but this is giving Randy and I a great opportunity to buy some more. Exactly. It's down here at $11. Wow. Ford absolutely not having its best day today and not having its best week, not having its best anything. As there we go down to the downside. Nice move. We want to be short until 1150. If we break 1150, we're going to get out. But in what is a pretty sick name, we started right here at 35. Obviously, there's VWAP. There's 50, so it's a name that we like. And honestly, what is banking right now? Let's go. This ain't Sam Bankman-Fried. These are real profits. And there it comes to the downside. It's Apple, and hey man, Sharif goes, hey man, I thought it was an all-star, not rock star, but Sharif singing that song right there. 172.70, and there it is right there, man. We did it again, man. We did it again. So it's a nice move there. We're pretty proud of that trade, and it's Apple, and it is downside. So that's 70 cents in Apple. Look, I told you I'm a changed man. We're now picking positions. We're picking the best ones we can find. We're throwing, read what this says, Max. Just read the first two names.
Google 123.50 short.
No, not the prices, the names.
Apple.
Google short.
Apple short. XPEV short.
Yep, and what does it say about Pan W?
Oh yeah, Pan W 196 long. That would have been a banger.
Anyways, that would have been a banger. The point is, you had that trade. That's a fantastic trade. I hope a lot of you did as well. But it's about doing work, putting in work, finding the names that you like. And look, sometimes they'll blow up against you, man. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You guys have seen me get wrecked with a K on this show before. So it's not, you know, it's great. They're trade ideas, but it is Sticky Note Nation. And honestly, man, this is what we're proud of right here. Here's Google right here, 123.50, Apple short, Google short, and there it is. We talked about why we like the short. These prices are dramatic prices if we can get up to there, but obviously you've seen the damage that we've done here. It's 170. We put down on Apple 172. So I mean, there's 172 right now. It's at 170, 140. So good trade there. Let's see if we can keep this momentum. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, man. Ford starting to drop down. Google trying to make lows again. Look at that fill again on Google, man. You put the order out, you get the fill, and that's what it's all about. Shout out to everybody named Phil out there, and my good friend that I made through hockey. What's up to Phil?
Yeah, low of day now on NVIDIA is 308. 308. That's hard to say for some reason. So yeah, there's the wick right there. Trading back up at 301. I don't think I want to take a breakdown when there is somebody speaking because that can get offside very quickly. So going to wait on that. Hopefully we consolidate a bit and then we can be taking that breakdown in like half an hour or whatever and take this down to a 298. But yeah, Yellen is on right now. I got my Twitter open looking for highly likely to run out of sufficient cash early June. Nothing really important yet from Yellen. Amazon kind of holding up above 116, so maybe this is where I find the long finally. But I just don't know how to trade that necessarily. I liked 115. Where did we trade at yesterday? That 115.75, 115.80 was what I was talking about pre-market. So maybe if we get a dip back into here, I can get it long on Amazon, risking down to these highs here at 115.50 and try to get that push up in case we do get a bounce in the market. Not super convinced of that considering I am short right now on large cap tech, but you know, good to spread out the risk sometimes, long and short. Small caps, there's ENVB that's going. I don't know if anybody is trading this. Let us know in the chat. But ENVB makes a high up at $6.68. Pulling back now to the teal, now holding below the teal line. So maybe you get a pull back into VWAP here, 550. This is where the 50 period is. Breakout. Oh, this halted today. Interesting. Okay. So it halted up at 475. So that would be like the key over under level. If you wanted to declare this stock dead, it has to trade below that 475 halt price, in my opinion.
I think we had a call for Sharif, did we? Sorry.
All right.
All right, guys, here come the comments, the Yellen comments, fast and furious. It is highly likely that we're going to run out of sufficient cash in early June. It is hard to be precise about which day resources will run out. We maintain early June as a debt ceiling default deadline. We'll update Congress shortly about government finances.
I don't think that's news.
Yeah, is that anything special there? Yeah, I don't think so either. So we'll wait to see what's going on and what's good with that kind of comment. But shout out to Sharif and Janet Yellen there throwing down. So I did get out of some more here of Apple as it went up to through VWAP. So we took a little bit more out. We're light. Well, we're not light. We have a third of our position on. So it's still decent. I don't like this movement here. We'll get another 68 out there. We just put a bid and get filled there at 68. So you know, we'll get some more out. We want to hold now. I mean, now we're fine. We've got Google 37 cents in the money. We've got Apple now 50 cents and looking for some more. So you're already in AMD. I mean, what a great trade. Again, that's turned out to be off that 107.50. So we can look at that again. Snapchat Meta maybe as well. Snapchat not doing too much actually. Here's Snapchat. Just What was the name? Snapchat's New York, right? What was the name that we talked about was Palantir, and I said that it was probably going to be in the penalty box for a little bit, and that's exactly what's happening to Palantir, down to 1180 right now. Snapchat, okay, not much happening, so sorry about that. Was just showing up on a VWAP scanner. Palantir, okay, so again, down 5%, pretty nasty off of yesterday. We saw that high of 1350, and we were like, wow, 1350. That was quite the move off earnings, and now today, right back in, and it's actually right back into that 1180 area, which we don't mind. So there's the bounce off of 1180. Realistically, it's like 1160, 1150. If we get down there for PLTR, then yeah, let's put on a trade for Palantir back down near that downside. So 1160 or so for PLTR is something that I'm going to be looking at. So that's a name there for me to get into a new position. Apple and Google still doing its damn thing, and then Ford honestly not doing anything. I have some bids at 30 to take couple shares for 5 cents, but this is Ford, so we are going to look for a little bit more on that, but if it goes to sleep, it goes to sleep. So we're going to wait for 1150. Hopefully it can come up here on a move back up, and if there's a move up, there's other names that we'd like to get more short, so it's not necessarily just Ford Nation here.
Aura Alpha saying max GCT long $9. I can see the case for that. I'm not taking that, but yeah, I see what you're talking about here. I would want to have seen what happened down here as we do break down. So this is definitely the ultimate stop here, 78, 75 maybe you let it go to. But yeah, you want to see some size building on the bid here on this GCT above $9 to confirm a hold, and then looking for like that 950 breakout. This is what we talked about, consolidating between 9 and 950, and then you want to see this continue for a while, and then that 950 breakout back into that 10, 10, 50, $11, 12, 30, 50, 60, 90, 250, 2500 if you're HKD. We got EEIQ as well that I was looking at.
Oh man, Roblox.
This one's going for pre-market high, and this was a runner from, I don't know, last week or something. Pre-market high 340 here, so interesting breakout candidate. This EEIQ doing 20 mil shares of volume. No short interest there, but it's only a 3.5 million float, so watch out for that. That could get very spicy very quickly. Yeah, PanW also did kind of break out of its range, so did a little bit of like a consolidation grab below this, what do you call this, consolidation here. Only trades down there for 2-3 minutes, and then back above, and now we're back into that 205 area. So I'm not going to say 205 breakout on this. That doesn't make sense. We were already there, but looking like there could be a little flat top break action. I don't know if that's like a Neil term or something. I've heard that there somewhere.
If it's a Neil
before.
term, that means it's a Sharif term. So.
Yeah.
Flat top break. I think it's flat top break and flat bottom break. So there's two kinds of breaks there. Max does not have an earpiece in there, so sometimes if you hear me say, we got to throw it to Sharif, then we got to throw it to Sharif. And guess what? Now is one of those times. It's a small cap recap. It's 10:20, so let's throw it over to Sharif.
Yeah, Sean, just before we get to that, another Yellen comment here. Payment prioritization is not operationally feasible. That's with respect to the idea that government can shift funds from one section to pay others, saying that is not a feasible thing. Let's have a look. All right, guys, let's get to the chart. ENVB moving up big, 90%. ENVB. Enveric Biosciences received a notice of allowance from the USPTO with respect to one of its drugs, so it is moving up real good here, up 96%. Halted once for 5 minutes right after the bell, but has been able to stay open since. 397 low, 668 high, right off that one number there. EEIQ is the other one that's in play. This one's up 89% now. With a bottom of 223 and a top of 330. It was more of a pre-market mover right off that 5 a.m. open. Been kind of choppy as of late. The other one, though, GCT, down 21% since the open, but still up 53 points on the day. You saw Max talk about this one, 1178 high, 861 low, below VWAP now. Not a longable stock for me at the moment.
All right, so some good talks there. We are staying tuned. Yellen here. Even a run up to possible default, there will be likely substantial financial market distress. All right, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. Why? Because there's a name that's absolutely, pardon? Yeah, Helen Yellen, that's a good one right there. We'll say fail on Helen Yellen, but it's Janet Yellen, of course, Randy. See, here we go. So I got two sort of 1/3 coffees left there. We put them aside and we'll go back to our warm one right now as we go on the coffee front. But the name that we're talking about. Money. I love that woo. I love that woo from Sharif in the background there. It reminds me of Ric Flair. You watch WWE?
No, not a WWE guy myself. Never really liked that for whatever reason.
Ouch. The nature boy. We are styling and profiling right now. But no, either way, man, to be the best, you got to beat the best. That's one of his lines. And honestly, Apple, I think, is one of the best stocks to own. But today we're beating it, and it's going to the downside right now. 172. You see where we're short, man. We talked about this. 172. We gave this on the sticky note. It's a good trade so far to the downside. Another name that we're rocking with today. Google right back down to the low. This is 90 cents. Both trades 90 cents now in the money. We only have two trades on, man. Well, we have, sorry. Ford. We get a 30 fill. Okay, Ford. Right there. Now the flush is on. Janet Yellen, we are committed to not having missed payments. Okay. She's talking the book, and that's what she's supposed to do. So good job there, Janet Yellen, defending, obviously, what she's supposed to do. The Treasury, talking about missed payments. That's going to be a problem, obviously. It's just, you rely on Social Security or something like that, and then boom, you don't get your check. It's pretty ridiculous as this kind of stuff happens. I'm going to try to leave politics out of it, but, it's tough when you're sending billions of dollars to other parts of the world, and then this kind of happens to your own, on your own soil there. That's tough, man. That's real tough. But those are decisions that are made by people, obviously, that are elected officials. So, okay, nice move to the downside right now. NVIDIA is about to go. Shout out to everybody in the chat. What's up to DJ Yort? Thank you for that, NVIDIA at 300 look right now. Thank you to Sailor Moon. What's up to Shane? What's up to Rachel? What's up to Dan Emmons there saying amen. I'm not preaching for any reason. It's just how I feel. And I'm going to be here and try to be honest with you. That's the one thing that I really feel we do the best here is we show your trades. We just show you that we're just average dudes here trying to make a living and trying to put some good trades on the board, to have a life outside of trading, and the means to the end is trading. So this is what we're doing right now, putting down some money and trying to lay down some trades. So far so good on all this, and NVIDIA is bouncing on that note off that 3 bills. I'm assuming that your AMD is El Fuego as well, because Apple's lit up right now, Google's lit, and these aren't like the clubs that Prad goes to. I know they're lit as well, but down there we took 5 cents on Ford. We're out of 30%. Yeah, Prad. Thing is, if I go with Prad, then all of a sudden all the direction, all the shine fades off right there. So, okay, some nice downside moves right here. And by the way, I told everybody about the Celtics last night, whether or not they win the series or not. I'm hoping that it's more competitive and we can get to Game 7 because the Nuggets are resting and waiting in the wing. I think that's going to be a great final, no matter who makes it there. But NBA definitely been a great playoffs. Some great storylines there as well.
Yeah, I discussed this Amazon level 115.75-ish. So we wick below it, then we get back above. Some size shows up on the bid. So I get long just in case the NASDAQ does want to hold that 13.6 level. 41.20 I deem to be a decent level on ES as well. So I think if something's going to bounce, it's going to be Amazon. I like what I'm seeing on the tape. So much buying. They're not letting this one go down as the market does go down. AMD, I'm chilling on that one. This one I'm thinking of as an intraday swing at this point. I don't think I have it saved, so here we go. No more outs on this one. I got 30% left. I'm looking for, honestly, 105 on AMD on this last 30% of the trade. So I got out what I wanted to get out. Now the rest we hold. I've got to stop in above 107.30, and AMD is flushing as we speak. So looking good there. Where's my Amazon? Still hanging on to those 60s, so I'm actually not worried about Amazon, given the market is flushing and Amazon's still holding this 115.70. That's actually looking pretty good. I'm going to give this down to like the 40s, add in the 50s, and then, oh man.
NVIDIA?
I missed the NVIDIA breakdown. Messing around with this crappy Amazon hold and NVIDIA goes and breaks that 20 or 300 level. Yeah. What's that? 70 cents right away on NVIDIA. So absolutely cratering. Your target here is 288 or 298.50. Then who knows where it could get to from there. Yeah, that's a big miss for me, actually. I should have had that short. That looks pretty money. It actually is giving it to you right now. Do I want to get short NVIDIA right now?
I do.
Yeah,
I was leaving it. I was going to hear your opinion and then jump in there because it just missed me, man. I was at 95 there to get that short. So yeah, I'm with you, man. I want the short, and I think we can get it. And then I'm going to get it back to 301.50 or so. I'm not. You know, we're going to be here. We'll like I said, we'll try it. If it does come in, there's the short. We just got it right there at 85. We're waiting for some more. That was just one because I was like, oh, I missed it. So let's get a starter at 85. We're actually waiting for more at 300 at 299.95. And then I was going to hold it. I mean, VWAP's right here, not just because it's VWAP, but it's just this little jump area right there, 301.60s. So, you know, if we take that, then we're going to have to watch out for that trade. But there it is. It did pull back, Max. So now, like, look at that. Now we're all of a sudden 50 cents in the money pretty smoothly right there. Well, 30 cents. Let's see if it does break through 50s and continue the downside push, man. I mean, I'm really happy to be to give that 172 trade on Apple. We did it yesterday. It was a big one, and we're still holding. As you can see, it's coming back in. We are understanding that there is a 50 period, or sorry, the 200 period here on a 1 minute chart. And by the way, shout out again to Max, man. Everyone's talking about how we're killing the morning show, and I want to thank you for that because it takes two to make things go right, and that's good. So we're doing that. It takes two. You know the
Make
next
things
line?
go right?
Yeah, and it takes two too.
I don't know.
Something about going out of sight, something like that. Okay, so we'll wait on that one for Apple as it's coming back in. We're waiting for 170 flat, or sorry, 171 break, and then a 171 flat coming out. Google at the day's low. Obviously, we're short that one, like we talked about it. So there goes to the downside. So let's just keep on watching, man. We'll keep the singing to ourselves, but it is a downside push right now. And honestly, we're sit back, relax, and sipping on some cognac for sure. Let's go. We're gonna let Max take the wheel from here, but for right now, we're gonna go over to Sharif, get one more update. It's 10:30, and this market is doing exactly what we thought it would do for the last couple days, and so is our net. We're printing a little bit today on the short. We only have short names on the sticky note. The only long name on here, of course, Pan W, which this dude crushed. So let's go over to Sharif at the big desk.
So taking it on the chin like much of the rest of the market, Sean. BTC down 3 1/4. Let's just look at the chart. It's barely holding on to 26. Forget about 27. It gave that up. Now we're at 26.3. The idea is that Bitcoin, ETH, and the others are falling ahead of the Fed minutes and the debt ceiling issues as money flows out of these speculative assets. ETH also down 3.5 percentage points on the day, now below 1,800. Mara not faring well better, the mining name, also down 4% on the day. Likewise with its friend Riot, also barely holding on to that 10.5. Coinbase also on light volume though, 3.5% to the downside, guys.
Me and Max just talking about what's going to work and what's not going to work right now. And I was just telling him that, like, although, this NVIDIA, because he was like, oh man, that NVIDIA break was so good. I agree. It was a good break for sure. But was it, a great break? I don't know. It's only down 50 cents right now. I personally was expecting a little bit more of downside move. So if it gets going now, it gets going, and we'll be like, hell yeah on that one. But for right now, it's not doing a whole heck of a lot. So I don't, we could take a piece out. We've talked about doing that over and over again. But I do want to wait for more of a move on NVIDIA. So let's see, if it does come down. My out, I guess we can trail it. I mean, that's $300.50, the 21 period. 301.50 is really what I'm interested in. So, we're going to be short here at 3 bills. 301.50 is $1.50. We do want to average it in, see if we get better price. So if our out is going to be 150, we need to make 150. So let's just hold it. It's not a big position, which is why I'm not worried about it, but we will average it more in at 300 if we're lucky enough to get that, and then we'll just work from there. So so far so good, and we'll just wait to see what happens with this move downside. Apple, again, at its lows. I'm still fine with it. The market's not giving me any reason to get out. NVIDIA downside. Ford is, I don't know. I don't even want to. I also feel bad talking about it. It's really not doing anything. So I'm not. I don't really want to look at it. But if there's any other names that we haven't discussed, well, there's a lot. But Roblox right there. Like I said, man, we're here to entertain, but at the same time, I'm trying to find really good positions to get into. And I don't mind this Roblox 40. It's bounced off there a couple times. The real problem with it is this: it's actually strong today. So if there's a rebound, if there's any sort of a talk here about this debt ceiling or anything like that that seems to be rebounding in a positive direction, this, to me, looks like we could break. So I would watch out for maybe a 40 break on Roblox. That's just a minute chart. Here's a 5 minute. So 40 is not super great, to be honest with you. It's more like you want to get long here, 39.80 into 40 and then see what it does. There's too much here around 40 that doesn't really give me any feels. This is almost better, 40.20 break. So something to look at for Roblox if you're interested. But I like the name. I don't think it's horrible, but it's at the same time, it's not really moving too much right now. So I think we want to respect Apple breaking back down here through 171. So let's just put a bid here again at 02 just to get the fill. We've seen bounces off even dollars before. So let's see if it happens again. There's the fill at 02. Now I'm going to throw it over to Max and see what he's got on.
Yeah, really starting to like this Amazon position that I put on. We added some in here just below 115.70, really putting in a base. This wick is not real. The low here is 61, I think. So, 115.61 holding here on Amazon as everything else is flushing. So, liking the idea of this breaking this. Is that the actual high there? I don't think so. Yeah, it is. This 115.90, getting back into VWAP. Amazon super strong today on that upgrade. What was their price target? 165. I'd like to see that in the long-term account. But here we go, starting to pick up. Kind of wish I added more down here. It gave you the opportunity to add basically as much as you want at 115.69. It was printing both sides there for a while, but refused to go down. So let's see if we get this 116 break, get that trend reversal. If we take a look at 15-minute chart, trend reversal would be back over 48. I don't think so. Oh, it is. Wow. All right. So we got some. We got a ways to go for the trend reversal, but liking this double bottom hold, triple bottom hold here on Amazon, and VWAP next. What else do we got going on? I was taking a look at that Kohl's to see what happened with that. KSS New York. Perfect. I added that autocomplete thing back, which is really helping me because I always type everything on the wrong.
When I saw that yesterday, and Prad's like, "Oh, he probably doesn't have it added." I'm like, "What?" That saves us on the show, but I guess
I have it on my other computer back there. I just didn't have it on here for whatever reason. But yeah, this one gave it up. So that 22 good break to the upside gives you $1. Then 22 break to the downside gives you about $1.30. So KSS. Giving up, well, I mean, we're still up 9% on this one. So, okay, Amazon's kind of flushing here. Maybe a little false breakout action. I'm going to wait on that, leave the stop in. And Palo Alto, which is now trying to break that 205 again, as NVIDIA just flushing to 299.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
We like that. We definitely like this NVIDIA flush, man. There it is. Now $1 in the money. Well, 80 cents in the money. Let's see. It's bouncing off 299 right now. Look, Reliable Rudy, I see what you're saying about oil, man. Oil is going to the upside right now. Nice move for CL 75. We've been talking about this. We've been buying some XLEs. I mean, we talk about it. I love the oil names. I just don't trade them that much on the show. And we can have a quick look. There's only really, I mean, I think you have two choices when you're looking at oil. Two choices. There's lots of names. But active names for me that we generally will trade would be Occidental here. We obviously have the Warren Buffett buy, and then down. I think their P is like 5 or something. But Occidental, another good trade. Again, above VWAP. You have been calling it. It's just. It's a nice move for sure. If you're long in the oil names, I mean, it's been a good day for you. XOM, I think we like that at 110. Let's just have a quick look. Where are we? Yeah, so still 108, still some downside, but yeah, nicely up today for XOM. So great little look there. Yeah, that's a great call, Reliable Rudy. And anybody else down here at 107, definitely had the 21 period, have VWAP down here. That's a great call, up $1. I mean, we're up. Look, we're gonna miss. I'm gonna miss trades. Okay, but today we didn't miss much, guys. We're short down. Oh, we did, but from profit-wise, now we're up half of what we were up yesterday. So as you can see, our net is growing. It's only 1040. It's been a very, very positive day. Apple's $1.20 in the money and making lows right now. Lows from the open. Google making lows as well. We're still short that name. Ford, we might have missed this. We got out of almost everything right there at 33. So now it's breaking higher. We're going to wait for a VWAP fill there on Ford. And then, like NVIDIA's now $1 in the money. So sure, I'm going to miss some sectors here, but as far as tech, we're here and we're doing quite well on those names today. So, all right, it's 10:40 now, and yet again, another segment, and this one is called Max Sector Watch. So let's go find out. We just talked about oil. Let's go find out about some other sectors with Sharif.
Wanted to continue what you left off with there, Sean, which is the fact that oil is up 2.5% and stocks of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in the United States are at their lowest levels since 1983. That's not by accident. They've been dipping into those. So oil up. Some people here in the Twitterverse saying time to fill up your cars now. So let's have a look at what's moving. It is a decidedly red board, guys, from anywhere from financials to information services, healthcare, you name it. There's only one lone green sector, and that's energy. We just kind of touched up on that. The lone green sector in the bottom right over here. Everything else, guys, decidedly in the green. You have some, green names. Netflix lifting up media and entertainment. They're up 1.88% on the news that they will be cutting down on password sharing in the United States. A lot of people getting emails yesterday to that effect, guys. Decidedly red day.
All right, Max, the man of a million ideas, you got another one, or?
I was looking at Shopify, actually, which we were talking about pre-market, got downgraded today, doesn't go down any further. Pre-market lows here were like 57 basically. That's where we stop and go back up. So retracing that downgrade, I got to get out of Amazon here. So out of Amazon, that was a nasty one.
What's that one doing now?
Market tanking. Amazon gave up that 115 area. Anyway, so Shopify back into the levels. Where did my day chart go here? There we go. Back in these levels that we thought it could get back into. Didn't even give the bounce down to that like 55, 54 area that we were talking about, and already retracing. Probably see 60 pretty soon. Amazon got smoked there. So I'm out. A and F as well, Abercrombie and Fitch. We talked about this one pre-market, or Brendan and Sharif did a little bit. I usually don't trade names like this, but especially because only 4 million shares traded on the day. People talking about this one in the chat. Just keeps going to the upside, holding the 50 period all day, holding the teal pretty well too. Abercrombie and Fitch, good report today. Where are we? Oh, that's 15 minute. Where are we on the daily on this one? Same kind of thing as Kohl's, I think.
Yeah, VFC. Yeah, that's VF Corp.
What is that?
Pardon? Columbia. They're in. Sorry, you're asking me what they are? They're an apparel company. So VF Corp. He's just mentioning Supreme. I think it's Columbia. A few other names. New Balance. No, I don't think so. Okay, maybe, I don't know. All right, so all right, so one of our newest positions here is Ford, and I don't. We went short again on it. It just bounced up to VWAP, so we'll take a couple shares here. Pretty. Not loaded up, but we have some shares, so we'll have to watch to see what happens now with that. But for right now, it's Ford. We're in it, and I don't mind it. So let's just see what happens here with Ford possibly making that move back into like this 30 area. It's been beat up, man. We're still under VWAP. I mean, the daily chart is still pretty red here, under the 50 period, looking like it wants to go lower. So let's just stay short for it, whether or not it goes up to the upside. We're short here at 39.50, so we're halfway through. So we're in the money now, 1.5 cents. But here it is, nice pullback. Like I said, man, we do have shares on this name. So as far as being loaded up, not loaded up yet. We were going to wait for a little bit more, like 43, 44s. But we have enough shares to make some money. So if this comes back down, let's try to do that into the 30s. I do have some bids at 35, but very, very small amount of shares. So if we do get something at 35 where the 21 period is, we'll take that again. Like we took 5 cents and then we took 2 cents and then we averaged it. So we got out of 70%, but this is a slow name. I'm only bringing it up because there is some talk and some people do like, obviously, Ford. So that's what that is. NVIDIA, from a mover to another one here, we'll see if we can have some diamond hands. We've already held this $1.50 in the money. $1.30 in the money on NVIDIA. We're trying to diamond hands this thing. I think that's kind of I don't like that, like diamond hands, but it's kind of fun to have that on the show, so we'll talk a little bit about it. And I'm just trying to hold this. Now it looks like we can sort of lower it, 301. So now the risk is actually 1-to-1 as we're short now $1 in the money. And I'm going to trade this off VWAP. We talked about 301.50. Look, if it absolutely rips up, then maybe we'll look at 301.50. But for right now, we're starting to come down to the downside. They report after market. We've had that AMD short. You're still in that. I like that position when you had it. And here it is right now for NVIDIA, trying to hold that. Trying to get more short at 300 as well if we're lucky enough to do that. We'll try it. And then one last talk here, Max, before we put it back to you. Apple out. We'll get out of half of what we have left if it breaks 171.50.
The ENVB that we talked about went screaming up to $7. I was considering taking the break on this one, and then absolute, not quadunk yet. See, this is what these $6-ish names have been doing recently. We saw the one yesterday. What was it, MBOT or something like that?
Yeah.
Did this goes up, slams down, right back into range, consolidates in the range. So this one's been doing that a little bit. Goes up, slams down, holds this 580, tries to break down, goes back up, slams back down. So if this one could still hold VWAP or hold 550 or whatever, could continue going and continue chopping everyone around for the rest of the day. I still have Amazon on watch. I don't know necessarily what to do with this one. Maybe if we hold the teal here, that is at my level there, that 115.70. So maybe if we get back above this, we see some bids. I feel like this could be one of those kind of liquidity grab scenarios. People want to get the bids below this consolidation area. Then we get back above, start to trend back up. We'll see what happens with the market. I mean, we're down 1% on both markets now. So at some point there's going to be a bounce. We're kind of getting into that time of day where you do typically get a bounce. We haven't seen, any real retracement on the market yet. This is the NQ right here. Hasn't hit the 50 period all morning. So, we could definitely get a bounce here on NQ or ES back into some moving averages and then get the next potential leg down. AMD still managing that. No bids on that one, just waiting for something to happen. It's kind of just been trending down all day. I think I want to try to get long Amazon again right here at this 115.70. Don't want to get, I'm going to get long right there. See if we can get that move back up. This is the starter position. If we dip back down into 65, I'll get some more and then stop out if we start trending down. But I think this is the one that bounces if we do get the bounce, as NASDAQ does kind of start getting back above 13.6. Pretty muted so far. yeah, we'll see what happens with this position. Maybe too early to start looking for bounce plays, but yeah, I mean, I'm short big tech with AMD, so I think I can afford a little long here again on Amazon. 2 tries is all I'm giving this one. No more if I lose on this trade. Yeah, what else we got going on?
Oh, wait a second. My script failed there. Okay, we'll get a piece out. So just have to manually get this out. There's that new stop order that Neil and I always talk about, and I don't think it worked right there on Apple. So we'll just punch a piece out as it breaks above that 50 mark, and that's what we wanted to do. So nice little move back up to the upside. Nvidia's still holding, but Apple is not. I do want to give a big shout out to our stream sponsor today. You can have a look here. It's pinned at the top of our chat. It's Surge Trader. So check those guys out. See what they're all about. It's Surge Trader. Check out this link here, surgetrader.com/TTV. Check them out. If you want to get a funded account, you got to go through a few things. Check out Surge Trader as one of our primary sponsors. So shout out to that. And also, shout out to NVIDIA right now because it is trying to break lower. We have $1 now. Look, we have 3 positions that are $1. I mean, Apple's making a move back up, but that's $1. Google's $1.30 now in the money. As I was even lower than that. NVIDIA's moving downside. Ford not doing anything, unfortunately, for us. So we'll have to wait on that one. But other than that, man, it's been obviously a great day here, and we'll look to make it even greater, Max, with, Fed minutes coming through. We also have the big show coming up very soon on the midday with Arun and Sharif. That should be a killer as well. But here comes Ford. Let's go. Let's get some 35s on this fill. If we can get that, we'll be pretty happy. So right now, short on this name coming through for Ford. So let's have a quick look and see if we can get it back in. That's Ford. Nice little downside move here. Hopefully going to print for us. But that's Ford downside right now. And we're just hoping that we can get a 35 fill there. As there's the move on Apple that we talked about. We did get a piece out at 50, but it is fading back in with only 10 minutes left. Yeah. Okay, now we're getting accelerated. Let's go. Shout out to my NVIDIA posse. If you're out there on the Twitter world, let's throw some ones up. Here it is, man. Everyone's talking about NVIDIA. There's the short. There's the break of 3 bills. Hey, Max, it's 2 bills. We're in the money right now, $2 on this. We're in the money $1. Well, sorry, $1.50 on Google, $1.50 on NVIDIA, 75 cents on Apple. It's Sticky No Nation. It's Max Nation. We're lighting it up here on the midday show. I mean, it's kind of getting close to midday. They're going to light it up on the midday. It's because I got in my ear that we got to throw over to Sharif. So let's do that, or we're ready to go, Prad. It's Money Talks. We get the thumbs up. So let's go over to the big guy at the big desk.
Another day, Sean. Another good day for the U.S. dollar index. Let's see what the Dixie is up to. It's up 0.22% on the day. All the currencies down against the greenback, whether it's the euro, the loonie, the quid, the yen, they're all down, each over a third of a percent respectively. Even the ruble, which has been strong against the US dollar, down about 0.25%. ETH and BTC both weak, as we talked about during the crypto update. But guys, we have a big guest coming in today. We have Brian Shannon, the author of Anchored VWAP and a chartered market technician. He's going to be on with Brendo later in the afternoon. He's going to be talking about the Anchored VWAP. You've heard Michael Noss talk about this ad nauseum on Fridays. He had a series on this. If you want to go back and watch it, go back about a month. Every Friday he was talking about this and how he utilizes it. Can't wait to hear what Brian Shannon has to say today, guys. Well, he's coming up later in the afternoon. But let's see what's up for earnings after the close. We have a couple of important names here, I'd say. NVIDIA obviously standing out at the page. You have Snowflake, UiPath, a couple of retail names, American Eagle Outfitters, and Guess. More retail on store for tomorrow, guys. Dollar Tree, Burlington, Best Buy, and Ralph Lauren.
Don't sleep on Snowflake there, I think. I think Snowflake, obviously a big data name, and we've seen what Palantir did off earnings as well. So, yeah, let's watch out for Snowflake. I think there's a good possibility for that name to run tomorrow. Snowflake at 175, near its highs as well. So just kind of like Palantir. So I like that play for sure. I mean, I think that if there's any name on there, I mean, look, we're $2 in the money on a short for AMD, well, AMD too, great trade, on NVIDIA. But right there, Scotiabank report, and I forgot to check those guys out, but there's CIBC on the other side. Dollar Tree, I think, could be well placed for this sort of recession talk, obviously. And then Best Buy's been getting hit a lot lately as well. So I don't know. I kind of just covered them all, but guess maybe American Eagle Outfitters. I don't know. Retail names. We saw Kohl's today.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nvidia is the big boy. That's all we will really be paying attention to. Maybe UiPath. I think is the ticker Path? I believe they're getting added.
Max, I got some
to
good
the
news.
S&P or something.
What is?
Are they getting added?
UiPath?
They're getting added to something.
I don't know. That's
not S&P.
No,
not
it should, maybe
S&P.
it's
maybe
the Russell. It should be the Russell.
Yeah. They're getting added to something.
They're not even making money. They're not the S&P.
Yeah.
But Max, you and I are the number 1 and 2 in the office today.
Really?
So congratulations on that one. Were you surprised? Come on.
Wow,
I
heard some cheering in the back.
We're going to rub off on each other, dude. So that's what it's all about, teamwork, man. So just really, it's been a great couple of days here. And, Mac's going to be with us. It's hump day. So, we're halfway. It was going to be good with Brian Shannon today, some VWAP talk. And it's great to talk to somebody again who's been looking at VWAP for as long as I have, for sure. It's been an indicator of mine for 20 plus years. So we'll talk to Brian about that. Brian's going to come with that for sure. So all good on this, man. I got a couple emails coming through. Teamwork doesn't seem to work. We're definitely not teamworking these names.
No.
I don't think we've had anything the same so far. You've had Amazon, you had PanW, and then now I'm short NVIDIA and you're short AMD. Just a quick talk here. Ford did give us some love down there at 35, but that's about it. So we got out of, I don't think it was even that many shares. No. Come on, Sean. We barely got out of anything. We got out of 5% down there. We should probably get out of some more. So let's do that. If Ford prints some more 35s, we'll take that. But I am bidding some 32s and 31s. But hopefully we can get a pushback. I think Ford can give that. There it is. So I think Ford can give this to us. We'll put some 34s out there, see if we get a fill here as well. But yeah, man, so far so good. Unfortunately, we did. Now we have $1.50 on NVIDIA, $1.50 on Google, and back into the dollar gang goes Apple right now. So that's right back in there. We did get out of half of what we had left. Sketchy, questionable decision there at VWAP. Maybe should have averaged into the short again right there, but that's okay. We're short everything. We have had no longs today. Short Apple, Ford, Google, and NVIDIA, and I'm going to be rolling with those probably into the afternoon.
Yep, I got nothing going on at the moment. Just this AMD, figuring out where I want to take profit. It's just holding a downtrend right now, so
there goes Ford.
pretty simple trade here. If it breaks the downtrend, you just get out. So we're trailing this one to like 45s right now, approximately. I don't think it gets there. AMD super weak today. I think we got lots of room to the downside on this one. You look at NVIDIA's chart, which this would have been the only trade that we both had today, but I did not throw the offer back out there quick enough. NVIDIA taking out low of day, down 2.5%. AMD only down 1.8. So I think, given the look at the charts today, NVIDIA has taken out its low and gone down another $2. AMD, I'm not saying that it's taking out 105 and going to 103, but I think we can at least get to low of day on AMD. So holding that one for that dream, which is not even much of a dream. That's a pretty reasonable dream for me. That Amazon did not work, so done with that one. Kohl's holding the bottoms. PanW still holding that 205 to the upside. So great trade there, but refusing to continue on PanW. We got a little flat top breakout as per Sharif, potentially brewing here above like 205.20-ish, higher lows on the 1 minute chart here. So maybe this one's ready to push. The fact that the market has only gone down today and PanW has only gone up is pretty bullish for this name if we do get a bounce in the market today. PanW, maybe we see like 208, 209. I don't know. Maybe that's too hopeful for the longs. Kind of wish I had a piece left on this one just for the that dream kind of trend up scenario. But we'll see. Maybe we get back in on a dip later on today. Not a whole lot of volume going off anymore. Only 8 million traded, and most of it done right here while I was long. So yeah, good trade there. NASDAQ making a bit of a bounce. we talked about the NASDAQ maybe making a bounce to the 50 period or some kind of trend line, or what do you call them, moving averages. Just barely gets to the 50 period and then turns around. So ultra weak today on NASDAQ, no bounce in sight. Maybe we get one with Sharif and Arun on the midday show. Not looking super bullish at the moment, though, that's for sure. I mean, if they announce that they make a deal today, like, does this just fly straight to the upside and like
Goes the other way.
it goes the other way?
Yeah. I think it's gonna be negative, man. I'm not positive about any of this stuff. No, I'm talking about a deal in general. I'm not overly positive about a deal happening. So, and I'm not even just that. I'm not positive on anything coming through today. And even if it does come through, I'm not certain where we're going to go with that. So let's just wait. I always feel like if there's anything announced, Max, it just gives an opportunity for people to hate on it. So that's the other thing. Like, hey, the deal was reached, but what did we have to give up?
Yeah.
You know, so I can just sort of see that being more the rhetoric where we're at with that. So let's just wait. I mean, I don't want to throw shade on the idea that, something bad's going to happen if that deal does come through. But I really feel like, there is going to be something about that. So let's wait for that deal to come out. And then as you can hear, I'm a little bearish anyways, but that just goes, and part of it is talking up my book. I mean, look at the positions we have on right now. We're dollars in the money on 3 of these shorts, and we're pretty happy about it. So I'm a little biased on that front. I know you lost on that Amazon, and we're not going to go perfect, but I think that 15, we've talked about this 15 a couple times, and there it is right there today, 115, and here it is coming in. So, came into 115 again, 115.20. That's a possible buy zone for sure down here for Amazon. So if there's any longs we like, I don't want to speak for you, but I think you like it as well. I may get out of NVIDIA. I mean, we're already $1.70 in the money, and if it does go back up to the upside, we just bounced off 298 clean. So what about taking something out if we break that? It's 299 right there. We've got that 21 period just like right here, right now at 75. So I think a break of 80 and we could probably get out here. We have all the other shorts on. If it does retrace back to VWAP, maybe there's something there. Forget it. We're just going to hold it. Let's just hold on right now to this name. Because you know what, Max? If we get rid of it, then you're out. It's not a strike 3 situation or anything like that, but you are out if you get out. So that's a play there that I'm not really, let's hold it. We will reload this back up here near 3 bills. It's too bad because we had a little more shares waiting at 95 there. It only went to 92 or else we'd really be jamming. But we're going to wait for 301 VWAP break on this name, and that's that. So Ford came back, which was pretty good, man. Back down here to 33. So all is well as we're getting ready to go. Oh no, where's Arun? It's Obi. Is Obi doing the midday?
Uh-oh.
Why? Oh, Arun's over there. We had computer problems. I was like, okay, I hope Arun, he's still feeling well. Okay, he's over there. All right, it's Obi. It's midday. Are we ready yet? I can delay. I've done this before. Okay, so we'll wait. We'll wait, Max. We're getting locked and loaded here. So
someone asked me to take a look at Netflix. So
sure, let's do it.
We can do that. Netflix. Good trend up today from 355. I don't know if there was news or whatever, but Netflix up 1.6 with the market down. I should probably check if there's news on Netflix here. News, look at trade ideas. What's coming to Netflix? Oh yeah, they had the password sharing thing, so that's what people are excited about today, I guess. I don't like Netflix until we either break out of this range at 380 or we get back down below 350. I think like 350 is that really, really key price for Netflix, and then 380 breakout. Are we good to go yet, Prad? Good to go. So over to
hey, man, you
midday.
kill it. No, you send it over, man. You're.
Go, Max. Oh, we're already? Welcome to the Midday Show, beautiful people. I didn't know we were on, but now we're on. That's Obi. I'm Sharif. Arun, we have technical difficulties on the computer, so we will get to that. Let's look at what's moving, though. What a down day it has been on the market, whether we've been talking about the ES or the NQ. They've been both performing downward, I guess what I'm trying to say. I'm lost for words here. Yeah, 1.14% down on the NQ and 0.97% on the ES, floating in at that 1%. We talked about some levels this morning with respect to the ES, and haven't had an opportunity to look at the NQ quite yet, but we were talking about that 4100. Let's zoom in here. Let's bring in the 15-minute chart. There we go. The 15 ain't going to cut it, baby. We're going to have to go to the half. Is the half going to cut it? Yes, it is. Okay, so this is the level that I was looking at here. The 40, we've got to zoom out even more. Hourly. There we go. Yes, this 41.25 to 4100. Look how many times we danced around this as a support level when we were hovering above 4100, dancing between that 4175 and 4100 between, you know, May 5th to around May 17th before we had that eventual breakout above 4175 to test and break above 4200. So this looks like a good support level. We didn't really get to 4100 on any of these dips here in early May. The last time we were down at 4100, has to be said, was early May. May 5th was the last time we were down here. So the level for me is 41.25, you know, to 4110. If we really touch 4100 here, it would be interesting. We haven't been at this level since May. Let's see how we trade down here. Looks like there's a good base with which to work. It's a multiple day base, but it is somewhat loose, you have to say. It's about 10-point range in and around this area. So we shall see what the ES brings today. There's no question. It's been a down day. Sean and Max were all over those shorts early on. I think even to be fair to Sean, he sat down. He's like, I'm bearish as hell today. So he acted on it. Good for him. Good trades from the guys. Max, some solid trades. Hopefully we can kind of replicate that on the midday show. I haven't traded, obviously, as you guys know, quite yet. Looking, scouting, seeing what's up. I see a Netflix VWAP dip, which is interesting. It's flirting with that 62, 61 area. I want to see how it trades around here. I'm talking about Netflix because it had a bit of a catalyst this morning with respect to password sharing. That's old news for us Canadians who've been dealing with that for a little while. It's not old news to Americans. It's kind of just been implemented. Y'all knew it was coming. See how I used y'all there when I referred to Americans? You like that?
Yeah.
Like that? We're just kidding, guys. But yeah, Netflix having a good day, especially when you compare it to the overall market, Obi.
You still haven't taken any trades.
None
You're still
yet.
waiting for. What are you waiting for?
At the big desk, I don't trade.
Okay,
haven't set
right.
up my big desk trading setup yet. Hopefully coming soon. TBA. How about you take us through some of yours?
Yeah, sure. You want to take a guess at what I might have traded today?
Let me guess. Amazon.
You already know. All right.
The Amazonian.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I like the price action on it today. I kind of missed the long. If we can go to my screen here, long out the open. I think that 115 held pretty well. I hesitated for a bit, and it was off to the races. So I was like, all right, well, I missed the trade on the long. Yeah, pretty big FOMO, $1.50 that it moved, but then I started shorting kind of close to these pre-market highs and into the slowdown of the price action. Kind of took it down, covered everything, but then I chased it even more on this consolidation break, and now that's all I've done so far. I kind of didn't like how the bidders are stepping up again on top of the 115, so I covered everything there. And yeah, now I'm just waiting, reassessing, seeing if there are any other opportunities that would be at play. Now I know I missed a couple of trades on. I think the NVIDIA 300 was great. We were looking at that for some direction.
Well, I mean, they're reporting after the bell today.
They have earnings today. Yeah, they have earnings today. So I think in anticipation of NVIDIA earnings, we might get some nice volatility. Maybe some profit taking because NVIDIA's been on a run, right?
Yeah.
If you see NVIDIA,
and it has to be mentioned, in the days after the earnings, we're going to see a lot of repositioning,
right?
With respect to positions by big money, and this is something that Michael Noss has talked about with his days at hedge funds, and he says, you know, they go through committees and decision-making processes, and then the new information released is acted upon, and that happens in the ensuing days. So there's usually, if it's a good report, you see, buying or selling, whatever it is, in the ensuing days, and you can ride that wave, baby.
Yeah, for sure. The NVIDIA run has been pretty crazy, right? Like some profit taking, rebalancing, and everything. Yeah, definitely that's going to be taking place here. Let me pull up this chart here for NVIDIA day chart. Let me get rid of this line here. Let's see. Actually, there you go. All right, so let's see. Clean picture of the day chart. We've been running up. Now let me pull up the weekly here. Like, look at this run up, straight into earnings, right? How many red weeks have we had on NVIDIA since that AI news? 1, 2, 3, 4. I can count them on both my hands. All right. So it's like this thing's been running for a while. We pushed to 300. We haven't made it to all-time high yet.
No.
But off today's earnings, I think we may see some volatility, and I think that high is definitely in range, or we might even pull back to some of these supports later today. I'm keeping an open mind and being unbiased. How about you? What are you looking at for like a fundamental approach to
with NVIDIA?
Earnings? Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm looking for specifically with NVIDIA is how the new revenue sources are adding up on the balance sheet. We know a lot about all these new sources that they're trying to incorporate into their business model. They want to rent out their GPUs to companies who want to train their data on large language models. So they don't actually have to permanently buy the infrastructure. It's on a rental basis. We see them doing things with quantum computing. We saw that headline with Rolls-Royce. There is just so many parallels that are running and so many revenue streams. And I think Jensen Huang runs the hell out of this company. It just seems to be something about it that he keeps delivering. Whether it's Bitcoin and mining or whether it's AI, they just seem to be riding waves after waves. So let's see what new revenue streams are coming in. That's what I'm looking for and how they play it on the balance sheet.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can definitely anticipate coming in. I think how often do you listen in or like read through the conference that goes on?
Depends.
Depends on the company, obviously.
Like the Meta one, obviously, because I was swinging it. I was very involved, listening to I would listen to the Snap one as well, listen to Google's because I wanted to see what digital assets were doing. That was really important to me. So if I'm invested, I'm very interested. If I'm not, I'm a spectator.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Nice. Tell us in the chat what you guys are looking at today to look for a trade. Now I'm watching ES and NQ. They've been coming down. I'm looking at them for some direction.
Before we get to that though, there is a very pressing question here in the chat.
Yes.
By Dap Peters. I wonder if Obi drinks IPAs. And I know that you like beer. I mean, you've been to a bunch of grad parties. Yeah. You're an IPA guy?
I don't know. I like my let's say darker.
Okay. Oh, you are a Guinness guy. Yeah, I remember you.
I don't know too much about Guinness, but like a nice Rickard's Red.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Because we always seem to have Guinness in the back off in the kitchen.
I think some of the guys are big fans of Guinness. Yes, that's
I know. Okay. Obi not old enough to drink. Yo, calm down, man. All right,
How old do you guys think I am, man?
OBB drinking. All right, let's talk some stocks here because I see ENVB, our dear friend ENVB, is making moves. So it's time to start looking at it, man. All right, let's get to it here, baby. ENVB, it's an NQ stock. What's the spread looking like? 5 pennies. No? It's spreading like 5, 6 pennies. Okay, so what's the volume on our friend ENVB? We've done 46 million shares. I don't know what the average volume here for some reason is. Let's go into trade ideas. Shout out to Michael Noss and his crew, ENVB. We have a float of 533 million, larger, but the short float, oh baby, 25%.
Oh, wow, that's
nice.
I
like that.
That's juicy, man.
No, that's
anything
wrong.
above like 15,
that's
20%, I think that's always...
It didn't type it right.
Okay.
Sorry. Got to restate that whole thing.
Oh, man.
Float,
wrong company.
1.86 million. Short float, negligible, 1.58%. It popped up the wrong one. So we have a micro float, ENVB, 1.86 million share float. So let's keep an eye for squeezes that possibly here. Now, we held VWAP and we've been dancing with 6, no question about that. On my chart, VWAP is 575. Look, the range on the candles is really wide. What does that tell you? That means you have to have a high risk tolerance with respect to spreads on this one because the range is wide. So meaning that your stop can't be tight, okay? 580 seems to really present itself here as an obvious level. We've held that a number of times. It could be that or the 50 period. I think the 50 period here on the 1 minute chart presents a good dip opportunity. It's 3 times now presented that opportunity. You wonder if your luck's run out a little bit on this one. 6 and the 50 period, maybe 580 in and around this area. The good news is, though, if you're looking long, it's a series of higher lows, not necessarily higher highs, and you've also been encountered with the specialist breakout problem, meaning that you make a new high and you immediately flush down. That's happened once, twice, 3 times, both to very devastating effects. Sold, says Sean. Yeah, look at that. 680 breakout, and then you huadunk right back down to 580, all in 1 minute candle. So you really need a dollar range on this.
A bit of a range play there going on.
It is.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So this one, you know, it's coiling up to break out, and we've talked about this a lot about the midday on the midday show. Where in the small cap cycle we are, I would posit we're still in the up cycle of the small cap cycle, meaning we're still more bound to break upward than we are to, you know, take the first or second breakout south. You know what I mean? We're holding up above VWAP here. You're making a series of higher lows. I know I'm talking a lot.
No, you're good. I'm listening, man.
About one
I'm taking
issue.
that in.
Yeah, this is what I'm seeing here. So if I can get in the lower end of the range and then give it to 580 with my ultimate out, that would be my play. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to sit in the lower end on the 50 period. I'm going to try to get in on the 50 period, meaning that I will be adjusting my orders as they go. Now, I may miss the trade by doing it this way, okay? By waiting for a dip trade, I may miss the trade, and that's part of the plan. So we're going to sit here at 619. We're going to try to front run the 50 period here. We're going to go in with some decent sizage. We're going to sit at, and it's just as I say that, it starts going, Obi. We're going to sit at 618. That front runs the 50 period, which on my chart is at 612. The out, the break of 580. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
All right, sounds like a good plan. A veer up in Super Chat. Thank you. Y'all should go public in OTC. $TTV growing strong. I mean, yeah. If we did like an IPO or something, you know, would you guys support us? Let us know in the chat. They're saying we should go public on OTC.
We got it. Sean wants to go.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Because he agrees. Yeah. So what does he say to that? Yeah, hey, we'll go public. I've seen much less go public, OB.
Much
less.
What's the craziest company that you've seen go public?
I'm not going to call anybody out by name, but I'll give a little story.
By ticker. Call them out by ticker.
No, I won't do that. I won't do that. But they were a guest on the show before I worked here. It was a friend of mine, and I knew him from high school. And now he's running a company, and it's interesting. So I'll just leave it at that.
I mean, you have to remember, like, what is it like?
I don't even want to say what industry it's in because it's going to narrow it down.
All right.
Yeah.
What is it like? It's like 60 or 70% of all like companies that IPO kind of like delist eventually, something like that,
Yeah,
right? So I'm like, you know, let him.
A great story, says Derek. Says, sorry, I mean, as I was telling the story, I'm like, okay, so if I say this piece of information, you're gonna know it's this person. So, you know, I didn't really think it through. Sorry for the uneventful, anticlimactic story. I do apologize.
They were like, best story.
Yeah, great story.
Yeah.
Tesla broke VWAP. Tesla is curling here a little bit. It also took 180. Finding a bit of a bottom, you have to say about 178.50. Technically, the low on the day is 178.22, but it is showing some strength. High on the day, 182.94. That gives you more than $2 possibly to the upside. In fact, the close on our French Tesla yesterday was 185.82. That's yesterday's close, far removed from where we're at right now, which is 180.5. So our friend Tesla showing some possible signs of curling here, but we're seeing that on multiple different names. Meta's curling, Google's curling, Amazon is curling, and you're even getting a curl on Microsoft. Not so for Apple though. Not curling at the moment, but has to be said, holding that 171 level. Yesterday's close on Apple, 171.5. So we're below key resistance area for me anyway. That's how I kind of chart.
People in the chat talking about RETA. Have you covered this one today or? Rita, yeah. It's moving up. I don't know if there's any news. Earnings? No, I don't think it's earnings, is it? Yeah, I don't see a direct news on this. Yeah, RETA. Do you see any news on your trade ideas there?
It's usually pretty bad. So we're talking about right up from
gapping up above some weekly levels from last week. Kind of has a push. RVol is definitely
Goldman
there.
Sachs buy rating on Reddit.
Is it an upgrade?
Morning, yeah.
Okay, so they got an upgrade this morning, and it's getting some volume off of that. Nice. Nice look here. Just I think that 85 hold might have been nice.
Reddit
82
is my
break.
cat's name.
Yeah. My cat's name is Nina.
You have a cat? I didn't know that.
I have.
Nina?
Yeah.
That's nice.
I have two cats.
Okay.
Nina and Anna.
Nice.
Yeah,
I like that. Nina and Anna.
Coca and Nina.
Okay. Proudly.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Definitely. Do you have any pets?
Yeah, I have two Frenchies.
Nice.
Betty and Veronica. I did not name them. I just want to make that very
So
clear.
what do you
I
what do you
acquired
call
those
them,
names.
Call them by.
Betty and Veronica. I didn't actually name
Okay,
them.
that's what you.
Of course. On my Insta, I took some stuff off. I'll have to look. Yeah, but I think I did. Yeah. My girls. They're lazy dogs. I'll just put it that way, bro. They're lazy dogs.
I mean, you're talking about lazy. Don't get me started about. Don't get me started about cats. Cats are the epitome of lazy.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, for dogs, they're very unusual because you take a dog out for a walk and they're usually like quite energetic and they want to go. Like they get tired after a bit. It's like, what kind of a dog gets tired on a walk? And like I walk them a lot. They're not out of shape. They're lazy, bro.
I find that the best kind of cats are like the ones that kind of grew up with dogs. The younger cat that I have, she grew up with a dog before we adopted her. Mm-hmm. She pretty much acts like a dog. Like she'll fetch, like she'll run around. She always wants to play. She's always following you around. And I'm like, when a cat starts behaving like that, I was like, it's like you have like this apex predator that's behaving like a man's best friend.
I like it.
Yeah. What do you mean? Cats come from apex. That's the lineage.
Oh,
yeah, of course, it's the lineage.
No question. Every
everything
cat
is there.
has crazy
cat-like reflexes, right? Where does that come from?
I don't trust cats, man.
Apex
I don't want to
predators.
get into the whole thing there with the chat about cat, dog, and cat, and I don't mean to start all that, but I'm a dog guy. That's all. I'll just leave it at that. We are forming a bit of a base here on the ES. It has to be said here at 4120. Let's see if we hold these levels or it's just a momentary pause in what's been a very downward day. We're getting a concurrent curl on the NQ, curling back into 13.6. So let's just see how we trade around here. I think it's being supported somewhat by the curl we're seeing in some of these big tech names. Chief among them, Tesla, breaking through 180.50, really looking to test that 181. Let's get to the chart on our friend Tesla. Why is this one not up? Okay, that's definitely not Tesla.
Yeah.
Okay, so the wick there doing a disservice, but if we zoom in there, you can see it a little bit better. 178.5, a bit of a bottom. You could say, that break of 180 was, you could have taken the break of 180 there, was a bit of a top during that range there. It's taking it now. Excuse me. I had to I had to mute my mic there. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye and see how Tesla's doing. I'm not really ready to punch into anything, but Apple also looking weak at the same time, though. Really forming another low there at that 171. It really wants to break 171. It looks like a series of lower highs on this descent into 171. It's been holding it as a base, it has to be said. We are below VWAP. Apple was a strong name at the open. It was red to start the day, went green, albeit momentarily, touched 172.25, and it's been downward since. Now, let's see how we trade at 171. Does this 171 base form, the foundation for a curl on the futures here? Like if this 171 holds and we retrace, do we get a market move? You're seeing it on Tesla. Do we see it on Apple? I'm not jumping in anything quite yet. Let's just see how these equities trade in relation to each other and how the market trades. I'm going to sit on my hands for now.
Yeah, it's definitely, we're still kind of in this range, not really any direction. But yeah, the futures look like they are somewhat catching a bid here. We've got a couple green 15 minutes in a row. But yeah, nothing too convincing of like a break of trend, I would say. I don't think we've necessarily broken the intraday trend. But yeah, definitely heavy selling on the day. And now I'm just like you. I'm just waiting.
Yeah.
I've realized that like not a lot of places and prices are necessarily like worth my time.
Yeah.
And I think I gotta learn to stay disciplined and really only take like certain types of price action or like prices or setups that I'm comfortable with at the same time. So.
Feel you.
I don't really necessarily see anything too crazy going on, but yeah, if we can get like a convincing move on any of the large caps, a key level test, like I know, let's pull up NVIDIA again.
Yep.
NVIDIA is still holding this 300, right? So I know this 300 is somewhat of a key area when you look left, somewhat of an area of interest, and we did come into it pretty rapidly. So I'm looking for whether we push off or hold above or below this 300 on NVIDIA. And I think Google as well I'm keeping an eye on, as it's been one of the market leaders as of recent with its crazy price action. As you can see, last week we've had some crazy drives out the open.
There goes the ES, man.
What's that?
Here goes the ES.
Yeah, so really starting to come in there, that bid on the ES. But yeah, no. Let's see if some of this future moves gives fuel to some of these caps and really pulls them away from these key levels that I'm looking at.
Yeah, that 171 bottom on Apple held like a glove for now. Look at that big wick up on. I don't know why I'm getting these wicks here. Let's use this chart on Apple here. Look at this. Now looking to come into yesterday's close, 171.57 on my chart. We're flying up on Apple here as it holds 170, and now we're knocking on the door of the $0.50. Good move here on Apple for those who took that 171. You know, for a second there, it really looked like it was going to be a flat bottom break, but Apple bamboozles us again, throwing mixed signals. Good hold on Apple and good curl up on these markets. 41.32 VWAP on the ES on my chart. The ES right now looking strong. So is the NQ, man. 13.6 comes and goes on the NQ. I want to get to this one real quick, Obi. Square showing up here on my scanner as a stock that just went green, started the day red, decidedly held 60. Beauty here on Square. Now knocking on the door of 62, up 0.5%. Not a name that I can really attribute any headline to, but it's a lone green name in my fintech watch list with its friend Upstart. Upstart also up on the day, 0.75 percentage point. Square at highs, Upstart at highs. Keep your eyes on those. Don't know really why those fintech names are moving. 62 coming in here hot and heavy on Square. ENVB, this is the small cap capper that I had my dip trade set up on the 50 period on the one. Haven't been filled yet. We've been holding the 50 period. There have been dips, but there haven't been any aggressive enough dips to get me back to the 50 period. I've been moving my buy order, my resting buy order, to coincide with the inclination on the 50. It hasn't been stagnant. I've been constantly changing this one as we curl up, but I feel like I'm missing out on this market move, man. As we break through 41.30 here on the ES, looking to retrace into VWAP, which on my chart is 41.32. Some good market strength coming in here. Apple also knocking on the door of that 171.50 yesterday's close.
Yeah, this is a wild move. This 15-minute candle literally just wiped out, what is this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles looking back. That's more than an hour's worth of price action that we just wiped, and we're still going strong. Like look at this teleportation on the ES. Like we're jumping points here on this. And now I was watching this 116 on Amazon just to see if these sellers that were there before kind of came back in. But the thing is, like, it's always difficult to kind of like gauge the tug of war between like buyers and sellers around like key areas. And
it was a good area. It was a good build-up area. We talked about 4120. There was a lot of interactions between buyers and sellers there, and you could feel something was about to shift.
Yeah, the bidders were kind of stepping up, and now it's really pushing, right? So
now we're
maybe
on
a bit of a
baby.
cover, some covers coming in potentially. But yeah, no, like if Amazon kind of pushes out this range, because the reason I covered here in the 1520s was the bidders started to kind of firm up, and as you can see out the open, this bidder's on top of 115. Now when they firm up above 115, that's technically like a higher low. And that was a reason to get out of my short. But looking back, that was a great reason to buy regardless, short or long, right? So I'm kind of watching that. I know I missed that kind of trade there. I took half of it, I covered it, but I didn't switch to the buy off of those bidders kind of firming up. Now we can see the follow through coming in with this market strength kind of facilitating this move here. On Amazon. Now let's see if we can get back to these tops. We know that there was heavy selling in the morning. Whether those sellers come back or not, I have no idea. But yeah, I'll be waiting and I'll be watching and waiting to see if there's any sort of like high probability action that I can take a piece off of on Amazon with this great market move that we're seeing here. What's going on?
All right, Search Trader. I just want to give you guys a shout out. Because you are a stream sponsor, and thank you very much for being that. By the way, it was pinned earlier in the chat. SurgeTrader.com, guys. They give you an opportunity to trade some of their prop money, much like we do here, and you keep a significant percentage of the profit. So check out SurgeTrader.com, guys. What's up?
Check out Woof.
Woof.
Randy's telling us to check
Woof.edu.
out
Randy,
Woof.
you're going to get me in trouble. I hope I didn't endorse anything here. Woof.edu says Randy. That was on
NQ,
Randy,
not
guys.
NQ.
NQ.
Not NQ.
We just got a rejection here off VWAP on the NQ. On the NQ, the VWAP was 13,637. We just touched that. And I don't want to say Khwadunk because Neil gets upset when I use Khwadunk incorrectly because apparently, Neil now is defining my words, but it's all good with that. 13,637 is where we touched. Now we basically move right back down to the breakout point here on the previous 5-minute candle. Let's see if we hold 13.6. I mean, yeah, it's not what you want to see,
that wick
obviously.
back down, kind of crazy on.
We had that 170-150 break through Apple, which was yesterday's close, the resistance level we've been talking about. It wicked above it, now wicked below. But yeah, who knows? Let's just see how we trade. Just one candle. Let's see if we get continuation or not. No judgments there. ENVB, I continue to sit at the 50 period and haven't been getting filled, but this has been making higher highs, making me wonder, do I just get in a little bit higher? But I'm going to stick to this plan. I've already started it. So we're going to sit here now as we move up with the 50 period. We're going to sit at 29. So let's go ahead here and plug in our shares at 29s. So we'll sit there, front running the level at the 50 period. We'll see. Vanny, careful. Keyboards are known to fly on set at Sean. He gave me a head shake there. Yeah, that is one of the all-time great segments on the show. Sean's the real deal, guys.
Yeah, I got to go back and rewatch that. It's one of the highlights of the year, or what?
Yeah, we're getting a bit of a retracement, even though we rejected the VWAP level on both the ES and the NQ. Some more buying coming in, so market volatility to be expected, I guess. I'll be right.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, again, we talked about how NVIDIA has earnings today and some like we've been running for a while, so potential pullbacks, some covers maybe. I have no idea what I'm talking about half the time, but let's see what this action really brings in. Now, shout out to Randy for bringing up Woof. We were talking about pets earlier. These guys had earnings today. Good look, like a nice bounce off the 750. Have you guys been trading this name? These guys do pet health and wellness, and they had earnings this morning. So maybe not that great earnings because they've been traded
Is this
down.
kind of like Ryan Cohen's Chewy?
I have no idea.
Is it similar to
I
Chewy?
have no idea. Here, engages in the provision of pet health and wellness services
it's kind of like
across
Chewy.
U.S., Mexico, and Puerto Rico.
Okay.
So yeah, worldwide.
Chewy's a retailer, though.
Okay,
for
Chewy's
pets,
retailer. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just go to Petco by my house, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
know
yeah,
what? It's by my house. They give me like it's a mom and pop shop. It's a franchise technically, but it's individually owned, so it's very mom and pop. You know, they get me the duck and potato. That my girls only eat duck and potato, bro.
Okay.
All right.
Got a specific diet.
Duck and potato, and there's a particular brand. Otherwise, Betty gets upset, and it's
Yeah.
not a good scene in the house. So.
That's
I'm
a
kidding. This
tough
is all
one.
tongue-in-cheek, guys. But no, they only do eat duck and potato. Yeah, no, but like there wouldn't be a bad scene in the house. She's not gonna throw a fit. She's a dog, right? But ENVB's breaking out here, Ob. We just touched up 75 again, and here comes the rejection. Here comes the dance with the $0.50. A lot of volatility, a lot of volume supporting this move, and there we go again to $0.75. So that gets bought up. Do we break 689 high? We've been accumulating. There's been a series of higher lows on ENVB. Is there bamboozlement like there's been on 3 prior occasions where we make a new high and we immediately huadunk? I'm sitting there on the 50 period on the 1 waiting for maybe that rejection, and I want to get the bottom end of this range. I am not interested in a breakout trade on this. I am sorry. Akash. $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you very much, Akash. Pizza Friday. This is for the dip, baby.
The dips.
Thank you very much for that,
Can't eat
Akash.
pizza without the dip.
No,
Thank
no
you,
question
Akash.
about it. Even though, you know.
What's your favorite kind of pizza?
Oh, that's a tough one. Everything with with lots of protein. You want to put pepperoni, ground beef, chicken.
All
I
the
am
meat?
game.
So you're like a meat lover's pizza guy.
And there's lots of protein and cheese too.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, throw the cheese on there. There goes the high of day on ENVB, and there comes the rejection. Here it comes. It's fast and furious. It's predictable. It's happened 3 times before. This is the 4th, and I don't get filled, funny enough. I'm sitting too far down. Price action is just too fast and furious, so I'm going to have to remove that order. Let's move up our order again, but we may have missed this altogether. Yeah, sad. That's all right. Let's sit here in the high 30s, OB, because that's going to front run the 50 period. I'm still looking for that 50 period. We make a new high, though, on ENVB, but the bamboozlement is there. The algo movement is there. It is a micro float, guys, so be careful. What about pineapple pizza? I mean, I can't say that on this stream because Neil might find it.
Permaban.
Yeah, I'll get permaban, and I'll have to find another job.
You're saying there's protein in pineapple.
Right? Yeah,
That's
is there
funny.
protein? It's mostly sugar, bro. Pineapple is good for you, Bradley.
for sure.
Bradley,
Pineapple's
yeah,
great.
Of course it is.
I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind it on pizza that much, but like if I was choosing, that wouldn't necessarily be my go-to topping. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. It's more protein, cheese, and I need sauce. Like, so you got to throw a lot of tomato sauce.
You gotta
on
have
there.
the sauce.
Yeah. If you
gotta
don't have the sauce, you use the dip.
Yeah.
It's fine.
If you don't
know
got
what I
the
mean?
sauce, you might be a little lost.
No, but you can use the
No?
dip, right? Like that's what it. You're just making up stuff now.
No.
All right,
I think
guys.
a wise man once said something along the lines of that.
What's the Lambo trade, says Ponzi Fonzie. Ponzi wants multiple Lambo trades per week. He wants a fleet of cars like Floyd Mayweather. You can show him off. You got Bugattis. What did Ronaldo got? He got the new Bugatti? You didn't hear about what Ronaldo got?
I don't know. With that, isn't he the guy who got that $400 million deal, or is that somebody else?
Messi,
okay.
is slated to get one. Ronaldo got one. Ronaldo's already
Okay,
paid up
yeah,
in
you can
Saudi
get
Arabia.
a few cars with that kind of paycheck, right?
Yeah.
Stack up the garage.
No question about that.
Yeah,
Ronaldo,
kinda
and
like
by the
these
way,
bidders are stacking
there's
up on this
a
action.
documentary on Netflix now. It's about his girlfriend, Georgina Rodriguez, and it's in Spanish, so you have to read the subtitles, which I find annoying. Right, Ronaldo speaks English. Why doesn't Ronaldo speak a little English in the damn thing? I know she doesn't speak English that well, but maybe I'm being mean here, but anyway, I just don't want to read subtitles, guys. But yeah, it's an interesting look into their life, especially. So
Yeah,
I've been watching.
those kind of these guys are really trying to take over the soccer scene with that new league. I've heard like they're just buying up the players. But it kind of makes sense. They're
Saudi
spending
league?
ridiculous amounts of money to kind of bring in the volume towards their league, and people are like, oh, that's way too much money. But I feel like that's kind of a cost of business. If you're starting up a new league, you get some of the best players, give them ridiculous amounts of money, and over time, yeah, sure, you're probably going to make that back because soccer is a huge, huge business.
Yeah, I don't know. I got to tell you the truth. I don't see the Saudi league becoming like a major league.
Right.
I see
They're
MLS.
definitely trying, though.
Yeah, they're definitely trying. I think they do it more for novelty purposes. I think the majority of their players are homegrown, and maybe from like the other parts of the Arab world and Africa, but they don't really like. They're not really like an import league, much like the Premier League is. You know, so I think they do it more for novelty. Good on them. They grow their brand. Good for them. No disrespect there. I think what's gonna grow is MLS. I think that's where the next. They got they got a deal with Apple. Thanks for that, Sean. They got the deal with Apple TV, so that's money right there. I mean, we watch it here. You used to watch it on TSN. It's no longer on TSN because you got to ante up for the Apple TV subscription, which I do not have. So I will not be watching that. All right, guys. We're still dancing with ENVB here. I'm keeping my eye on that. The market did reject, for the moment, the VWAP retracement on the NQ as well as the ES. The ES is curling right back down into that 41.20 again. 41.17, technically the low. 13.566, the low on the NQ. We're not retracing as aggressively, it has to be said, though, on the NQ as we are on the ES. So tech standing up again. I'm seeing some strength here in Meta and Amazon that are both curling to the high side. You're seeing also some good strength in Tesla that's still holding above VWAP and knocking on the door of that 180, 150. Google also trying to curl back up above 121. It's having problems, but the NQ looking a little bit better than the ES at the moment. But I'm not in any trades in either exchange as I'm still trying to get into this ENVB trade, but it has not dipped to my level. What is the chat up to? Which chart shows what the NG rejected VWAP, Andrew? What NG? Not gas. Okay, so on my chart or on my platform, I use the CL contract to see what not gas. Sorry. Here, I'll show you. Let's load it up over here, and then I put NG. And then this comes up over here, the Henry Hub natural gas. And I go futures, and then I go continuous contract. And we spoke to Arun about that yesterday, about how to chart outside of the current contract, because at a certain point before the rollover date, you don't have volume and you don't have data. So the continuous contract is where it's at. VWAP, it's an intraday VWAP here. So you'll notice the black lines on my chart, which is VWAP, just zigzags with everything. So in this case, I think what would be appropriate is to anchor the VWAP. And in order to figure out how to do that, you're going to have to tune in this afternoon when Brendo interviews Brian Shannon, who wrote an entire book about anchored VWAP. This would be a very good one to use because it looks like we formed a bit of a base there. Thank you very much for that, Sean. Here is the book itself, Anchored VWAP by our friend Brian Shannon. He'll be on afternoon with Brendo. And we are giving up one copy away to a viewer, so make sure to tune in so you can get your copy. It's a hardcover, and it's pretty expensive from what I heard. $50 it's going for online, so it's not cheap. Thanks for that, Bradley. 245, there he is, the handsome gentleman that is Brian Shannon on 245. Yeah, so speaking of what we were talking about here, this $2.25 area, a bit of a base here on excuse me, on nat gas. You can also anchor it from the top, and he'll be obviously going into this a lot more. So you can, when this loads here in a second, I don't know why it's glitching.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that, man. That's definitely going to be educational. Like,
I just want to mention one quick thing here before I send it back to you. Come to my chart back, Bradley. This $12 area, which is clearly the top. Bradley, come to my chart, please. Yeah, that $12 area. This would be an excellent area to anchor VWAP. on this, because that is a very clearly defined top, and that's where he would, I guarantee you that's what he would say he would anchor it to. And then there would obviously be the corresponding bottom. So, and then you could basically either short it again off the VWAP rejection, much in the same way that it was shorted off the 50. The red is the 50 here. This is the daily, and then I can show you different ones. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm really curious to kind of learn about like how institutional traders kind of work their way around in and around VWAP, right? I think that can definitely give us some perspective as day traders, and I think something to look forward to at 245 anchored VWAP explanation. I'm
What
looking
time
at
do we get the Fed minutes?
Fed minutes.
Yeah, is it 2 o'clock?
Let me check.
I have to check my economic calendar. All right, we're going to have to look here.
Doesn't say
Fed Waller
time.
talks at 12:10, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So in about half an hour, Fed Waller will be speaking. We get the FOMC meeting minutes at 2 o'clock, 1400. So Fed Waller speaks at 12:10. We have a 5-year note auction at 1 o'clock. We sometimes see the market move on that, if not just for a quick bit, but it does seem to react. And then at 2 o'clock, we have the FOMC meeting minutes. I got to tell you, Obi, though, I'm not expecting too much from this one, because we've seen these Fed speakers go all over the media and broadcasting and really say what they think. So I kind of feel like we already have an understanding of how they're thinking. The minutes are going to kind of just be.
Yeah, I don't know how anybody's thinking most of the time, so I have no idea. But yeah, definitely something we can be looking forward to, and let's see if it really brings in that volatility that we potentially might be looking for today. I like that this Apple is holding
McCarthy's
this.
speaking right now, and we're
somebody's speaking right now.
Okay, so there we go. We're getting movement on the market
I'll
here.
be watching
Speaker
this
McCarthy.
level on Apple because he's been holding. So. Okay. So what was the news there?
Yeah, just.
Oh, okay. Debt ceiling still far apart. Okay, so that's kind of bring some sells into the market. I kind of like that. I like the level and I like the price action, so I got short Amazon, and then that news kind of came out, which was I guess sometimes you get a little lucky. But yeah, no, like I said, sellers in this area before. Let's see if we come back again, and they're here. So got lucky on the trade, let's say.
Yeah, man. It looks like the Republicans are really digging in their heels, or they're making it look like they're really digging in their heels here. We shall see.
Look at that quadunk.
That is a big boy. We are now out low.
Is by definition that a quadunk?
Right
like you
back
engulf all of the morning candles, and then you wipe it all back down. Like that's pretty
How
crazy.
do we
man.
not have a quadunk animation? It is being used ubiquitously on the trading floor now to signify a downward market move. Yesterday we talked about what we want in terms of pop up, the opposite, the anti-quadunk, the antithesis to quadunk. And Sean posited the quadoom. No, what was it? Quaboom. Quaboom. The quaboom. Yeah, I think the quaboom is quite apropos. Here we go on ENVB, though. Here comes back down into 6. This may be momentary here. So get ready for the dip trade as we dance with that lower level. We're going to have to give this to about 6. Not in this quite yet. Let's just see how it trades around here. Our buyer's going to step up. How is it going to trade around here? Okay, so let's just, I'm not going to punch in quite yet. It is below the area where I wanted to get in, which was obviously off the 50. I had canceled that order because it had trended up and I needed to adjust the order. Therefore, it did not fill. So how do we trade? Are we going to hold 6 here? This is the interesting time. Now, we didn't really hold 6 strictly at our previous time around 6. I mean, like we talked about, it dances 50, 75 pennies, sometimes more per 1 minute candle here. So you're gonna need to give this one room. VWAP on my chart is at 586, 588 or so. Here we go. I'm looking for an entry on this guy. Same at the same time, we are getting a 41.17 hold here on the ES. That was the low of day. So far, holding that level. The NQ not coming back to lows. In fact, it's dancing with 13.6 right now. So the NQ stronger, it's very clear, than the ES at the moment, not retracing back into lows, and it's at that critical level of 13.6. So what do you see?
So Amazon kind of bounced pretty hard off of VWAP, like that selling kind of brought it right into VWAP. I guess I wasn't necessarily fast enough to act to cover a piece there, but now we're kind of pushing back up off of VWAP. So now I definitely have to kind of reassess this position and see how much this VWAP bounce might continue. Because like with speakers talking and everything, there definitely you can expect like a lot of fugays to go on, a lot of volatility. So yeah, just trying to keep a level head and keep my eyes on the tape for any significant movements. And yeah, that's what I'm watching. And this Apple 171 as well, I think we kind of like dip below it, kind of retesting back into it. This range here was broken, and then now let's see what we kind of do with this level, right? Was it like a failed follow through on the short? But yeah, let's see what this volatility kind of brings into the market here. I'll keep my eyes open for that.
All right. I'm in this trade on ENVB. I got the dip at 614. I'm waiting for a fill in the 30s. This is not the one that I hold for $1, guys, all right? It's just not the one for me. Maybe presents that opportunity later, great. I probably won't be in it. This is a scalp trade. I'm looking for a break of 30. I've got a resting profit taker there. The idea was to get a dip off 6. Or the 6-ish area. It had to hold that area, you know, so you're never really going to get it right at your best price because you have to wait for the hold and the bounce. It's not out of the woods yet. I've got a nice buffer a little bit between the price action and my entry. My out is going to be the break of VWAP. Again, on my chart, I'm not going to give this to 6. It's just not enough room. 589, 587-ish area, the break of VWAP will be my out. It hasn't broken VWAP on at any time after 9:40 in the morning. So for breaks that I want no part of the trade. So that's the plan there. I've got my resting orders. In fact, I should probably have more resting orders. I've got some in the 30s. Let's go ahead and put some here in the 40s as well. But yeah, the break of the high 580s on ENVB, and I will be out. Simultaneously, I see here Meta just flew up. Looking to test high of day 247.97. We're at 247.58.67 now. Meta really making a move up here. Don't know why. Let me have a look real quick on the blotter. See if anything's come in. Sean says he doesn't see anything come in. I don't see anything in my blotter either, albeit, you know, it is busted blotter, news blotter that is. Yeah, I like that, busted blotter. Anyway, yeah, big move here on Meta. And where else? I'm seeing another one here on Zura. McCarthy? Well, yeah, okay.
Some finger pointing.
Okay, so McCarthy showing possible, you know, optimism there, saying he thinks that they can make progress. You know, you're not really going to hear a negotiator come out and say all is doomed. Obviously, there's politics involved with the negotiating process. We'll see what comes of it. We are just mere spectators here.
Yeah, just bystanders at this crazy battle that we're having here in these markets. Like, look at this volatility, man. Like, it's always good, I think, to stay a little on your feet when people are talking, because especially if you're in a position, it can wipe one way or the other just based off of what somebody says, and if the market likes it or not, like, you never know. Yeah, definitely. I've had a couple experiences where there's some market news or something, and the position just like the price just like wipes one way or another really aggressively, really rapidly, and yeah, those are the type of days you learn the lesson of you got to have your stops in. But yeah, this is definitely kind of one of those times. Volatility in the markets. Yeah. 171 on Apple still holding, so I can't. I don't know if I should necessarily cover this position real quick, but I am kind of assessing. I'm giving it room. I have some room that I've given it, So let's see if we can get into those prices here. Now, ES is holding this 41.20 level, right? So if we can break that bottom of the range, we kind of tested this 41.30 area really rapidly, wiped it all back, and kind of back to the bottom of the range, which was pretty violent. So yeah, I am kind of staying a little apprehensive with my positioning and with my trades here. Now, are you guys? Do you guys usually like to trade while there's Fed talk going on, or do you guys hold positions through it, or what's your take on that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think well, I don't know. I don't want to speak for anybody, but I tend to stay away from those more volatile, unpredictable areas because you just can't really make an educated guess. All right, Sean is short. He wanted me to update you guys. He is short 348 cents on our friend NVIDIA, which was exactly VWAP.
Wow.
So good short on that one. He was printing. I think it got down to 299. It's retracing right back into VWAP as I see here, but it did make a nice move into 299 there. The trade that I'm in, still holding $6. We're a few pennies in the money on this. We're holding the level that I like, which is the $6 level, but haven't printed on any of my resting orders quite yet, so we'll continue to watch that one. We got another 41.17 touch on the ES. How many times are we going to touch that level and bounce off at 41.17? Again, glanced there on the ES, but held. This was the VWAP rejection earlier, and then we had that big move down on this candle here because of Kevin McCarthy coming out and saying they were not close on a deal. So we await market actions, but we are at levels, and we can make some educated guesses and build up positions on based upon these levels. I was hoping maybe Apple would hold that 171 and maybe kind of help the ES form a base at 41.20. It looks like Apple is just more poised to break down. So not going to take a trade in it, but wanted Apple to kind of be the foundation for a market bounce. Hasn't happened yet. Super Freeze, 5.99 euros. Thank you very much. Tesla, yeah, Tesla hanging out above VWAP. Just got another little touch at VWAP there at that 180.50, and now it's curling back up into that 181.50. I think we had Tesla. Yes, 181.50. There it goes. We're in the 40s again. We're looking to take out that recent top. The recent top is, you know, the in and around that 181.50, 181 low 60s, I think is the recent top. The high of day, though, 182.94, essentially 193. So good accumulation here on Tesla. Good hold above VWAP. Formed a nice bottom at that 178.50. You got a few touches in and around there. All were bought up, and it's been incrementally stepping up. It got beat up today, though, down 2.46%. You know, not really sure why, but Elon Musk is going to be on later today with Governor DeSantis.
Oh, I thought you meant like on
Twitter
our show.
Spaces. No, can you imagine?
that would be really cool.
Oh my God, I think
Guest
that
speaker,
this whole place
Elon?
probably would be.
On
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
Yes.
he's going to be on today. It looks like Governor DeSantis is going to announce his candidacy in the presidential race. Looks like he's going to take on the Donald, and that should get very interesting very quickly. So can't wait to be a spectator in that sport too. Okay, here comes ENV Beats breaking down. The touch on 586 just came and went. Bounces right back up the break of VWAP, and I'm out. So I'm keeping my eye on the right chart here because that is where VWAP is. It's holding for now. Do we hold this level or do we get an eventual quadrunk? We haven't broken VWAP since about 9:40 this morning. So this will be the first time around. Keep my eye on this OB.
Yes, sir. Yeah, NVIDIA kind of pulling back off of that 300. Nice look, Sean. Yeah, like we said, that NVIDIA has been a key area of interest, and we kind of retest that consolidation here. Let me bring in the chart. We're retesting that consolidation from the morning and kind of pulling back off of it. So yeah, definitely a good look there. And Amazon also kind of coming in. We pushed into the 40s, and like I said, these sellers were kind of there in the morning, and we want to look to see if they're kind of there again. And I kind of took it into the slow of the price action, or like I guess order flow, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, back into 116s, and let's see if this ES breaks this kind of shelf bottom that it's kind of been making this morning. That can really bring this in, and it can really bring in the shorts. Yeah, look at that short on NVIDIA really coming in off of that 300 level. Nice.
Yeah, Sean got a second rejection off the exact same level, which was at 350, which was VWAP. So hell of a trade there to Sean. Stonk Hunter says the Twitter stream is not until 6 p.m. with DeSantis and Musk. Yeah.
Okay.
Did I say a time earlier?
I don't
think I said
so,
a time.
but
yeah, thanks
sure.
for that information. It should be definitely an interesting watch. I will be watching. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, we're dancing with that 6 level again here on ENVB. The out again, VWAP. Nothing new to apprise you of there. NVIDIA, wow. Talk about volatility, bro. It just bounced up 75 cents from that 299.50 right back up to 325. Very volatile name, Obi. As we dance near lows on the ES, the NQ still flirting with that 13,600 level.
Yeah, Amazon as well, kind of coming into VWAP. Like I said, I've recently kind of put VWAP on the chart, pull it up every now and then to manage the position that I'm in. So Amazon coming into its VWAP here. Again, same thing. I'll be looking to see what this ES kind of does, this NQ as well, at these levels. Now, the thing about Amazon and why I kind of like it as well is like, yeah, it has like a beta of like 1.2 or something, so it does follow the market pretty decently. But there's a lot of the times where like Amazon will do its own thing, and that disconnect. I kind of like that disconnect sometimes. But yeah, really coming in. This 116 has broken, testing. I'll give it plus minus a few cents around VWAP to see if we can really convincingly push back to the bottom of this morning range. But yeah, at the same time, we're looking at some of these other names as well, right? Apple coming in, NVIDIA coming in. Let's see what Microsoft is doing. Microsoft, let's pull that up right here. Microsoft. Look at this crazy move on Microsoft, man. I had this 315 level marked, and after it kind of broke it this morning, I looked away. But as you can see, this 315, I had a little bit of a short bias around off the level. But once we did break it, I kind of looked away. But we really came back in, and now testing the bottom of pre-market levels here. So looking a little bearish on these markets.
Oh, well,
what do you think?
I'm not surprised. I mean, we are where we are because of the debt ceiling issue. You think, there wasn't really a reason for the market to go down. There was no bad inflation print, no bad GDP data, no bad jobs number. We had Fed speak, with respect to interest rates and stuff like that, but there was really no bad earnings to take in and rattle these markets. It's the debt ceiling. So, you assume. And I'm not saying that this is right, but you assume that after this clears, we get maybe a bit of a market continuation. There's been no doubt the NQ has been hot fire since January.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
for sure.
It's been good. It's been good. If you've been bullish this year, 2023, you've made money on these big tech names. That, I know I had to catch myself real quick. If you've been bullish on the big tech names, the heavily weighted names, you've made money. The Russell has just been destroyed this year. So the Russell has not done well.
Yeah, a lot of these tech, like the top tech names, have pretty much recovered almost to their COVID highs, right? NVIDIA, Apple being one of the top ones. I think Microsoft as well. Like any of the large tech stocks. Yeah, I'm kind of keeping a close eye on what we do with this 116 area, where this is VWAP on Amazon, and we're still kind of hovering in and around it. So let's see what we can really do with this 116. This is kind of a diddle in the middle price here of this range. So either way is more than valid here. But yeah, I'm watching for it to. You know what? We've kind of reclaimed. No, this again, a lot of fugays on the shorter time frame, right? Bigger picture, yeah, we could potentially come back into the lower end of this range. 1550s, ideally, but like this market's got to kind of pull back off of this consolidation, I think, for that to really come in. And that's what we're waiting for here on Amazon.
All right. Yeah, I'm still in this ENVB trade as it finds a little bit of support here, but a lot of volatility, both below 6 and now above it as it finds its legs again, looks to retrace back into the teens. I'm sitting into the low 30s, having gotten in just above 6 for a better cost basis on this name, but it's held VWAP. Let's just put it there. The good news is it's held it quite well. You know, it's just, it could be forming a bit of a bottom than a bottom break. So my stop is in. It's below in the 80s, so that will be the end of the trade for me, but I'm hoping it doesn't get there as now we flirt back into the mid-teens with ENVB. Flirting now here, says Sean. Yeah, we've been flirting with this one for a while, but it has not reciprocated, Sean, sadly. So, yeah, we're waiting for this. We're in the money now. We're in the money a few pennies, but this is not why we got into this trade. So keeping my eye on this one. Palantir apparently is moving here. Okay. Ford? Oh, okay. PLTR. We're going to check quickly here because the chat is saying that's a moneymaker too. Ford, you're short? Sean is short. Ford, 1139er. So, yeah, Palantir forming a bit of a base. I mean, 1185, 1182. It was very similar to yesterday's low as well. We kind of touched that in the pre-market there right before the bell. That was kind of the low that we held, and we hold that low again. So that recyclable level comes in. We're still red on the day, down 3.5% on Palantir. The break-even point where we go green, we're going to have to get up to about 1263, 1264-ish area. That will be the move. But above VWAP now, held a key support level from yesterday, so looks good. But that's not what I'm focused on at the moment. I'm focused on this ENVB long, up 93%, trying to take a VWAP dip into maybe a touch of 650 or even a 7 test at high a day. That's my plan. I'm watching also NVIDIA curl back into VWAP. How many times are we going to get a touch off VWAP here? The level is $300.50. It's rejected off that level twice and presented you with multiple opportunities for a bit of a scalp short there. So NVIDIA coming back into that level as it retraces into the 30s now and looks to touch 40s again, Obi. So I know you are focusing on your friend Amazon.
No, I actually got out of the short because like that rip up on ES right here, this 15-minute candle, that strength plus the rebid of the VWAP and a hold, I did not like that at all. I'll let go of the position. I'll put that, like, yeah, I can always get back in at a better price, but like that kind of price action, I don't necessarily like it for the hold on this short. Sure, I could have been much better covering down here in the 80s when we really wiped down, but I guess I was getting a little greedy, right? I wanted to get into this 115.50s. So yeah, they could still potentially come in, but yeah, I got a little shaken out by that VWAP hold. But yeah, well, let's see what these markets do. This volatility can be pretty sketchy, and really test your mental with this kind of price action. So yeah, we'll be looking for a decisive move. Again, ES looks like it's kind of still holding this 41.20.
Yeah.
Still in the middle. I tried to take a piece off, and like it wasn't necessarily decisive. Yeah, sure, you could have had like what 40 plus 20. Yeah, you could have had like 60 cents worth of piece here, like if you had the top and the bottom, but I don't know, like diddle in the middle, not so much. I don't really like that. I want a better price, right? A better price would have been up here. But let's see what we do with this VWAP area. We are churning around it as kind of the futures pick up a little bit of a bid around this 116. Now let's check what Apple's doing around that 171 because we know that we were looking at that kind of rebid above it, right? As well. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. NVIDIA is still underneath these wicks from before, still hovering around that 300. And let's see Microsoft as well. Right. Okay. Yeah. So a lot of diddle in the middle. Nothing too
Diddle in
crazy.
the
I don't know if this is the best. If these are like the best prices to start a position. But yeah, no, definitely going to be waiting for potentially better prices, potentially better probability plays on the market here. Give me a
keep
are
it
these
clean in
guys,
the
these
chat,
guys are
man.
still talking, or is Fed Speak still going on?
Sean is the one with the Twitter board, and he's on the phone right now.
All right. So yeah, these guys.
Yeah,
I should
keep it
probably be a
clean
little
there,
bit more
bloody
aware
masters. I know what you're saying there in the
of these
chat.
things.
Yeah. All right. ENVB still holding 6, holding VWAP, but I'm concerned about this trade. I feel like we're setting up for a possible breakdown here as we break down below 6, looking to test VWAP again. Do we get bought up at VWAP like we've been on the last 3 5-minute candles? We're dancing with it right now. The reason I'm looking up and to the right here is because that's where my 5-minute chart is with the VWAP that I'm using. So keeping my eye on that. I've got my resting order in place, but I just asked Tarun what his futures look is. He, sideways for now, asked me in an hour, so we'll see how that does. We're still hanging at that 41.20 though. You got to say 41.20 technically on the day. It's 41.17 is the low, but we're definitely forming a base there. It's just, I feel like the ES is just not that strong to the upside lately. If you're looking to go long, I just feel it's been the NQ. Look at it. It's setting up to break out again. The NQ forming a series of higher lows here. Let's bring this in. This is the NQ. This is the bottom that we formed. We broke 13.6. We broke it momentarily. We retraced above it, and now we've been kind of forming higher lows all throughout, looking to take that VWAP area 13.633. We rejected off it here. So we'll see if we can get back up there and start forming some sort of support at that level. Keeping my eye again on ENVB as we dance below 6 again, coming close to VWAP. VWAP's creeping up here because the price action is higher. So where VWAP was in the low 80s, now it is in the low 90s. So keeping my eye on, see what happens here. I'm getting a lot of blue. Oh, and there we go. There's the breakdown, and I am out of this trade, sadly. So that ends up being a loser for me. I could have given it to 50, but got to draw the line somewhere. ENVB ends up being a loser, does not hold VWAP. First time it breaks VWAP since 9:40 in the morning. Looks like it's going to get bought up, of course, just as I'm out of it. NVIDIA now is breaking to the high side quite. So you get 3 tests of that VWAP area, and on the third occasion, 3rd time's the charm, it breaks through that 350 level. Now we are really curling up here into 301. What's yesterday's close on this? Where are we here? Okay, so we've got quite a ways away to yesterday's close. We are at 306.88. That is yesterday's close, and we are far away from that level. Let's go ahead and put a horizontal trend line right there. So essentially 307. We are $6 away from that. So if you're looking for a gap fill there, that is an interesting look. Don't know if we see that today, though. Who knows? Who knows? So Obi, as Obi comes back, I got stopped out of my ENVB position. It broke down below VWAP by far enough margin where I had to get out of it. So that ends up being a loser. I have a feeling this one could end up going, though, man. We'll see. Tesla is absolutely pumping to the high side here as well. Really breaking through that top that created about 180, 175, really getting going now. 182.50 coming in. The NQ looking much stronger than our friend the ES here, as some of these big tech names really curl. Each one's taking its own turn. We saw Meta and Amazon strong for a bit. They're dormant now. Now it's Tesla's turn. It's back awake. And NVIDIA, which also took that 350 VWAP top that it had been dancing with, now rejecting off that 301.25.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it happens, right? I think that's a pretty volatile stock.
It
It's
is.
still well within the range, right? Like you had
was
to
part of the
kind
plan.
of push it out of the range and push it back in. Yeah, for sure.
How much did I end up losing?
Yeah, that crazy move on Tesla, man. Like a V-shaped recovery while the rest of the market's kind of like just diddling in the middle. We retraced pretty much the morning price action. Maybe not the pre-market, but like everything we did in this morning, this huge consolidation. Like look at all this volume that came in. even after we've kind of died off, this price kind of comes back in, and now we're retesting this range from the morning. I think that's a very interesting look. Let's see what that really entails. Now, does that mean that other EVs are running as well? Let's take a look. Not necessarily. Rivian. What is Rivian doing? Okay, Rivian did a bit of a V shape. All right. You got some other EV tickers for me?
Well, what do you need? I got an EV watch list, baby.
Okay,
I got
you got the whole watch
Rivian,
list.
Lucid. I got Fisker, Nikola,
Fisker,
Workhorse,
yes.
Neo. I have
Okay,
Neo,
yeah.
XPEV, Li. I put those in Chinese ADR land. I have BYD as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Look at LI. LI's had a crazy move. The other one's kind of muted. But yeah, no.
Not Neo,
LI
so
has
Hashem.
been moving today, for sure. So, look at this huge range, kind of diddle in the middle now. So I don't know what you're really gonna do with it right here, but out the open, that was definitely something crazy. But yeah, Tesla really bringing the volume on.
Bringing the
these
heat,
EVs.
baby. That's what it's
Yes.
bringing. Yeah, no, you can go on. I was just making
Speech
comments.
in
'cause I
2
like to
hours. Okay,
make
yeah.
random
So there's 2 more hours till a speech happens, or they're still going to be talking. I have no idea. But yeah, Tesla catching scared bullish stragglers. Maybe, man. Like let's look at Tesla on a larger time frame, right? Let me pull up the daily. Actually, let's go to the weekly and work our way down.
Okay.
So let me get rid of this right here. But yeah, like weekly, we're kind of not necessarily going anywhere. We've kind of like ranged in this area. Overall trend is definitely down, right? So overall trend, downtrending from these 400 highs. We know how kind of overextended this kind of move was as well. And I think I speak of this every now and then where like Tesla's been kind of like the stair-step squeeze is like everyone's been like, oh, how much more can it go? How much more can it go? And it just kept on going, right? And now we've seen like a significant kind of pullback of all that price range that we've had in the past couple of years. About a 50% retracement. I don't know where you would have started your mean reversion here if you were looking for the short. But as you can see, if you tried to short some of these tops on quote unquote the backside, each time it was squeezed out pretty vigorously, right? And then only now since 2022, end of 21, have we really started to see some selling coming in and kind of back into this range, into this consolidation diddle in the middle. But yeah, no, Tesla definitely a good look. And now that we got Elon kind of back and focused on this business and having a replacement for CEO of Twitter, as we've heard. So yeah, we don't know what that can bring to Tesla, and hopefully only good things. Now, 116 hold on Amazon. Like, now look at that. Like I didn't feel right holding it on that VWAP reclaim, and lo and behold, this 116 kind of holds and is showing some strength here as the market kind of diddles as well. So yeah, I guess I'm not too mad about these outs. Again, the trade wasn't necessarily there, the one I was looking for. Sure, I might have been a little greedy on what I was expecting. But yeah, it wasn't necessarily there, so I cut the position. Now this is something that I guess I'm trying to work on as well, is just like cutting the position when I'm wrong, or like cutting the position for when the reason for the trade that you got in kind of gets negated, right? For example, like if I were to get in here, kind of risking this let's just say hypothetically 116.50, I'm like, okay, we pushed into it, can't really make it, I want to risk 116.50, and that would be the reason, because one of the reasons to kind of not necessarily get in, the reasons to risk off of, right, off of this potential this wick from before and a potential rip back up into it to stop us out, right? So yeah, I guess when that kind of reason kind of gets negated, I'm working on trying to get out of the position altogether and potentially get better prices. Now I know it's a work in progress, right? We're all still learning here. So I think that's what trading will always be, right? Always a learning journey, always a journey of adaptation and staying on your feet throughout the years. Now, ES looking like it's testing the lower end of this. Now we've wicked back up off of this below this 41.20 multiple times today. So maybe we get that again. Like we've done it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times already. And we're coming back into that area where there have been buyers. Thank you. So let's see what we really do with there. I like that this consolidation is forming because like whether we go up or down, this consolidation break could be telling on Amazon. And now like it's happening right above VWAP, right? So consolidation above VWAP, yeah, sure, we might be accumulating some buyers there. And longer time frame, looking at the intraday, we have made lower highs. So yeah, definitely an area of accumulation of maybe potentially both longs and shorts. So the break of this range could be pretty telling. And that's what I'll be looking for on Amazon.
We are dancing with 13.6, flirting, dancing. There's a lot of interactions today with these levels. Sorry, I just took a bit of a bite. You guys know the protein snacks. OB is first time? First time protein snack?
Trying it.
What do you think? Yeah?
I like it.
Look at that. He even gave you like he furrowed his eyebrows. Means he really liked it. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Better, much better than I expected because I was like, oh, protein, it'll be kind of like not as sweet, but like.
So there's a couple of tricks to make this taste good.
Yeah.
I'm now using French vanilla protein, thanks to Arun, and I'm also throwing in cocoa powder. Oh baby.
That'll do it.
Oh yeah. All right, guys, we're dancing with 13.6 on the NQ and back to 41.20 on the ES. We're forming a bit of a bottom on the ES, 41.17, technically the low of the day. And, we're not at the bottom on the NQ. In fact, we're near the low of the range now. We're about to form a new bottom, it looks like here, as Meta and some of these other names start curling to the downside. I wonder what NVIDIA is up to, also curling off 301. So some weakness in the tech name comes in. Anything from Mr. McCarthy, Sean? Nothing yet. Fed Waller is talking. Okay, and we've heard this before. This is not the new. Okay, so what Sean just said was Fed Waller said we'll likely continue to raise rates. We've been hearing that. We've been hearing they're data dependent. Shocking that they're going to say that they're data dependent, right? No, I mean, they've been saying that for how long?
That selling's really coming in now.
Yeah, we are really moving down.
Yep.
And we just made a new low of day on the ES, 41.15.75, breaking that 41.17. Yeah, go down. Lots of weakness right now. The NQ still. Sean is short Apple at 172. He's still short Apple at 172. And then now he's embroiled in a new short in NVIDIA, 301, $1, almost 70 pennies in the money now as it tests 300, and we curl down again here on the NQ, really ditching that 13.6 level that we've been holding for a little while. 41.17 still holding for the moment on the ES. Let's see what the chat is up to. Glenn Smith, Sharif, let's get real. It's the it's the agave nectar that makes it great. You know what? You're probably not wrong on that. You're probably not wrong. And I've switched to the nectar to kind of get that more natural, organic, taste and feel because the syrup, there's sugar added. TLO Enterprises, Sharif, I'm making those today as my wife is big on health snacks. Is that one full cup of nectar? I tried writing down the recipe the other day, but I missed some info. Sure, I'll go through it again. Here's the portion that I make, which is a double-sized portion. I use 4 cups of rolled oats. I grind them. I make them a powder in my blender, and then I put them into a big bowl. 4 cups, okay, into a big bowl. Then throw 4 scoops of whatever protein you want, okay? Throw that in there. And then throw in, if you want, throw in some cocoa powder. You don't have to actually have a specific amount, it's to your liking. Throw in some cinnamon, throw in a pinch of salt, all right? Then you're gonna want 1 cup of agave nectar or whatever type of syrup or nectar you wanna use, whatever you have lying around the house. whatever. It's got to be sugary and it's got to be able to hold everything together. And then 1 cup of peanut butter. And then really get in. This is all in a big bowl, by the way. Then really get in there with your hands. What I would suggest is when you put in all 4 ingredients for the powder, the oats, the protein, the cocoa, the salt, and the cinnamon, mix that up first before you throw in the syrup and the peanut butter. Yes, proudly troll extraordinaire. I love it. Yeah, so get that and then
Chef
mix it
Sharif
up.
in the house.
Mix it up, put it on a flat pan, put it in the fridge. That's the move. There you
That
go.
sounds absolutely delicious, and it is absolutely delicious.
Someone
guys.
says, are you looking for a diabetic diagnosis? I guess too much agave syrup for them. 1 cup is too much. Yeah, you're not supposed to eat it all at once. This lasts a while, right? So that's the look there. Where are we on these markets? Oh,
Coming
baby,
in.
we are
Coming
headed
in.
south. We're going south in a hurry. What do you see, Obi?
Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, I wasn't necessarily paying attention to that. I called the range break of that, and
Go to his chart, guys.
when it did kind of come in, it kind of pulled back pretty hard off of that range break, right? And I'm like what 20, 30 cents too far away from the ideal entry of that range break. Markets did kind of come down. That 41.20 is pushing below these wicks that we've kind of made before. So like, yeah, those buyers that were there, they're no longer there as of right now. But yeah, definitely coming in. I guess the short idea wasn't so bad. I got a little shaken out on the VWAP consolidation. Happens. Wasn't necessarily there to reassess quick enough. So technically a missed trade. But yeah, what's the next trade? I don't know. Let's see what we can do to near this bottom of the range here. I was looking for 115.50s to kind of cover this position, and we're about a quarter away from that. So I don't know if that quarter is really worth my time here, down diddling in the middle, but I guess it definitely was from these prices up here. But yeah, I guess I got to be a little bit more patient and not really get shaken out, and I think that'll just come with time, more seat time, which I do think is one of the most valuable teachers in this market.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think,
it's been tough. I mean, I haven't really had a trade today. I've been looking. I did the small cap. I haven't been able to get into anything big cap related. I just haven't seen anything to my liking, to be honest with you, or maybe I'm just off.
That's fair.
You know, Sean alerted me several times to NVIDIA. I was in the ENVB thing, so I didn't get a chance to pounce on NVIDIA. It's still doing its thing with 300 right now. I'm also seeing LABD. That's from yesterday. I mean, it's not doing much, up 7%. It's at highs. What else?
McCarthy speaks with
McCarthy speaking right now with fork tongue. What is a fork tongue?
I don't know what that means. Is he? Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to
that mean,
speculate
like-
on what that might mean.
We're gonna have to look that up because I mean I don't know what fork tongue is, but
Yeah,
is it?
Yeah,
I don't
maybe.
know. Like a fork ball?
sounds a little dirty. I don't know.
Remember the
Yes.
fork ball? Why'd they stop throwing the fork ball?
The fork ball?
Yeah.
What is that?
What? You don't like baseball, do you?
I don't know too much about sports.
Yeah. Okay. Fork ball is a type of pitch. Is it? Okay.
Have you ever seen there's like this meme of I think we talked about this. It's, the Go Sports Girl. That's like
Sean
that's
is
my
long Netflix.
take on sports.
Say it
Long
again?
Netflix. Okay, yeah, let's check that out.
Sean is long net 59s. 359.40. Looking for that hold.
Okay,
Long
yeah, I
Netflix.
see that. Nice. We've kind of revisited the bottom of the range there. Yeah, these markets pretty crazy. Like we've slowed down on that drop. Amazon still kind of coasting still here. This is what I said. If I chase that short at the 75s, like I would be 20 cents out of the money, which doesn't make any sense, right? So like better RR definitely off the break, and if you're quick enough, or even better, if you wanna play the top of the range, short the top of the range, long the bottom of the range, that would have been much nicer execution here on this move. Same with the NQ and ES here. This kind of range that they made, like if you're shorting the top and longing the bottom, I don't think that's too bad of an idea there. Yeah, let's check
298
some of these
NVIDIA
other
bid.
names here. I wanna see what Microsoft is really doing, right? Let's see, because off that 315, I know I had the idea to short off the 315, and that was one of my ideas today. Missed trade for sure off the 315. Now, like, why did I like that 315? Take a look at this, right? This consolidation from before, this kind of trend up, holds this 15, right? And then once we break this 15, we don't really spend too much time in and around this 15, right? We kind of rip up, hold above, kind of continue to go and push off the 300 after that 300 break off of earnings, right? Earnings consolidation. So this move has been pretty crazy. And yeah, that's why I like the 315, because price kind of ran away from it, wasn't there for very long, and we kind of had a hold above that at 316. Now coming into today, look at what happens. We test that 316 on the morning drive and right back through. So yeah, you can either take a short off that 316 resistance from before and kind of risk these, or potentially for what I was looking for was a 315 rebreak. Right, and that would seem like it was pretty clean, and we are holding well below, $2 below that 315. So, yeah, let's see. I don't necessarily like a position here. Potentially, yeah, you can potentially go long at the bottom of this range, like we just talked about. But like I've said before, I feel a little bit more comfortable on the short side, and I am starting to get more comfortable with longing, and that's definitely a plus side. But yeah, no, 315 short on Microsoft, I think that was pretty clutch. This consolidation break could be telling, and ES and NQ as well. Kind of notice how the ES kind of broke its range, but the NQ hasn't really. NQ has not made a new low.
Nope.
Right?
Yeah, that's been the story a lot lately.
Something keeping an eye on.
That's been the story a lot lately, because even Arun took us through this on Monday. We went and we looked at the relative weighting of some of these big cap names in the ES, and then we looked at their same weighting in the NQ, and it's like triple for some of the names, 17%. I don't remember. MEOA, small cap capper.
What is that? What's going on
Yeah,
over there?
minority
Holy.
equality opportunity. Here's the headline. Minority Equality Opportunity Acquisition Inc. announces postponement of special meeting of shareholders until Friday, May 26th. That's the headline, I guess. Whatever the reason, it's moving. It's been a halt fest. Halted earlier at 9:30. Multiple halts to the upside, mostly to the upside, really holding the 50 period. Halted right now at 33.77. What's the tap, you ask? One moment, please. MEOA. The tap, my friends. It's open, actually. What am I saying? Okay, so it's now open. 31.50. It's now trading. Here we go. It's down. Oh, here we go. Are we going to halt here at 31.10? A lot of action at 31.10 here. Nothing moving. Oh, we break through. Wow, there's a lot of bamboozlement here. Okay, the spread now is $1.50. Okay, this one not touching. The spread is absolutely wild. $1.20 here, $1.50. So this is kind of HKD-esque. Not going to be trading this stock, Obi. Yeah, it's nice to watch and comment on, but
Yeah.
hard
So
to
potentially
really...
going to 2,500. That's what you're saying? is it?
Yeah, nobody ever forgets what happened with HKD last summer.
that was
there were a
pretty
couple of
crazy.
traders on the floor that like, man, I'll just punch in 100 shares, you know, and I'll go for a walk, and
Yep.
you're going to get shut down. The risk is going to shut you down before you come back. I mean, the spread is ridiculous.
Yeah, that spread was pretty crazy. There's what was it? Yesterday I had was it AutoZone on watch? 2,000 like a $2,500 ticker, but as soon as I pulled it up, it was like a $10 spread, and I'm like, whoa! In order to properly risk this, you need to risk at least like $15 at a time, which is definitely.
What was it?
AutoZone.
AutoZone. Oh, yeah. That was it an upgrade or downgrade yesterday?
Earnings.
It was.
Off
Earnings. That's right.
Yeah. So pretty crazy spread. I was like, yeah, no, that you're gonna clock that timer just by entering the position there. But yeah, definitely some crazy spreads there on some of these names. What was that ticker just now? You were trading the HKD-esque one?
Oh, MEOA.
MEOA.
Yeah, right back up into 36 bucks, Obi. 34
yeah,
now,
take a look at this
35
thing,
now.
man.
Yeah, it's moving dollars every second
Now,
here.
has
so
it done this before, or this is like a?
I'm
oh,
seeing
this is a
this-
fresh SPAC.
No, it's not. It's not actually.
Is it not a
this
fresh
is a SPAC. I'm looking here and I'm seeing a lot of action at $10. This goes back to April 12th. All the action is at $10. That's usually a tell to know that it's a SPAC. Let me read real quick here the fundamentals on it. Where are we? Okay, Minority Equality Opportunity Acquisition is a blank check company. Yeah, it is a SPAC.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a SPAC.
The company is formed for the
Now,
purpose of affecting.
it's been quite a while since a SPAC has kind of acted like this. I think that's definitely perking up my ears here, or ears, eyes, whatever you want to say. But yeah, this is crazy. What's the volume it's done on the day?
The volume, 1.15 million.
Yeah, this is nice. I like.
You know what
this.
the average volume is? 6,200 shares a day.
Yeah.
What time R-vol do you think that is, Obi? Let's see.
It's
what
at least
math
like a
is.
2x. It's at least a 2x.
Serious? 2x, try like a zillion x. 1.15 million on the day with a 6,200.
Do you ever watch SpongeBob? When SpongeBob and Patrick they walk into that warehouse or whatever of like mattresses.
Okay.
They're like, whoa, and it's stacked to the ceiling. You got columns, and SpongeBob's like, oh. How many mattresses do you think there are? Patrick's like, at least 5, right?
Yeah,
Which
there
is
you go.
valid. It's a
That was
valid
pretty much the
answer.
same
It's
thing.
a valid answer.
There you go. It is valid. It's interesting to see what we're doing here on the future. I'm looking for a possible bounce back on the NQ. Call me crazy. I'm looking for a possible retracement back into VWAP at around 13,630. We'll see. It hasn't formed a newer low. The low on the NQ, 13,566. We're at 13,590, looking to curl back into 13.6. Let's see if that makes a move on the NQ. We shall keep our eye on that as we get a bit of a curl here on Meta and some other names.
I think we're at a key area on the ES as well. Like this 41.15 area has shown itself in the past, and we're kind of retesting right off of this area now. So yeah, let's see if some of these caps can kind of catch a bid based off of this 41.15 area on the ES, and let's see if NQ also holds. It hasn't necessarily been able to break its low today, so I like this look here, this 41.15. Now, if we can really kind of step up and start making some green off of this, yeah, I can potentially look for some sympathy in the caps off of that move there. But yeah, no, this MEOA, I'm definitely going to keep this on watch. I think the backside will be pretty juicy when and if it does come in. But yeah, staying away from the short on the front side, because this thing could go potentially, I mean, it's already gone parabolic. It can even go further, right? SPACs do you ever play SPACs while they were going crazy?
You know, like obviously there was a bunch. Polestar comes to mind.
It was a
CCIV,
crazy type of strategy,
so
man.
many SPACs.
Stupid.
That was all the rave, 2020.
Yeah.
It was EVs and SPACs. Yeah,
I love those times. It was
yeah,
kinda
those were
crazy.
good
It was
times.
like,
But here's the thing, you know,
hand
that was
over
a
fist.
noob back then. Now, you know, that opportunity comes
Yeah.
again, maybe in 5-6 years, who knows what
Yeah.
the market's like. And now you're a seasoned veteran next time that comes around. You've got like 7 years under your belt, 8 years under your belt. You're going to trade it a lot different.
I heard that that SPAC boom or whatever that we had during COVID, that wasn't the first one. There were more before, but it was just never as popular.
Oh,
it never
okay.
was popularized. But because the markets were trending and like you know, trading
makes
was like a
sense,
niche
yeah.
that was like trending as well. SPACs really came into the spotlight. But now, yeah, maybe this could be the beginning of another wave of SPAC runs, because we always see that in the small cap world, where like you have a small cap that'll do like 400-500% to 1,000%,
Yeah.
and then in the coming weeks, everyone's trying to catch the next HKD or whatever, right?
Outside, yeah.
So this could be that. That's why it has my interest. Had my attention before, but you know. Yeah, MEOA, gonna keep an eye on that.
Yeah,
While
I'm not
these
touching
markets
that.
kind of
Are
still
you kidding
diddling
me?
in the middle.
ENVB holding up above that 550. It looks like the retracement, and we ended up getting stopped out of this, but just, you know, reflecting on the trade, The idea here was to give it to VWAP. I gave it a few shekels below VWAP. It broke down 550, broke the $0.50. Looks like it found support on the 50 period on the 5-minute, but it's not showing you strength. It's actually rejecting off VWAP. You know my rule. I don't long below VWAP and I don't short above VWAP. So right now, I'm not looking to go short on this name. So I'm definitely not interested in taking a trade until it can reclaim 6. So ENVB still making moves and keeping my eye concurrently on the NQ because it looks like it might want to curl back into 13.6. Oh, baby, wouldn't that be a treat?
Did we cover this the super chat here by Super Freeze? Any chance the 6 p.m. Twitter call have an impact for Tesla? Asking for Chris Dolan, thought that was a good question to support the community.
Unless it really comes up, I mean, you never really know how these Elon Musk interviews are going to go. They're completely unscripted, and you know how he is. He speaks off the cuff. That's the way it is. So if anybody tells you it's not going to affect Tesla stock, I mean, you wouldn't believe that. But is there a guarantee it will? No. Watch, keep an eye out. And what I would suggest too is make sure you have a good stream. Compare the streams if you're looking to trade it anyway. Why? Because some streams lag and the information has already come. Whoever has the most recent information makes the quickest move. So if you're looking to scalp
first of the party.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to be.
Zion Lala actually also threw in a super chat.
I was
Missed that.
just gonna cover that.
199 super chat. Thank you very much, Zion. mRNA would have been a good short today after the spike. Yeah. So I don't know. You weren't on yesterday, but mRNA and BNTX were just moving, and we had no idea why. We looked on the blotter. We looked on Icon. We looked everywhere, and we couldn't figure it out. I wake up this morning. All I see is a CNBC headline with respect to another COVID outbreak in, you guessed it, China.
Wow.
Yes, there's another wave of COVID in China. So the vaccine names started making a move unbeknownst to us yesterday. That information hadn't found its way to us yet, but there you go. Possibly another wave of COVID in China. Don't know what that means for the overall economy. Last time around, we know there was a series of shutdowns that disrupted Apple, disrupted Tesla, disrupted lots of stuff. And then we had the, the implementation of the zero COVID policy that really hurt China for a while. They gave that up, and the market was happy to see that. Who knows what they come back to? But yeah, another little tidbit out of China there. Let's see what that does. Where are we here on the future? We're still quite anemic, not having been able to retrace back into 13.6 on the NQ, holding that 41.17 on the ES, despite the fact that we made a newer low at 41.14, now curling back possibly into that 41.20-ish area again. The future is what I'm looking at the moment, but guess what? MEOA has halted again, downside 30.50, MEOA halted, downside 30.50. The tap, 29.50, so $1 south. That's nothing for this. That's a spread.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the spread on that. So
I like this look on mRNA. You said yesterday we ran, but the news came out this morning. But we ran yesterday because of the news?
No. The news came out yesterday. We just didn't get the news in time to make the play, sadly.
Yeah, so I can see that we've pretty much retraced more than 50% of yesterday's price action today, right out the open. So some pretty crazy move for those who wanted to capitalize on a second day play. I think there was definitely opportunity here off of these potential tops, like a second day play just off of the first day's levels, keeping it pretty straightforward, right? Off of pre-market levels as well. You kind of exhaust and come in, you break the shelf that we kind of couldn't break yesterday. Look at the selling that comes in through these prices, right? I don't know if it's catalyst driven or whatever it can be, but the price action definitely looks very hard and fast through these prices, kind of into like a reversion of yesterday's price. I like that.
All right. Yeah, I'm keeping my eye here on some stuff. Looks like Meta has started making its latest round of layoffs. Nothing new for the market, obviously, but they had announced it already. The year of efficiency, as touted by Zuckerberg in the Q4 conference call back in, I think it was February. So looks like they started the latest round of layoffs actually in effect. So is Meta green on the day? Meta is green on the day.
Meta was the one that
yeah.
it was the one that did a V shape, or no, that was Tesla. Tesla
Did the V shape. Meta was a bit of a zigzagger, but Meta is green on the day. It's barely up 0.06%. So barely green on the day, looking just to stay green. In fact, so we are flying up on the future though, baby. We just took 13.60, baby, 13.606. So we're moving up nice here on the future as we retrace above that 13,600, looking for a possible VWAP touch at 13,631. At least that's how it shows on my chart for the moment. VWAP could be different, but nice little curl, holding that level and coming back into that that level we've been dancing with all day, 13.6.
Yeah, habitual. What's a habitual traveler? Sorry, I know this guy.
Habitual line stepper. You know where that's from?
No, what?
Rick James episode in Chappelle's show. He's a habit. I had to check him. He used to step over the line habitually. He was a habitual line stepper. Anyway, if you don't know where it's from, it's not going to be funny. But probably the chat probably knows. Jokes.
But yeah, habitual traveler. He said this a few times. VIPS, check it out, Sharif or Ovi. Yeah, second day earnings. They had earnings yesterday. It seems like we're kind of holding those levels, this range, kind of held above it and trending up. And look, it's kind of just like sideways here. This kind of price action here is kind of interesting, I guess. Kind of just like a bar coding around this 1540 area, 1550, just under 1550 after we've kind of held. But yeah, I don't know. Like we've printed these prices in the recent weeks, so we're kind of revisiting, I guess what you can say is part of the range past earnings. But yeah, it seems like this is getting bought up after earnings from just looking at the chart here and the action. So that's the look on VIPS. Do you know anything about these guys?
I know that there are Chinese ADR. Because I do the upgrades and downgrades in the morning, and they showed up. So they had a few interesting analyst upgrades today on them. So until this morning, I hadn't really heard of them. So,
Nice.
Interesting look there. The market, wow, Bamboozlement Central 13.6 gets taken out, go 13.606, right back down below 13.6. 13.593 as we dance with that level again. So not quite the move we were hoping for, but that doesn't mean it won't materialize as we still continue to hold these levels. Nothing new on the future. Yeah, a bit of a slower morning now. You know, there was some good volatility earlier. Most stuff, sadly, right now sideways, except Nvidia. Look at this Nvidia rejection, 301 rejecting, and looks like we're now dancing with that 299.50, looking to curl down into 299. There's a local low at 299, and then a day low at 298.06. So those are the levels that I see there on Nvidia. I like how the chat absolutely knew exactly what I was talking about, and you had a whole bunch of people chiming in with other little like phrases from that particular episode, some of which we can read on, some of which we can't. But it was I gotta say, one of the best episodes for me anyway in the Chappelle Show series. I think it was 2 or 3 seasons. 2 seasons, I'm pretty sure. Fact check me on that chat. But yeah, one of the best episodes. There's a lot of other good ones.
Yeah. I've seen like snippets. Like it's a pretty famous like show, right? But I haven't really sat down and like gone through all the episodes, I guess.
There's one that really stands out. The black white supremacist, Clayton Bigsby.
I've seen that one.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Hilarious. That's
probably the most famous one.
Bradley
Rick
says
James.
Nothing beats Rick James, but the black white supremacist is hilarious. But obviously maybe a little touchy in 2023 standards. But anyway, we're not doing well right now on the future here, Obi, because looks like that was a rejection candle through that break of 13.6.
Like I said, I don't necessarily trust this price action. Let's say that much. Again, we're still hovering right above and below VWAP here on Amazon. Some just low probability stuff for me right now. Maybe I'll revisit in the last couple hours of the day. But the fact that we're kind of just diddling in the middle, Nothing too crazy. Like, look, we're literally in the middle of the range that we've established in the morning on Amazon, and ES and NQ as well, kind of revisiting the same levels. But here's the thing: that 4115 held, which I think that's a plus. But that's just one factor. I need more confluencing factors, not just the 411 hold, to I guess initiate a trade. But that's what I'll be watching for to see if this trend, like we said before when I first came on, like this trend, this overall trend during the day has not really broken. Yeah, sure, we got some crazy candles kind of wiping the opening candles, but like right back down. So selling is definitely on the table, but let's see what this 4115 level brings us. The NQ as well, holding its previous lows, holding above its previous lows, right? So let's see. I think that's an interesting look there. If this piece here can really start pushing the top of the range and we get like a significant break, or this range goes sideways enough, long enough to kind of I guess pull the sellers out, yeah, I'll be looking for potential curl on the large caps for that kind of move, right? Google muted as well. Let's take a look at some of the top 5. There's 2 A's in Apple. Yeah, so Apple really just hovering underneath that 171, like we said, key area on the day, kind of held that shelf. Now we're holding below. So yeah, you can potentially structure a short off this 171. But yeah, let's check the next one, Microsoft. I know this is a favorite. Holding the bottom of this range, like we said, this range here, it was held before as well, and now it's held again. Again, coinciding with this ES hold as well. Keeping an eye out. If we can kind of break this range as well, that can give some direction. Amazon, we're already looking at. I don't really necessarily have a read on this. If it shows me which direction it kind of wants, I'll potentially react to it. But yeah, now I think what else are we missing? Google, of course. Google as well, right? Kind of overall coming in off of that 125 push that we had, this crazy drive a few days ago. I think this was last week. Yeah, this was last Friday, I think. Or sorry, Monday. It's Wednesday. Some of these days they really blur together. I can't really tell. Just go from market open to market close. But yeah, no, fading off this 125 on Google. Test of 120 kind of held pretty strongly, like rapidly rebid off that 120 area, which we know to be key from before. Like looking left on the chart, this 120 area was an area of interest here on the way up as well. Kind of area interaction, exhausting, consolidating, doing all the things. In and around that 120 level, and then we kind of bounce again today. So 120, Google, I like. Let's see what we do with that level in the coming days. Maybe we get it again today, but for now, can I take a trade off of this in the middle of the range? Sure, I could, but is it high probability? I don't think so. So I'll just be waiting and watching and waiting to see if anything really gives direction. Let me know what you guys are looking at. In the chat. NVIDIA AI hype, yeah, of course, that's the one. NVIDIA is one of the ones we didn't look at, I guess. But yeah, still holding underneath the 300, like this 301 test. And I think Sean's still short NVIDIA, or yeah, he's still short NVIDIA off that 301. Great price. You can see that it kind of tested that 301, this consolidation area from before. These were sellers, heavy sellers out the open, and then they kind of came back in. So I like that look. Really nice. Like, look at the selling that kind of comes in off the fail to follow through of the 300 push, right here. And then we come back into the area and we fail again. So I think that short is pretty looking pretty good right now on NVIDIA. Sharif, what's up?
I just want to remind you guys that we have Brian Shannon coming in at 2:45. He's going to be speaking with Brendo. He's going to be talking about his book, Anchored VWAP. Michael Noss had been doing a bit of a series on this book on his 8:45, I believe. Every Friday, he'd come on and he'd explain a little bit of a different section on this book. If you're looking to understand more about this, he'll be on at 2:45 with Brendo, and we are giving this copy away. So stay tuned for that interview to get your possible copy there. Where are we here on the future? We're stair-stepping back up into 13.6. Oh, baby. So we're not ready to make a newer low quite yet, OB, at least not yet.
not
on
yet.
the NQ, and the low of the day on the NQ 13,566.5, not ready to get taken. So a higher low on the NQ. Do we get a 13,631 retracement? That's VWAP. That's the area we rejected off. I want to say at around, what time was that? So add 1 hour on Chicago, around 11:30 or so. We did a bit of a VWAP touch and reject. So we're back at 13.6 again. Here we are. Last time we wicked above there on high volume and then wicked right below. This time we're stair-stepping up, slower, more of more of a reasonable stair-step up anyway. I'll be looking at 13,631. That'll be my target there. But yeah, that 13.6 looking like it's going to act as resistance for now. We'll see what happens here. Okay, what else is moving in these markets? Wow, talk about zigzag land, sideways zigzag land. Here are the big capper charts. Top left, Meta. Look at this dance. We are flat on Meta. We've been going up, zigzagging back down off 245.50, right back up to 247.50, and now we're right at that close on Meta. Very sideways, very flat. Amazon, much the same chart, except we're not flat. We're 1% up. So it made its move earlier on and then kind of zigzagged between VWAP around 116. So Amazon also kind of moving sideways. I mean, Tesla was the one that I was looking for a possible retracement. It had a couple of good moves, and it's still definitely in play. 181 dip was good. If you got that around 12:30 or so, about 20 minutes ago, nice little retracement above 182. We're dancing with 182 right now on Tesla, but still, if you take this long, it's still a counter trend move because we are down 2%. So many lines here on Tesla that I get rid of. The break-even point, yesterday's close, 185.80 area. So gives us $5.80 from the area where we're currently trading possible upside for Tesla. Traded this one yesterday on the show with Arun. We had a nice winner on this one on our friend's Tesla. We took it for about $2, Obi. So it was a nice little gain there for Tesla. Where are we at with the future? Oh, baby. Here comes 13,602. We're stair-stepping up again. I want that 13,631, though. Give me 13,631.
We might get that. Comp SRX shouting out Lulu. Nice look on Lulu, man.
They just took my money on the weekend.
Oh, yeah?
Got a nice Lulu top.
Nice. I mean, it seems like it's taken some money as well from the longs over the past 3 days as well. Look at check this out. Straight fades on Lulu. I like that. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row. Like buy the open. Sell the open, buy the close.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You want to hear the truth?
What's up?
Okay, so their claim to fame is margins, right? They're a margin play. They're expensive, right? So they were talking about how they did well in the end of 2022, Christmas, where they had like a glut of inventory. So usually the move for retailers, when you have a glut of inventory, you make a sale.
Right.
You drop prices, take a hit on the margins to move the inventory. They didn't have to do that. And they said they didn't have to do that, and that's why they did well, and that's why their stock went up. Their margins stayed intact. Now, here's a real-life example of that. I went to Toronto Premium Outlets on, you know where that is, like it's in the West End. Yeah. No, not Hamilton, no. It's on 401, yeah. I went there on the weekend. They have a Lulu outlet store. So I was looking through the golf shirts because I wear the golf shirts in the summertime instead of the full dress shirt. So I was seeing what golf shirts they had. Bro, so it's a $100 golf shirt. It was only marked off 15% at an outlet. Usually you're in the 30, 40, 50% mark off range usually at an outlet. Even at their outlet stores, they're not giving up on the margins. So, it's a hell of a company. It's a Canadian story, and, we're going to hit this for sure. Bradley said it's a rich man's store, bro. Outlets are a scam. It's a what? Yes, okay. All right. Here we go, guys. 13,605. We're curling up on the future. We're holding above 13.6. That'll be the look. I'm looking for a 13.631 touch. That will be the end of the trade, and we'll see what happens there. Obi, Jay Lee. Okay, we got some ads here. Why not short some IEP?
IEP.
What? Some EP? IEP? I'm not sure what that is.
Oh.
It's
Didn't
been a.
mean to do that.
Pardon
Let
me?
Pull it up.
Oh, okay. So Max is saying IEP
Oh yeah.
is blocked
These,
for us.
yeah, it's blocked for us.
Icon,
This
yes,
was
okay.
this was
Icon
definitely.
Enterprise, yeah.
I was not. I guess I wasn't very happy
Yes.
that this name was blocked for us. This was that Hindenburg article ticker, right? Now we've seen what Hindenburg can do to companies when they come out with a strong report, and like take a look at this. Like this is straight waterfall, right? Look at these weeks. I think let's take a guess.
Go chasing waterfalls.
Yeah, this song. Look at this 50 break. As soon as let's take a guess as to when that report came out, just by looking
Yeah,
at this weekly
honestly,
chart,
right?
right?
Yeah.
Like you have this consolidation base from 2020, 2021, you don't break. 2022, you don't break. All of a sudden, Hindenburg comes out with a report, and boom, that anticipated break that kind of didn't break through for 2 years, and even further back, if you look back here, like 2016 levels. I don't know if there's been splits in between, but this $50 level held relatively well, maybe plus minus $5 dips below. Maybe this little wick here is the furthest we've gone. But yeah, no, this shelf was pretty solid. It proved itself, and then look at that. Catalyst brings in the shelf break. Like that's the catalyst for the shelf break. Pretty crazy move there. Unfortunately, we can't trade it here at our office. But yeah, no, definitely. I know some of you guys are definitely trading this name, taking a piece of the trend, and I guess you can take it off of the changing fundamentals, I guess, type of play. On Icon Enterprises.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I remember when the headline came out, we tried to get on that, but it was blocked on P-Pro 8. But yeah.
John's saying, I always buy off the wiggly line.
The wiggly
Nice.
line.
I like
Which
that.
line is straight other than horizontal and vertical lines that you drag on your charts? 13.6 back in focus again on the ES. Not quite ready to make that big move up into VWAP yet, so we'll sit and wait on this one and see what it does. But the market very sideways right now, and to be expected because we really are waiting for some sort of decisive headline to come out of Washington with respect to the debt ceiling. Today is the 24th of May. Janet Yellen has gone publicly and said June 1st is the deadline. There's been speculation as to whether June 1st is the real deadline because there's been a lot made about shifting governmental funds from one department to another. When I was at the big desk, she remarked on that this afternoon, stating that it's not as simple as moving money from one bank account to the other, that there was more to it, and no one should assume that the U.S. government would be able to carry out such tasks. So, obviously she's keeping the pressure on, and, negotiating tactics are going to be what they are. We are mere spectators in this bigger game, nothing that we can influence in our regard. So we'll continue to watch and report and give you the information, see whatever you guys can do. So, yeah, the market remaining indecisive, at least for the moment, as we wait for more headlines to come out of Washington. In case you're kind of just, wondering what this whole thing is about, I had my pops yesterday ask me on FaceTime, he's like, what's this thing about the U.S. government not paying the bill and the debt ceiling, and now it's coming into the mainstream, and you're having to explain to them that yes, every year we have to kind of go through this whole thing where we artificially raise the ceiling of the debt by enacting a new statute, and so it has to be passed like a regular law would be passed in Congress, through the House, through the Senate, right, and receive presidential signature. And if it doesn't go that way, then it's like you default on your bank account, obviously. So now it's kind of reaching common parlance. Here we go again, below 13.6 on the NQ. We're still doing this little dance here. Market, very sideways, not decisive whatsoever. So let's look around and see what is moving. ENVB, okay, so this is the one we got stopped out of earlier.
How's that guy doing?
So now it has reclaimed VWAP to the north side. So you can't see VWAP on this chart, so let's bring in ENVB on another chart. And here it is. Where is it? ENVB. There we go. 1 minute chart on ENVB. Here is the black line. That black line right at that 588 level below 590. We danced below VWAP. Now we break out above. To me, this is a long, it's more long. I mean, here's the thing. I've seen these zigzag before at VWAP. You get a break above, then you have a break below, and it alternates within the range here. So I'm going to have to wait and get some sort of range break before I dabble in this one. That is not usually my trade on these small cappers. Usually I'm dip trading when I'm trading them. So yeah, I think I might have to be hands off on this one for now. I'll keep watching it, see if there's anything that I like that develops on it. I'll keep watching the futures either. What else is the chat up to? Not every year, they're saying Vida Loca. So I guess I misspoke when I talked about the debt ceiling. Not every year. Okay. So I'm not sure how long it's put, what the duration of each debt ceiling limit increase is. I'll have to look into that. But chat saying it's not every year. ENVB, moving up. Looking good.
I missed who asked for. Oh no, right here, Craig Taylor. Can you look at gold? Had a big drop. Can it bounce here? Now I have had my eyes on gold. Now Sharif probably knows more about
Actually,
this ticker or the fundamentals behind gold. I don't necessarily look into commodities that much, but yeah, no, I don't know. We can I guess we can look at the chart. Now, what are the things that kind of affect the price of gold?
I mean, a lot of
like I know the dollar does.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I'm not very familiar.
It's usually counter to equities. So when equities are going down, this is typically the case. That's not always the case.
Yeah.
It'll go up when equities go down, and vice versa. It's you always hear about it being an inflation hedge. It's obviously in correlation with the U.S. dollar.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just looking off the chart, I guess it's doing the trident pattern. Right, the triple. Like look at how stark.
I like that.
Look at how stark this is
like
off
it.
of the 2080. Right, we've rejected 2080 a couple of times, so like we're pulling back off of this. Can we bounce? I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't know how people are really pricing this asset, I guess. But just based off of the chart and price action, there's no volume on this chart either, which is oh no, there is some volume. I just can't see it. Okay, well, yeah, no, volume would definitely be a good tell as well if we could pull that up here. But yeah, no, price rejection off of here, kind of this consolidation between the 17 and the 2000. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about gold, but that's the chart.
Yeah, no, gold's been really sticky. And I had this interview with Frank Caberna. Goes back a ways. I think it was in early March, and Frank and I talked about gold and de-dollarization and the fact that there was at the time, and the interview that I had with him last week, we talked about something completely different. But at the time in April, we were talking about de-dollarization and the rise of BRICS and the growing influence of whatever currency they're going to adopt, whether it's the yuan or whatever it's going to be, or whether they come some sort of agreement to use each other's currency. I have no idea what it's going to be, but the point is they will not be settling in US dollars, and that was the pitch. And then all of a sudden, we have these interest rate talks again because of the debt ceiling issues, and then there's a flight into the US dollar once again. You could argue that that's more short term. The DXY, the US dollar index, has been doing real well since the debt ceiling issue became a main focus. So. And it seems counterintuitive to the regular person, like, well, if the U.S. is going to default on its debt, why would people be buying up their currency? Yeah, and counterintuitively, it is kind of counterintuitive in that sense, but that's just how it works. So it's been.
Do you think that's like a kind of like a lack of supply type of concept, or what? I don't know.
I got to tell you, with respect to what the U.S. dollar going up,
people buying it up. right? People
No,
buying it
it's
up
just-
because they're
Seems to
just
be
like,
the
oh,
flight to safety. That's what it is usually. And with interest rates talk about, the terminal rate not being for another 50 basis points from where we're at now. And when you look at the Fed rate watch tool, they're pricing in an almost 40% chance as of yesterday for a July hike of 25 bips. So there's just so much noise. It's hard to kind of digest everything and, come some sort of consistent opinion because there's just so much noise. It's tough, at least for a noob like me. I'm only 3 years deep, so
Yeah,
I plan on getting
I don't
better.
know too much about this stuff either. But yeah, the thing is, like, if you're going to be trading any asset or equity or whatever, like, it's good that you know how it moves, like what moves it. Like, I know nothing about gold, so would I trade it? Probably not. Show them my superpower.
Bradley's chirping from the back. He's telling
Right. Oh,
Obi
right.
to show everyone his superpower.
Apparently, this is my lightsaber.
Go. That's it. But hold on, you got to be able to move it though.
Can I? Oh, okay.
Hey,
Oh, all
okay,
right.
guys. This is what kind of day of the market it is. We just took 13.6 again, but again we dance with
Nice.
13.6 and break down below. So 13.6 come in as a recyclable level here on the NQ. Sorry, I'm looking. Yeah, there we go. You are looking at the NQ there, but this is the one that I'm looking at because that's where VWAP is, and that's the level I'm looking for, baby. 13.631. I'm looking for that retracement. Higher low on this SM. This is the NQ June contract. There we go. There's the little title. Now you know what I'm talking about over here. Let's bring it down. Yeah. NQ June 2023. When's the rollover date? I think it's June 19th. End of the month, says Bradley. So he thinks. Third Friday, guys, the rollover date. So keep your eye out for that. Anyway, still in this and, waiting for that bigger move up, but we are not getting
Looks like
it
there's
yet.
some selling potentially coming in here.
It's both ways, dude.
A lot of tape going red across the board. I got a few caps up here, and tapes are starting to go red. We are seeing some selling coming in, but like everything's still within the range, right?
Yeah.
But this kind of selling we haven't seen in the past like half an hour or so. So this could be something, this could be directional, but again, Amazon's still around this 116, 115.8. Support is there that we'd have to kind of get by in order to get into those 115.50s that I was looking for earlier. Let's see if we can even make it there. But yeah, no trade for me here off of this. Not really much you can react to off of just a quick selling that doesn't necessarily follow through right away. But yeah, just a little bit of a chop. We can see that more consolidation is what it's looking like here on the futures. So again, patiently waiting for something high probability to kind of show itself and pull us in.
All right, I'm going to show my workout from yesterday. I posted it. I'm going to start posting my workout either every day or every other day. But yeah, we got to start doing some fitness stuff here, baby, in the summer. So here we go.
You're going to run classes between lunch breaks?
What's that?
Run classes at the park.
I know
between lunch
Aaron
breaks?
does his thing in the green room there. He gets a whole workout in. All right, so I did this yesterday. These are Romanian deads. And these are fantastic for your glutes, your glutes, erector spinae, hamstrings, obviously, and even some of your lower back. So this was Romanian deadlifts. Did 4x10. This was the move. Then did calf raises. This is excellent. This holds like your entire body, your linear chain. And then I did one-legged Romanians with the kettlebells. If you're not balanced, you're not strong. So this is all about balance here.
Wow.
Yeah, so this one, you do a bunch of these, did 10 on each leg. I just don't want to bore you guys with the video. You're a joker, probably. Yeah, so this was the move yesterday.
Look at the chat going off, man. They loving your workout.
So today, upper body day. Yesterday, lower body day. And I alternate between the two, some upper body, some lower body. And yeah, thanks, guys.
Nice.
Great form. What? Oh, well,
I mean,
yeah,
there's always a bigger fish at the gym, no? I mean,
too small, bro. Can't guard me. Yeah, guys. All right. Yeah, no. Leg day, very important, guys. Very important. Especially, I want to say, I can't speak for women, but for men, it really regulates hormone levels. So if that's a thing for you guys, make sure you get in a leg day. Where are we at here? MEOA. Did you know this? It's still halted. This one. What'd you put, Sean? Jimmy Butler stuff. Yeah. Yes. Sean's saying what in the NBA when you're guarding someone and you get dunked on or you get scored on, you go like this, like you're too small. You're too small to guard me. Like that. But MEOA, guys, halted. It's been halted for a while. How far does this go? 12:49.
Volatility
It's
halt?
news pending, someone said back there. Okay, so
That is a
MEOA, guys. I'm looking here. This one, Minority Equality Opportunities Acquisitions. It is a blank check SPAC company. It is moving on the news that there is a postponement of the special meeting of shareholders until Friday, May 26th this year at 10 a.m. So that's the news catalyst, and it's moving on that news. It was up real big at
So
that.
their ticker gets running, and they're like, oh, hold on. Let's move this meeting later on in the year. Let's maybe catch some more price action
There you go.
and volume.
NVIDIA is in another state of huadunk as you have Mr. Katina spinning the money as we come right back, Sean, into that 29 level again. We're dancing with 29. We get another curl down here on the future, 13,586. Still haven't made a newer low. A newer low comes by way of the break of the trough at 13,575. So if that comes that way, then we may be having to look the other way, southward. Obi, this is what I'm talking about here on the NQ. Right. This is the low at 13,576.5. You have the earlier low at 13,566, and now we're making a newer low. Don't know what's coming out.
The question is, are we going to be able to test it, right?
That's the good point. Yeah.
That's what we're looking for.
The ES has been making lows, no problemo. The NQ's had a hard time making lows, but who knows if that stays around for long, Obi.
That's definitely a question, one for, I guess maybe the 8 ball. Maybe a question for the 8 ball there. Can we break NQ lows today? All right, let's check the 8 ball, guys.
Ask the question.
Oh, can we break NQ lows today? Magic 8 ball. Let's see what it says. Ask Neil the GOAT. What? Well, Neil is in Paris. How typical, man. Come on. Somebody get on the satellite phone or something. I don't know. Yeah, maybe Neil knows. So that information is withheld from us as of right now. So we're just gonna have to wait and see and let it be a surprise, because I guess Neil holds the secrets to that question. Yeah, the 8 ball has spoken. Nice. So yeah, Brad already knows what's on my mind. I mean, all right, yeah, selling really coming in on the ES and NQ. Like, look at this break, engulfing some candles here on. Oh, something coming in. Yeah, look at that, straight into this range from before. Netflix. All right, Sean says he's long Netflix, NFLX. Let's go 359, just under 360. Nice. Like, we've seen some buyers here before, and I guess Sean is expecting them to kind of come back in. But with the selling coming in the market, this area definitely could test here. But yeah, the level from yesterday, actually, let me pull that back. Like, this top from yesterday, that's where we're at right now. So I think that's a pretty decent look. Definitely a level of interest here at the 359. Let's see what we can do on Netflix with that. Market really coming in, but yeah, can we break these lows? I guess we didn't need Neil for the answer to that question just yet. That level came in pretty hot. Can we break it convincingly? That's the question. That's a real question here. We've got some lows down here, like Sharif said, at 13,568-ish area, 13,566. Whatever, plus minus 2 points, that area down there. Can we catch a bid again? right? Are we just going to range all day and kind of go nowhere, trapping both sides, I guess, unless you're playing the range, of course. But yeah, other than that, pretty undecisive here. That selling came in, it's met with bidding right away at the levels we're kind of expecting them to be at. Now, follow through is the question here.
Yeah.
Can we have any follow through, Sharif?
It's going to be tough to know. And don't forget that we have the Fed meeting coming out at 2 o'clock. And the Fed meeting minutes coming out at 2 o'clock, which is a reflection of how each individual member was thinking on the last meeting. I think it was May 2nd, May 3rd, something like that. It's a 2-day meeting, usually Tuesday and Wednesday. To be honest with you, though, I think, you know, the majority, unless there's going to be something really to surprise us, we kind of already know how most of them think. Most of them made the rounds with media and gave various interviews, and, you know, we always cover that because that's always quite market moving. So we shall see. And, you know, one consistent theme that's come out from them this time around was that we're not at the terminal rate at the moment, which a lot of people thought we were because some people were pricing in cuts. Some people were quite aggressive and, you know, utopian, thinking that we were going to get cuts in the summer. The more reasonable people were thinking we're going to get cuts later on the year, like November and December. That may not be the case. In fact, we may raise some more. Canada is also possibly raising. You know, we've had 2 pauses when the Americans raised. Now we're keeping it on the table because inflation came in hotter than expected last time. And here comes the housing market again. Let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I keep my eye on the condo market, and things are getting hot again.
Yeah.
So, especially in Toronto. And anybody who knows anything about real estate, in case if you guys don't know, Toronto and Vancouver, some of the most expensive real estate in the world. Look that up. Obviously, New York, Tokyo, and Paris.
Well, I was reading an article, something that like some crazy rental rates above 3,000 on average in Toronto.
2-bedroom?
Like,
2 bedrooms gonna be 3K. Yeah. No.
Right?
No. Single, you're still in the 2s. You're in the low to mid 2s.
Okay there. But like you say, that's a potential that could come in if the market does get hot again. Because I know. If real estate becomes a barrier in terms of owning, a lot of people might switch to renting, and that's what's bringing
that drives
the rental
up the market.
Supply demand, right?
You're right.
The demand for rent goes up naturally because people can't put down on a house to own, so they start renting.
You're right.
And then that rental prices start rocketing. So
No. That's
I guess,
completely
is that
accurate.
part of what's happening in Toronto.
Yeah, and one other thing that's really taking issue right now, or what's taking hold, in the real estate game, is the institutionalization of ownership. Yeah. You're having huge corporations buy swaths, whether it's condominiums or homes for rent, and, you know, obviously their buying power is not what you and I is, and nor are we leveraged in the same way that they are.
They're buying the block.
Yeah, right? And they're buying the block. They're doing renovations and they're selling it at a
trades on real estate.
It's really what it is, though. Yeah. And so there's rumblings about possibility of that being regulated, and I think that the likelihood of that being regulated in Canada is far more likely than that being regulated in the United States. We shall see. Canada, we're kind of regulation happy anyway, so.
Yeah.
Where are we at here?
Be something for, I guess, homeowners, landlords to watch out for. But yeah, housing market going crazy out here in Toronto. Look at what happened with that selling pressure that came in, right? We rebid right back up. So like Fugays, call it like you see it. I don't know. Like we were expecting bidders to kind of come in there at the same level, and yeah, you might have been rocked by how hard and heavy we came back into that level, but rebid right back up with just the same ferocity on the futures. So still more consolidation, I guess. And I think we are waiting for those Fed minutes to kind of come out now to potentially give us some direction, a lot of anticipation that we've had, especially on this NQ. Like, look, since we've kind of opened, we've not really gone too far. We've kind of been in this 100 point range-ish, maybe less, and even tighter range on the ES. So undecisive for sure. Leads me to think that we might be waiting for that Fed minute to come out, right? So yes, Amazon. Let me fix this wick right here because I can't really get a proper read on the chart. Yes.
Oh, here we're moving, baby.
Let's go.
Something just popped up here. We're moving on the future. Okay. Netflix moving to the high side, breaking through 360. It's looking to test 361. Sean, are you long Netflix? Yeah, he's long Netflix at 359 and 30. There we go. So that moving up, the market moving up. It's looking to take out local highs at 16. Get it together, Sharif. 13,607. Looking to take that high that we made at around 1240. It's still a local high. The area I'm looking, VWAP now on my chart, 13,628. Not quite there yet. Still within the range. We are at the higher end of the range, albeit, but we're still not breaking through that range. So yeah, I got excited there because we were at the high end of the range, but we're still holding that range. The the ES back up as well to 41.22. Be nice here if we could get some continuation here, Obi. Let's go NQ. NQ at 07s. Do we see 8s? We haven't seen 8s yet, have we? No, we haven't. So we're gonna wait, see if we got 11s, baby. We're moving. Okay, so now we're out of the range here, Obi, as now we are in 10s and 12s. Oh, baby. Let's take a little bit out there. There it is, man. There it is. Let's go. Let's go. 28s. We're waiting on 28s. Let's see if we get 25s. 28s is not a random level. I'm looking for a VWAP retracement on the NQ. We just broke out of the 07 local high. Now we're looking at 25 being the next local high. We wicked there at 1205. Haven't gotten there since. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, those are crazy volume coming in, right? Like a lot of fugazi, like we just talked about. That heavy selling met with that buying abruptly, and then rip right back, engulf all of that selling. Yeah, crazy market here. Not real follow through on the Amazon that I'm seeing now. Like we said before, Amazon likes to kind of do its own thing as well. So I'll be watching some of the other ones. That 171 on Apple kind of pulling in. Microsoft, gotta check these guys. Back at my desk, as you guys know, I don't have to individually pull up these charts. I got the whole market on watch just with one look, and that kind of really helps kind of get a gauge on some of these names. Like look at this rapid bid up of NVIDIA. NVIDIA's really going. Apple's really going. Microsoft's starting to go. Google is still a little muted, but yeah, definitely stocks are coming in. That buying pressure really kind of showing itself, not on every name, but on a lot of names.
Wow, volatility in this market.
Bing bang, like we were talking about this last time. It's just pop, lock, and drop it. That's what it's doing, man.
Yes. Yields just.
That'll do it.
What happened? We had the 5-year auction, right?
Yeah, and the 7, they just went above 7%.
Okay, so we're getting something with respect to the 5-year note auction. I think that was starting at 1. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes so. June 1st T-bills are now over 7%. What did I say this morning? I was saying something about 6 or 7%. I sat down. I'm like, the 1 month. Brendo was going up there to double check. Thanks for that, Brendo. But we're gonna find out exactly what's causing some volatility, because we just broke through a key level and we retraced. The market's starting to move again here. Tesla curling into that 182.50 high again. Not high. Top. 182.94, technically the high on the day. That's an after the bell high, 182.94. We're at 182.50 here. Again on Tesla. We're holding above 13.6 on the NQ. Looking for a retracement into the 20s on the NQ. But that may not get that as we retrace right back down into 6. Oh, well, it gets bobbed back up. Well, lots of volatility coming into these markets here, baby.
Yeah, that was a little crazy. I almost had a slip of the tongue there with that selling that kind of came in, because I was like, oh, short off 116, the VWAP kind of hold. We ripped back into it. Yeah, no, this volatile market definitely you got to stay on your toes, and yeah, lack of awareness of catalysts as well coming in, kind of pushing this market around. Not so great if you're in a position without the knowledge of these kind of catalysts coming in. everybody speaking, like we said before, expect volatility, and we are seeing it. We're seeing it. We're seeing it live here in the markets, in the futures, and some of these caps. But yeah, now what are you guys trading today? PLTR. Yeah, we can check out PLTR. Palantir. Wow, check this out. Palantir is the only one that's kind of breaking its highs. This $12 hold and push into previous consolidation from pre-market. Didn't these guys have earnings recently? I'm not too sure. I think it was maybe a few weeks ago. But yeah, no, nice look on Palantir, holding that $12 area above that consolidation, kind of continuing into pre-market levels. Nothing too crazy, maybe something I will look for on a potential backside move, because we did kind of test this. Sorry, let me bring that back in. We did kind of test this 13, can't really get past it, consolidate, and then break that consolidation back below into here. So yeah, maybe that's the look on Palantir. Comp SRX saying he's trading some NVIDIA. NVIDIA off the, like we said, that 300 stays a key area. Like, look, we're just orbiting around this 300, plus minus $1, maybe $2 in the morning. But yeah, kind of a very range-bound market. Even though we're experiencing this volatility here, it just seems like we're just volatile up and into the extremes of the range, right? Like, look at the ES. You break, you kind of expand, and you come back in, right? So a lot of fugays. I'm not really touching anything here. I want to stay with high probability plays. And right now, sure, I might not know every play that there is in the book, but my playbook doesn't necessarily entail any of this kind of price action here. So that's why you see me sitting around waiting for something higher probability. I like the open, and I like the close. I feel like they provide a decent amount of opportunity, high probability opportunity, but as well, midday plays as well. Like, you know, not a lot of people technically look at those, I guess. A lot of people are focused on the open and the close, which is valid. But I think there's a lot on the table as well in terms of like an intraday trades and intraday swings as well. But yeah, that's what we're trying to do here, trying to work on the toolkit, work on the toolbox, different tools for different markets. But yeah, over time, hopefully that will be of benefit and play a part in adaptability to changing markets.
Guys, smash the like button if you can. I'm trying to time my voice with that thing, but it kind of glitches a little bit there. But yeah, hit that like button, baby.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Katrine says it, you got to do it, baby. So, guys, seriously though, yeah, we always work on the YouTube's algorithm, and the only way they know if we're good or not is if you guys like and subscribe and share. I share with my family all the time. I know that they help out with that too, sharing the stream with other people that they know, and if you could
give us a
you're
feedback.
interested in. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you gotta let us know, help the YouTube algorithm out, and yeah, if you really like us, let us know. Give us a thumbs up. If you don't, leave a comment. Let us know why. But yeah,
let us know why. Pick us apart by all means. We're made of stone here. We have no feelings. No, that's not true. Obi, we're dancing with 13.6 again, aren't we? Here on
dancing
the NQ,
with the
we
devil
broke
over
through that 50 period on the 5 minute, but we're looking for a hold here at 13.6. We're above it at the moment, but we are so headline dependent. I feel that the littlest or the smallest, kind of news item with respect to the debt ceiling leaks out, and all of a sudden we're moving one way or the other.
That's the party I'm waiting for. I want to be the first. I want to be the first to that party. That party I don't think has started yet. So let's see. I don't know.
Yeah, so we're still doing that dance. I'm looking at the big cappers here. I'm seeing, most of them consolidating in a consolidative pattern, whether, they're below or above VWAP. Most of them are sideways. Looking at the small cappers, there was lots moving earlier. MEOA was chief among them. It was a halt fest. It's still halted. News pending. Here's a chart on MEOA. Up 140 points, was up much higher at that $43.50 top. ENVB, this is the chart on ENVB. This is actually still quite bullish. It's above VWAP. It's holding that 6 as a level. It's been bought up every time it's descended below 6. So possible interesting VWAP hold, high of day break here on our friend ENVB. It stopped me out. I have a loser on it. But this future is keeping me up here as we're riding above 13.6. Yeah, anyway, ENVB, the small capper that I traded today. There was also GCT. This was probably a lot better in the pre-market. It's kind of given up the ghost now. Here's the chart on GCT. It was much higher. It was up over 100% when it was at $11.78. That's the top high of day. But the move, again, on it, to the long side anyway, was pre-market. You had a great short subsequent to the ringing of the bell. You got the big flush through VWAP at around 950 there. And then it did kind of like the consolidate downwards, flat bottom break through $9. So maybe that play is back. Anyway, keeping my eye here on the future. As we curl back up, I'm seeing Meta in the higher end of the range. I'm seeing Tesla knock on the door of 182.5 again. And what's our friend NVIDIA and Netflix up to at the moment? Yeah, Netflix still curling up through 360, possibly into 361. But I'm embroiled in this futures trade, and we'll look for continuation. We took some out at 14s last time. We're looking at the level profit taker that I have here is at 23s. We'll have to get there, though. Dancing above 10 for now. Some good movement. Don't know if there's any news item that's come out recently to account for this. What's the chat up to here? T-Daddy. Oh, Icon Enterprises, okay. NVIDIA, Event Horizon says comp, SRX1. WH says LAES continuing to halt up. Have a look at LAES. LAES. Load it up on right over here. Yeah, what is this all about? What's the volume on this? It's done 122,000 shares. Can't seem to stay open. You can't even tell that it's traded on this chart. We're going to have to look at the 15-minute. Wow, very sparsely traded. What is this company? Seal. I don't have any information. Yeah, I'm going to stay away from this, but yeah.
Another halter.
Bit of a crazy halter. Meta moving up into 247.25. The future up back to 13,612. Let's see if we can get up to, where am I sitting here? 2 3s? Yeah, I'm sitting at 2 3s. 10 points from where we are, Obi. Holding 13.6 for now.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, like nothing has shown me like a significant push in a given direction. Like all this is telling me is like, yeah, we might be getting a little volatile, but we're still within range. We're still within so like still within the move. Don't want to get like too caught up in taking the larger picture move, I think, in anticipation. But yeah, like I said, you can continue to play the range. Like if you've noticed that like there's buyers at this 13,580, and then we kind of have this average sellers in this 13,615 area, you can sit on both sides and kind of like churn that range. And I mean, maybe not on the futures, but like you can see that some of these other tickers are kind of churning that range as well, right? Like you can pull up not as cleanly, but like it's there, right? It's definitely there on some of these names. I know Amazon for sure it's there, right? Like look at the range. The range is getting tighter and tighter, right? So this price compression that we're seeing here
is
definitely like we're waiting for something, right? It kind of tells us that the price can definitely blast off in any direction, either direction, with this type of compression, kind of very even out. But yeah, still hovering around VWAP. So that's why I don't necessarily like it too much here. I like to be on the extremes of the range, or try to be at least. But yeah, we seem to be kind of pushing now. Let's see if we can really get going.
I want 23s, NQ. 18s, we're at 18s. Let's get 23s, baby. We're looking for a VWAP retracement. Again, VWAP moving down because we're spending a lot of time down here. VWAP 13,628 on my chart, still 8 points from where we're at now. We need to get up there. So I got the resting profit taker because these old man hands can't handle the heat. And yeah, we'll see what we get up there. And all right, let me see.
Fonzie, algo's set to make them flinch. I like that. That's exactly what this feels like. You know, this hard volatility both ways. You got people, you got traders flinching.
We
for
got a
sure.
small capper here moving.
Yes, sir.
Let's
see it.
WKEY. Let me put. Yeah, Bradley, what'd you say? Okay, I thought Bradley you knew it or something. WKEY, is that on the NQ or the ES?
That is an NQ name.
It's an NQ name. Thank you for that, because I have to put the ticker on here. W key.NQ. Thanks for that, Bradley. Oh, that's not even on the right name anymore. No, this is AVID. I'm sorry. I said W key.
I thought that was W key. I was like, damn, is that what W key looks like?
AVID? AVID is exploring a sale, possible buyout on this guy's, sorry, not W key, AVID. Did we just print 23s on the NQ? We just printed 23s on the NQ.
DJ Sharif
We
in the
just
house.
printed. We are now retracing up the end of the trade for this. For me, the end of the trade will be 27s. Let's go ahead and put that in there now as we dance with 22s. Let's go ahead. Sorry, I'm just trying to organize myself here. And we're going to sit at 26.5 because what's life without whimsy, right? So we retrace off quarters. For now, we possibly could have made a top there. Who knows? But the trade here was a VWAP retracement, and I don't want to overstay my welcome. So leaving that resting order there for the remaining amount, and we shall see what transpires. But sorry, back to this AVID. This is the 1 minute on AVID. A bit of a top there at 24.21. What say you? We look at the spread on AVID because it looks spready, and I haven't even seen the level 2. 10 pennies. Okay, I've seen way worse than that. So AVID, 10 penny spread, not too bad. No, now it opens to 12. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I don't have levels on this one. What's the daily? Let's have a look at the daily. All right, Obi, it's an ugly looking daily. But if I had to guess, I'd say 25 was probably an interesting level there. Look at the bottom area of this trough right here, 25. We're curling up into 25. If you're looking for a profit-taking level, I'm going to have to tell you 25 is probably it. You have a trough here. You have a wick. You can't even call that a trough. A couple of wicks into there. So to me, 25 looks like a good resistance level if you're looking to take profit. Where are we at? We're at 23.94. That presents you with $1 upside. I get it. That's not that much on this kind of a name. Who knows? Maybe it blows through those levels. But to me, I wouldn't want to overstay my welcome on a name like that, Obi.
Yeah, for sure. Crazy move. Like, yeah, when you have like this kind of like an acquisition M&A type of news, yeah, you can have price kind of rocket up into that projected acquisition price, like right away. So some crazy moves as well in this market. Like if you were there, like this is definitely one of those plays where like if you're one of the first ones to the party, like you're laughing. Like this volume, let's check this volume here. You got 68,000, yeah. So 68,000 shares traded in the first candle off of that news, 3-minute candle. But yeah, if you were any one of those 68,000 shares, like you are printing, it's printing well above all those prices, right? So I think that 25 is a good look. Looking left, 25 is a great psychological number as well, right? The quarters. Yeah, great look there on AVID. Now, no follow through on Amazon, right? Like I'm almost tempted to short into this strength where we've seen sellers kind of come in before. This is looking like a lower high as well, the third one on the day, right? But this strength in the NQ and ES will definitely be deferring players from shorting into this strength. But I kind of like that idea, and let's see if I see any clues or instances on the tape that kind of lead me to believe I can start shorting into this level here. Otherwise, yeah, we could definitely break, and I will be wrong if we break some of these tops of the day and kind of push towards top of the day.
Let's go.
Right?
Let's go. 25s. Here comes 25. Are we going to hit 26s and change? Because that's where we're sitting. 25 and a quarter. We're dancing with 25 and 24. Bit of a seller here. Do we get continuation? And there it is, Obi, and there's the end of the trade, my friend. VWAP retracement executed. I'm very happy with the way that this was executed. Even if I leave money on the table, if it continues to run, the whole point was to follow the trade. And there it is, in at 85s, out at 26s. So very happy with this trade. I know someone was complaining in the chat about my labels on the charts being too small. I'm sorry, guys. I'm doing my best. You know, there's only a maximum font that I can use. They're a bit bigger on the P Pro 8 ones. On these ones, they're a bit smaller. So look at this one, AVID, right? When I show you the 1 minute, probably can see it not bad. AVID, the ticker, the percentage change on the day, and the last price, which is essentially a price. I hope you guys can see that quite well. Bit of a couple of different layouts. There's this one, and then there's this one over here. Kind of similar. They're both in the top left corner. So doing the best I can, guys. Sorry for that, but JF Trader says I can see it fine. Okay, looks good to me. Bra says Anthony L. All right, well, everybody teach their own. Depends on what size your screen I guess you're watching
maybe some
on.
People might be just trolling as well, you know?
Well, who knows, right?
I think it's
please the
legible.
masses,
I think
baby.
it's there. But yeah, people talking about Tesla. Tesla really breaking out of the tops. We were looking at this V shape earlier on Tesla. Follow through. We are testing these pre-market levels. Great look on Tesla. That 180, I know I definitely had on watch for Tesla. We didn't really take the trade around it, but like obviously it was there. That level definitely interacted. A little bit of exhaustion, a bit of reclaim, recycling, and then it pushed off. Yeah, good look on Tesla. Tesla's really pushing. Yeah. Kind of coming in. Like look what happened yesterday, right? Like we sold off pretty hard off the 200 attempted test, right? I was looking for that 195 to really come in. Mm-hmm. It never did. And I think that failure to follow through above the 92 definitely kind of showed its face, and we're seeing that continuation come in out the open today. And yeah, a bit of a reversion back for the move, because yeah, it is a pretty crazy move to happen in such a short amount of time. And I think the look on reversion is good on that Tesla trade. Yes, a lot of people were in Tesla.
I'm very pleased.
The chat is going off about Tesla.
Yes, Tesla. It's fantastic. Elon's fantastic. Electric vehicles are all great. Everything's good. I'm just very Fed minutes. We got 17 minutes till Fed minutes.
Party's about to begin.
Yeah, Microsoft. How can I say it that way? Microsoft moving 314.50. Here it comes. Apple looking to go green. 171.67. We're at 51s. So we're almost green. Where are we here with these other names? Meta's already green. It's been green. 246.75 is the yesterday's close. We're at 247.72. So $1 north of the green level. Amazon started the day green. It caught an upgrade and has been hanging out above yesterday's close. OB at 115. Your boy Amazon has been doing quite well. Yes, Tesla. Sir. Can you believe Tesla could go green today?
Yeah,
185.80. Yeah,
right. Very unexpected, but like that is the nature of these markets. Like if you are expecting too much, the markets will definitely humble you.
Oh yeah, they be humbling people. Didn't Sean tell you not to say Microsoft? Sean just hit the bang there when I hit me. He hit the fail, so he's changed his mind. I'm banned again. Sharif, you said Tesla wrong, says Tony Price. Yeah, you know what, man? We freestyle around here. Sometimes it's Tesla, sometimes it's Elon Musk, sometimes it's Elon Musk, sometimes it's Jamie Dimon, sometimes it's Jeremy Diamond. You just don't know what you're going to get on any given day at any given time. Sean says Sharif does as he wishes. Ravi T, NVIDIA moving. I mean, okay, it's hanging out at 300. The market is moving, though, absolutely flying to the high side. 13,640. We are really going here, and it looks like I got out of this trade way too early because we just moved, and then we're moving down now. Okay, wow, the volatility in this market is fantastic.
Yeah. You gotta wait.
Look, man, I mean, it's been a bit of a snoozer lately, right?
Ask the about Fed minutes.
Okay, right. What are we going to ask?
Whatever you want.
All right.
All right.
Almighty, all-knowing 8-ball. Will we close the day green after the Fed minutes are released?
On what? On what specifically? NQ or
Only,
ES?
only Neil knows.
Again, bro.
Sadly,
is that ball?
Neil
is
is
that
in
8 ball
Paris.
is broken?
I don't know, bro. It seems to like Neil.
That's the answer I gave last time. Dude, you gotta, I don't know if you're shaking it right, man.
Well, did you shake it last time?
I did.
So then, hold on.
I don't know.
Obi's
This
trying
is,
to question my shaking. I don't like my shaking being
okay.
questioned.
I got one, but I don't know. I didn't ask it anything. It says only if Apple is positive. That makes sense.
So
Hey,
Dan,
it's valid. Apple's
What?
the leader of the markets. It says only if Apple's positive. So
Apple is
If
literally
Apple's
on the
positive,
flat right now.
so-
171.65. We're at 171.55. So we want to go green here on Apple, but not quite yet. Dan Emmons.
I usually like selling to the
NQ
strength.
back north to RTH 30-second opening range. All right, make a bet. You know what, dude? I'm gonna have to. I don't know. It's a good one. Let me tell you after 2. Because I'll say that. I'll tell you after 2. AVID, though, I want to talk about this one. This one accumulating at that top here, Obi, hanging out with 24 and a quarter.
25 really tempting.
It's fantastic. As a short?
No.
Oh.
In terms of that price action is really tempting
yeah.
the test of the 25.
Yes, we talked
Right?
about that level
Yeah.
on the daily chart. Let's go quickly here. This is what we were talking about. The touch at 25 here, the touch at 25 on the trough here. Let's go ahead and put that horizontal trend line at the level 25. This is AVID, guys. AVID. This is the 5-minute. Don't really want to look at the 5-minute on such a fast mover. The 1 or the 3 are my preferred on these ones with a side 5 or a side 15. But the main one for entry is going to be the 1 or the 3. What do you see here, Obi? You think we squeeze past 25 or we meet resistance initially at 25? What's your look here?
I don't know. I think it is kind of setting up into a potential 25 test. We could see it, we could not. I have no idea, but like the fact that we've kind of creeped up, held above the previous highs, and kind of starting to compress into the level, it just increases the probability of the test.
No, I have to agree with that. The higher highs, the higher highs and the higher lows are obviously the tell. The inclination of the move up, though, worries me. It's a very aggressive move up. Okay. Well, I'll keep my eye on this
The
one. I'm not
strength
gonna
is
take
getting
trade
kind
on
of
it,
a pullback there. The futures,
Yeah.
you're getting a bit of a pullback. So again,
Where do you find a level here? Can you come back to my chart, Bradley, for 1 sec? Do you see support possibly here at 23 and a quarter, 23.20? Does this look good to you, or is that not enough action around here?
it's definitely a level, because when we bought into the level, it was met with resistance. So it could technically be like a support, resistance turn support. But like if I'm looking for actual support, I'm gonna look at the bottom there. Like
You're
the
looking
bottom,
here
I'm looking
or
there.
here?
No, the first bottom.
This one right here.
And then that one as well.
22-ish area.
These as well, right? These
Okay.
before that.
Okay.
So if we do fall back and the chart kind of breaks, like those are the levels to look for, I think, where we can potentially find players.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. Concurrently keeping an eye on the NQ and the ES. You're getting a dance above VWAP now on the NQ. You're getting the opposite thing on the ES where we're below VWAP. So the NQ a bit more bullish, 13,630 we're at right now. We got up to 4.4s, I think. 13,644. Bit of a reversal candle coming back down, but we've been bought up as we await the Fed minutes coming out at 2 and more debt ceiling info that
Only
may be
11 minutes away.
11 minutes
11
away,
minutes
10
away.
minutes away now, baby. It's 49.55, 13:49.55.
We can see the
let's
volatility
load up,
kind of like getting a little antsy.
Let's
in
see what
anticipation.
anything is up to here. Are we getting anything new? No. Let's go on some other websites. Let's see any debt ceiling talk coming out of there. No, not seeing anything from Dare DeSantis. No. So nothing coming out of there. We'll keep our ears and eyes peeled.
Wow,
see.
look at Netflix. Wow, that I think that look was great by Sean.
Yeah, that 360 held
that
like
360
a glove.
hold, like
Yeah.
look, just looking left, like yesterday's price, like why is that level important? But
Long 259.
Yeah.
30 something.
Nice. So like he got more. Nice. That's a great trade off a level that kind of showed itself yesterday and intraday today. Very nice. But yeah, not everywhere in the market are we kind of breaking out of ranges and uptrending like that. I'm looking at Google here. Google's right in the middle, that 120, and Amazon not really going too far as well. Attempted to short this kind of area here, but again, waiting for Fed minutes, right? 9 more minutes, I'll take that. Like I'm not in too much of a rush to kind of front run the Fed minutes here, but yeah, let's see what this report really brings in, and hopefully a little bit of volatility that we can capitalize on in the second half of the day coming in.
Can you remind me again what the bearish Icon Enterprise was? There a hit piece on them? What was the
IEP?
Yeah,
from
it was a hit piece, right?
Hindenburg, yeah.
Hindenburg,
From
yeah,
Hindenburg,
okay.
yeah.
That's right. There's so many news items. You tend to forget sometimes why things are moving down. Yeah, someone was asking me who. Benton C. Sharif, thoughts on IEP? I think Obi covered it quite well. Can you just go over it one more time because you had the analysis on it earlier?
We talked about how like we're not really approved to trade this, I guess.
No, not on our system.
Tax laws or something like that. But yeah, no, I'm just saying. We were looking at the day chart or the weekly chart, kind of, can you guess when the report was dropped, right? It's kind of very obvious, and we're seeing follow through on the move. Now, to be clear, I haven't specifically gone through the report thoroughly, I guess. It's just all I got from it is IEP is not necessarily run like they say it's being run. So, and they have valid reason to make those claims. And that sentiment is kind of seen in this price action post-report, right? Mm-hmm. The follow-through, the consolidation, lack of follow-through on the bids, and this consolidation kind of just like sells off. Continues into the 25 area. We're testing 25 today. But yeah, I don't know if 25 is a level looking left on the chart. And yeah, I guess it is. We kind of have these consolidation areas before it kind of ripped up in the early 2000s. So yeah, we're revisiting levels. Like I said before, with this $50 shelf.
Apple green now.
3 years, we didn't break the shelf, like significantly, and then all of a sudden you have a catalyst that breaks the shelf. Pretty crazy moves there on IEP. I mean, I know people are swing shorting this stuff. People are taking pieces off intraday. Unfortunately, we can't do any of that here at the floor. But yeah, good look on IEP. There's definitely a reason to sell on this name that kind of made itself apparent.
Was this the guy that was taking on McDonald's because they something to do?
I don't know. Was that Carl Icahn?
Was it? I mean, his daughter was the one who was being an activist, and he started advocating on her behalf. One of his beef was McDonald's, or there was something to do.
I have no idea.
Not really sure. Yeah. Trying to put a face to the name. I know. Okay. Whatever. I won't be. Yes.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, was it? I know, but he was beefing with McDonald's earlier, I think, because his daughter had some sort of advocacy. Icon, bro. Yeah, people are saying Icon McDonald's. Okay, so it was
okay.
him. Yeah, okay.
Nice.
It was, yeah, the supplier's delivery. Yeah, so, yeah, that was a beef with McDonald's. I know he took that on. I think it was last April. It was about a year ago. Hey,
wow.
Thanks,
Nice.
man. Yeah, May 26th of 2022. Yeah, I mean, I knew something was coming back to me there with respect to Carl Icahn. He's a heavy hitter. He loses the proxy fight over big welfare. So, pig welfare. Yes. Yeah. I remember that's what she wanted. Is hey.
Oh my God.
I'm an elephant in my past life there. The NQ doing well though. The NQ holding above VWAP, holding at 16. Sorry, man. How many times am I going to say that? 13,635. Possibly looking to go higher. Meta is at day's high. Tesla is at day's high at the moment. So you're getting a couple of these big tech names curling up. I'm looking at some others. They're lagging. You know, Apple just went green. Amazon, even though it was strong early, definitely not at day's high. 17 there, that day's high. 116.89, the day's high on that one. But,
yeah, that morning price action was pretty significant on Amazon. I definitely missed out the drive. I think you said they had an upgrade or something. They had an upgrade, Amazon?
Yeah, there was an upgrade today.
So I guess that kind of could have added fuel to this. But yeah, off the 115.
Citigroup.
Bidders definitely stepped in off the 115 and nice rip. Wasn't there for it, but I did get aggressive when that action kind of slowed down, and that's what I like as like a higher probability trade. Middle of the day, these kind of trades don't necessarily show up, so I guess it's a different toolkit for middle of the day, and not anything too crazy as of today on today's midday show, I guess. In terms of price action or anything like market moves, a lot of diddle in the middle of consolidation. Maybe some breaks, but nothing too convincing. Again, in anticipation of these Fed minutes, right? I could be wrong, I don't know, but it looks like we're trying to like do nothing in anticipation of the Fed minutes, and maybe we get a continuation or failure to follow through, whatever it is, off of those minutes. Like that's what I'll be looking for. But yeah, definitely a lot of fugays.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The fugays is strong.
Yeah, yeah, some predictable stuff that we could, make some predictions on. I mean, if you're more long-minded and you want to take some tech names long, definitely look for the NQ. Obviously, I think, like I've been talking about on the show for a while now, the ES just been a weaker name to take long the last little bit. So if you're looking taking futures long, I definitely think, you have some tells, which is you can some of the predictable behavior of the market. All right, what else we got going on here, Obi? We got like 3 minutes left on the show.
We got some sells coming in.
We got some sells
3
coming in,
three minutes left for the Fed minutes, right?
Yeah.
So like as soon as those come out, it's just the minutes coming in. So definitely these algos are going to be there.
Always.
Algos are probably going to be the first ones in there.
Yes, always.
Hopefully we can catch a piece of the move, but we shall see. 3 more minutes.
And like the thing is, like,
begin.
I'm kind of like not the most tech savvy person, but I try to stay afloat there with the new technology. But I've had a bit of a tough time really differentiating between machine learning, certain algos that use machine learning, and then AI. Like, are algos and machine learning, are they a form of AI? Right, you know what I mean? Like, because we've had those around for a while, right? Yeah. And they've been trading against it for a while. Yeah. So now with the advent of these large language models and the new type of AI that we're seeing, I mean, is this a new type of adversary that we're going to face in the markets now? Yeah. Right? Because we already had this other adversary since basically the financial crisis. So
yeah, no.
They are a category of AI, says Ayman El-Nasser. El-Nasir or Nasser, one of the two. I hope I didn't butcher your name. I should probably say that better because it's an Arabic name, but
I don't know.
Yeah, anyway, I try.
Those AI algos like Tinfoil Hat, I think that larger players have definitely been using this technology before it became popular, like self-learning algorithms type of thing, right?
Yes.
Or adapting algorithms. Now with the popularity of like some of these stronger AI models, and the fact that it's open source, so like anybody can really work on it and make it better in their own way. There's definitely for sure companies and I guess funds and firms that are kind of working on this technology to really facilitate their trading, definitely AI on the tape.
All right. Just before we go here, I want to shout out Surge Trader one more time, our sponsor. Check out surgetrader.com. If you want to have a funded trading account, they are awesome, and they let you keep up to 90% of the profits. Shout out to our sponsor, Surge Trader. All right, we got 20 seconds left here. Obi, I just want to finish it off with a couple of thoughts. The NQ above VWAP, the ES below. Some of these big capper names are at highs. I'm talking about Meta, and I'm talking about Tesla. So, with that said, do you have any closing thoughts before we send it off to Brendo? That's it. All right, guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Take it easy, guys.
Hey, guys. Welcome in. Yeah, 2 o'clock. We're heading into the final couple hours of the day here in a bit of a downward trend right now. The overall market has been red for most of the morning, and into the mid-afternoon we go here, 0.76.